Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the June 11th, 2019 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors and our budget hearings. Would the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Good morning. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Peters? Here. Frost? Here. Natoli? Here. Kennedy?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on the Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, June 14th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Thank you. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we are going to item number 2, which is the fiscal year 2019 recommended budget hearings.
Chairman Kennedy and members of the board, pleased to present to you the recommended budget. And Britt's going to walk us through most of the budget departments. There are 2 departmental presentations we have for you once Britt gets done, which is going to be Department of Human Assistance and Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. So with that, I was going to give Britt the opportunity to start the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Britt Ferguson, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer. This morning I will be presenting an overview of the fiscal year 2019-20 recommended budget, which is fully balanced as required by state law. To begin then, the budget overall totals $4.4 billion, all funds. That's a $104.6 million or 2.4% increase. And that increase is the net result of increases and decreases in a number of funds, but mainly due to an increase of $109.9 million in the general and restricted funds, and I'll talk later about why we look at those funds together. An increase of $34.4 million in the transportation-related funds, due mostly to shifts in construction project timelines and additional road overlay work funded with higher gas tax, SB1, and federal revenue. An increase of $28.9 million in the Economic Development Fund, due primarily to the transfer of money held in non-budgeted funds into this fund. This is part of a larger effort, which included the creation of the restricted funds that your board's aware of, to convert non-budgeted funds, holding county money to budgeted funds, or move that money into budgeted funds for greater transparency. In this case, the money is federal revenue that can only be used for remediation at the former McClellan and Mather Air Force bases that the county has received over the years, but has never been recognized as revenue. The money will in fact not all be spent in fiscal year 1920. And then finally, a $40.2 million decrease in the airport systems funds, that's airport systems and capital outlay funds, due mostly to the timing of expenditures on capital outlays. And there I'll just mention that with regard to the capital outlay in the airport funds as well as other funds, there will be a true-up that will be conducted after the books close, and we'll likely see, in this case, probably significant revisions in terms of the capital projects funding in that fund. Again, the overall county budget, $4.4 billion. That's comprised of enterprise, special revenue, and internal service funds of about $1.7 billion. That includes funds like solid waste, airport, transportation, which includes roads, transportation sales tax, water resources, economic development, building inspection, various internal service funds like general services, technology, capital construction, liability, property insurance. All of this money is earmarked for certain purposes, and there's an example of what some of them are. It includes the general fund, $1.8 billion in appropriations, including both discretionary revenue state and federal revenue, and departmental revenues. And the restricted funds with $918 million. That includes things like the realignment and Proposition 172 funds, as well as the Mental Health Services Act and certain other funds. It's important to look at those together because generally the money in the restricted funds is transferred to the general fund as a reimbursement or negative expenditure. So you really have to add those two together to get the overall picture of what's happening in terms of the general fund. And together those two add up to about $2.7 billion in expenditures.
Excuse me, Britt.
Yeah.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Before you leave that slide, I appreciate this slide. I think we've had it for the last 2 or 3 budget cycles to help explain what is somewhat a complicated budget structure for the public. What I didn't hear you mention, Britt, which I would like you to speak to again for the benefit of the public, is the relationship between the Enterprise and Special Revenues Fund versus the general fund, and the fact that they're not interchangeable.
Right. The enterprise and special revenue funds typically either account for they account for money that is dedicated to a particular purpose. Enterprise funds are funds that sort of operate like a business and basically live off the revenue that they earn, such as the airport fund, the water fund, those sorts of things, solid waste. And then the special revenue funds typically reflect money that comes from a specific revenue source that can only be used for those purposes. And an example of that would be building inspection fund, which receives building fees, can only be used to fund building inspection activities.
And just by way of example, for instance, if a member of the public felt concerned about potential reductions in, let's say, child support, I'm just picking a general fund category, and they sought to transfer, they want to advocate taking money from airports to fill the gap in child support, that's not permissible by law.
That's not permissible by law. That money is earmarked for the purposes for which it is received, and that's why it's put in these funds as opposed to put in the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I should also note, and you're well aware of this, Supervisor Cerna, and the other members are, that doesn't mean that some of the money that goes into the general fund is not also limited in what it can be used for. Their general fund is a mix of discretionary revenue, what we call semi-discretionary revenue, like realignment of Prop 172, and actually money that is also earmarked for particular purposes.
Thank you.
So general fund and restricted funds total $2.73 billion in expenditures, a $109.8 million or 4.2% increase in expenditures. The budget units with the largest expenditure increases include the Sheriff's Department with a $39.5 million or 7.9% increase in expenditures, due primarily to an increase in salary and benefit costs for existing employees and approximately $9 million in newer enhanced programs, what we call growth, mostly additional staffing and other costs in the jails related to conditions of confinement issues identified in the recent lawsuit against the county. The Human Assistance Aid Payments budget is the next largest increase with a $24.2 million or 6.3% increase. This is the budget unit that provides assistance payments for various entitlement programs, and the increase is due to a combination of policy changes and caseload and case cost trends, including an increase to the CalWORKs grants as part of an effort to bring the grant levels up to 50% of the federal poverty level. That's a state mandate. A 4.23% legislated California Necessities Index, or CNI, increase to grant levels in multiple programs, and the final step of a phased-in increase to general assistance grants. The health services budget with a $14 million or 3.3% increase, due primarily to an increase in salary and benefit costs for existing employees and budgeting for a full year of the Medi-Cal alcohol and drug services expansion that was budgeted for half a year in fiscal year 18-19. The Human Assistance Administration budget with a $9.7 million or 3% increase, due primarily to increases in contract costs for various programs. In particular, the budget reflects the receipt of an additional $7 million in State Homeless Emergency Aid, HEAP, and California Emergency Solutions and Housing, or CSEH, funding to expand the county's emergency shelter and rehousing programs. and correctional health services with a $9.5 million or 17.4% increase due primarily to salary and benefit cost increases for existing employees and approximately $5.3 million in growth to fund additional staff and contract costs related to the conditions of confinement in the jails identified in the recent lawsuit. This $109.8 million or 4.2% increase in expenditures in the general and restricted funds is funded by a $17.4 million or 2.7% increase in discretionary revenue and reimbursements. So that is the local money, property tax, sales tax, hotel tax, the money that the board has complete discretion over the use of. That's a 2.7% increase. Property tax, that's the county's largest source of discretionary revenue, is projected to increase by $27.5 million or 6.2%. But sales tax, our second largest source, is only increasing by 3.5%. And the fiscal year 18-19 budget included $14 million in one-time discretionary revenue, which will not be available in fiscal year 2019-20. Also, a $29.9 million or 3.8% increase in semi-discretionary reimbursements, including an $8.8 million or 1.7% increase in non-CalWORKs realignment reimbursement, and that's the realignment that can be used most flexibly to cover various costs. A $12.9 million or 9.5% increase in CalWORKs realignment, and that it increases or decreases with CalWORKs costs, so you can't move that around to spend on other things. And an $8.3 million or 6.7% increase in Proposition 172 revenue or reimbursements. Then there's an $11.8 million or 12.8% increase in reimbursements from other restricted funds. That includes a $7.5 million increase in Mental Health Services Act, that's MHSA reimbursements. There's a net $27.3 million or 2.6% increase in federal, state, and local revenues from other sources. The net increase is only 2.6%, partly because there are reductions in a number of revenue sources, including the CalWORKs single allocation, the CalFresh administration allocation, Adult Protective Services revenue, Elk Grove Animal Shelter contract revenue, and elections-related revenue, among others. There's also a $9.6 million increase in the use of general fund reserves compared to the use of reserves amounts in the FY 2018-19 adopted budget. We are proposing to cancel $12.3 million in general fund reserves to help balance the budget. $3 million of the reserve for audit report paybacks future litigation costs. The entire $324,000 technology upgrades reserve, and $9 million in general reserves. The fiscal year 18-19 adopted budget was balanced by canceling $2.8 million in reserves, so you can see the difference. And then finally, there's a $5.7 million increase in the use of available fund balance. We are estimating the general fund available fund balance carry forward from the end of this fiscal year will be $75 million, and that compares to $69.3 million at the beginning of the fiscal year 18-19 fiscal year that was included in that adopted budget. Despite revenue growth, some reductions in current staffing and programs, that's the requested base budget as we refer to it, are necessary to produce a balanced budget. Here are some of the factors driving the need to make program reductions. Your board is well aware that we recently, a couple years ago, settled a long-standing lawsuit with the UC Davis Health System that obligates us to spend approximately $7.8 million a year, at least in the early years and growing in future years, as a settlement of that lawsuit. The total amount we will pay over 15 years, that goes on for 15 years, will be $93.6 million. You're also well aware of the jail lawsuit that we've been dealing with. The fiscal year 19-20 budget includes $21.7 million in additional funding for operating and capital improvement in the jails to address the issues of confinement that were identified in that lawsuit. This $21.7 million in new programs and services is in addition to the $10 million worth of investments approved in the fiscal year 18-19 adopted budget, although only half of that was actually included in that year's budget because it was for part of a year. The full amount is now reflected in this year's budget, so that it doubles that amount for this year's budget. So in addition to that, there is a $24.2 million increase in the human assistance aid payments budget, as I mentioned earlier. That reflects increases in public assistance programs like CalWORKs, foster care, general assistance. In some cases, that's due to caseload increases, but the increase is mostly driven by things like state-mandated increases in the grant requirements that I mentioned above.
Excuse me, Britt. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Britt, I want to go back to the first two bullet points on the UC Davis settlement. So we're in year 2 of 15 or year 3?
We're in year 2.
In year
1920 will be the second year.
This is the second year?
Fiscal year 1920 will be the second year.
Oh, the second year?
Yes. Last year was this current year, fiscal year 1819 is the first year.
And so, as you said, this does increase, I think out of year 6 or 7, it bumps up to what, 8.9?
So what happens is, yes, it starts to go up, and then in about fiscal year 10 or so, there is a balloon payment of about $15 million. It goes up to about $15 million, and then it's tied to an index, so which will probably increase it slightly over time as we go along.
Okay. I know that we talked about having discussions with folks, and again, they're our partner in healthcare in this community, along with many others, and so I trust that we're at least have some conversation with the health systems.
We have approached them, and we'll continue having the discussion given the fiscal condition we have. So yes, we are.
Because what we're looking going forward here, the picture's a lot fuzzier than it may have been even a couple of years ago. All right, then on the jail lawsuit, how much of that $21.7 million is would be considered one-time money and maybe you're going to get to an ensuing slide. I didn't have a chance to look through this, so I don't want to get ahead of you. One time in the sense that for the capital side, which again will have a long tail to it as well potentially, and then what's recurring and and there's additive, and so if we're looking at $21.7 million this year, is that becoming somewhat of a base consideration? If so, could you break that out for me, Britt? And
Sure. Approximately $8 million. Well, exactly $8 million of that amount reflects money that is will be used as part of the initial planning, programming, and design for improvements to the jails, including potentially the addition of a jail annex in order to meet certain needs. The estimated total cost of that effort, the planning, programming, and design effort, is about $16 to $18 million. This would be the first year of that. It's about a 2-year process. So in a sense, that's a 2-year commitment. On the other hand, the outcome of that will likely be a bond issue to make the improvements, a COP issue to make the improvements, and we estimate that depending on the magnitude of that, it'll probably be more than that $8 million a year in debt service costs going forward over the next 20 to 30 years. So really, it's pretty much all ongoing costs. There will also be increases in costs because the various improvements that we think will likely need to be made in order to address the issues that have been identified do not stop with the improvements that were made last year, the 10 million or the 21 or the basically 11 or so million and 12 million in operating costs this year, but we expect those to increase probably in the $8 to $10 million a year range, at least for the next 2 to 3 years, to address all of the issues that will need to be addressed.
Is there a way to, again, I'm following you, and obviously for those in the audience, it may be even more difficult to follow. So if you could just kind of chart that out. So if out of the 21 million, I understood that, the 8 million, and there would probably be double that for design, planning, engineering costs for what would be a capital bonding program for a facility of some sort, whatever that is. And then there would be ongoing costs to what you said, probably equal to that or maybe more. And then you said we added money last year's budget, 11 million, did I understand it correctly? So,
right, roughly.
So,
yes.
So what we're looking at here is right now, the number that's been assigned over the last 2 years is roughly almost $33 million.
That would be roughly correct, yes.
Okay. And then what I also understood you to say was that would look to increase over the course of the next several years by how much?
So it's the process that we're going through is basically what we've described as an iterative process, where we will be making investments and seeing what we can accomplish, and
Right.
how much it takes to do that will be unknown until we achieve what we set out to do. But our rough estimate is that it will be somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 8 to 10 million additional expenditures a year over the next, say, 3 years.
Additive
Additive to
so
what's already been
if it's
spent.
33 this year, maybe 43 now. Again, I'm just using for illustrative purposes. And then it could be 53 the next year, and it could be 63 at
Right.
the end of that. Again, related to what you said, there may be some system improvements that
Right.
address that number,
Right.
but that's the estimate. And so when you get to year 3 or 4, is 60, 65, is that topping out?
I think that's
or-
probably, if you take into account, inflation and everything else, yeah, again,
I know.
don't hold us to that number, but in
know.
that ballpark range, I think that is what we would be looking at, yes.
Because the reason I asked that is I think it's important to understand that what we're staring down here this year is, is probably, I guess, the second installment, if I could use that term, and that what we're looking at, installments that will go on forever, potentially. I guess not potentially, because they're going to get built into what we do, but that this ratcheting up will present itself very clearly next year and the year thereafter and probably the year after that. And it's so the capacity that you addressed earlier in your revenues side of it, I mean, those become part of the operating base, basically.
They do. That's exactly what happens. You're exactly correct.
Okay. If I could just ask you one other question, because I think it's relevant maybe to the conversations we have about some of the needs we're going to hear about where reductions have been anticipated this year and maybe ongoing in some cases, or many cases, is the cost recovery for what we're going to invest in architecture, design, and anything that would lead up to obviously other future board considerations here for bonded indebtedness to actually do additional facility work. Are not those costs recoverable in the bond? You still you fund it all this year and next year, $16 million, whatever the number comes out to be, but. I think one of the considerations would be is if you could recover those costs and roll them into, just as you would a lot of building projects, that if you incur costs to get to the point of actually issuing the bonds and constructing something. And so is that something that your office would be looking at, you would present to us, so that would allow us maybe in some out years, this board and the county to recover some of those back to the general fund?
We will absolutely look at it, but I think, as you know, our credit rating is not the best. And the more we add on to the principal, the higher our future payments will be. So that's the balance we have to do as we bring that recommendation back to you, is that how much more do we add to that principal? How much cash have we already put in to get a favorable interest rate from our future
Right,
borrowers?
but spreading out over 30 years, we're soaking in, $8 million in general fund dollars this year just into design.
So it's about $16 million that we're going to put in for design. And that's going to be part of the consideration, is what does that end up doing to our bond issuance?
Right.
So we will definitely look at it, but I just want to give that caveat that we, since our ratings are not the best.
I understand.
It's a difficult task on that.
Yeah, it's a balance, you said, yeah, but I guess the reason I raised that point is because, there's a lot of dynamics here, and I think it's embodied obviously in this budget and some of the policy discussion around, what we do, not only settlement of lawsuits and in variety of conditions, but and I will probably sound like a broken record throughout the day, but is that part of that balance for this board member, and I think it's appropriate to say it right here at this point in time without belaboring, is that there are 1.5 million people in this county that in one way or another are touched by county services and programs, and that when we take up the capacity to address needs, and whether they be litigated or otherwise, and you take an $8 million hit just for design of a facility out of the general fund, it's not there, but it also affects then the reserve computations that affect our credit rating. And so I know there's a lot more to this than I would understand, certainly as a finance officer, but that is a consideration for this board is we're currently constructed, but also as we set the stage for many years to come, because bonded indebtedness can be for 30 years. These obligations, as we're talking 15, and forever commitments in some cases. Those are big, and I think the ability to grow on the revenue side are they're limited. We don't control a lot of that, but we certainly control to the degree that we make decisions about how this money is expended. And when I look at some of the programs and services, and certainly the work you bring us in the recommended budget, that is a consideration for me, is how we might at least regain some of that. And yeah, it may be an annual type of exercise, but it's still important, because that 1.5 million people that we have responsibility to, and whether they're in custody, in care, or just drive on the county roads and experience the fun of all that, it's still important that we, in any given year, and I know you bring us a balance, but I want to have that conversation today, because I think it certainly sets the stage for what we are being asked to do today, and certainly in the ensuing years. And I think it's big. And we're not talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking millions and tens of millions of dollars. And so, anytime we can at least have that conversation, recognizing that you've scrubbed this and you bring a lot of things that are tied together here. Credit ratings, are important, but if we're going to have to do that and take on long-term indebtedness, I'd like to see maybe some recovery for the general fund, so that in the short term, that we have some ability to maintain some of the services and programs that I believe, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree, are very critical to the quality of life here in Sacramento County, and are reasons for people to want to stay here, to start a business here, to raise their family here. And so I say that this morning because, again, that to me is, in my mind, is an important backdrop for what we're doing on the finance side of this. So,
okay,
thanks.
So the next.
Hang on, we have Supervisor Cerna.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I appreciate Supervisor Tully's comments. I think it's the appropriate tone for this hearing and our discussion later. I wanted to get some clarity on one of the things you mentioned about the UC Davis Health System settlement. Britt, you mentioned that in the 10th of the 15th fiscal year that we have a balloon payment?
No, it's around the 9th or 10th fiscal year, yes, we have a balloon payment. It's 15 years total.
I understand.
Around the 9th or 10th, we have about a $15 million balloon payment.
So my question is, how do we account for that today? Are we, in addition to what our annual payment is leading up to that 9th or 10th year, are we somehow putting money in an account somewhere to help us defray basically the additional impact that we're going to feel that 10th year?
So we are not currently in the 1920 recommended budget doing that. We do have some remaining general reserves, which could deal with that as well as other things. But right now, given the constraints on the budget, we have not proposed setting aside additional money for that at this point.
When will we have the discussion about how to manage that? Well, otherwise, it seems like it's going to be a pretty sobering, not necessarily surprise because we're talking about it now, but it's going to be pretty sobering for everyone.
I think as we continue with our budgets, with the challenge we have this year, that conversation we need to have. But as we were putting this budget together, we did not tackle that.
Do you mind if I jump in on that? So if I recall, when we structured that settlement, we structured it in a way that the payments would be made so that as they go up, there's other obligations we have that are going down, and that's why we specifically did it in that time frame.
You're exactly right, Supervisor Kennedy. Part of the logic behind the whole idea behind the balloon payment was we wanted to stretch it out longer. They wanted to put it shorter, but we knew that at about we structured the balloon payment to occur when we have a significant reduction in our other debt service costs.
Right.
So the statement about the balloon payment is not a net statement, right?
It's not dollar for dollar, but it was designed.
Well, that's a really, really important distinction. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you leave this board and the public with an understanding that you're going to have double the cost that 10th year, and that's concerning to me.
I think
9 years away from that.
Yeah, I think your point's well taken. It was just what the payment looks like. And as Supervisor Kennedy just recalled, there are other obligations that are rolling in and out, and that structure was set up, now that I recall that, it will take some of that
Right.
doubling up down. So as we get closer, I think we're going to start talking more about it, show what the net result will be. But we'll keep that in the back of our mind.
Okay, and then lastly, relative to the back and forth about the jail annex and the cost of that and the expected initial 16 to 18 million for design. What I've not seen any bid or estimate that tells me it's 16 or 18 or has a contingency of 10% or 15% or no percent. We're being asked to make some difficult decisions today about some unfunded growth requests. So I don't know that I necessarily feel too comfortable. It's not that I don't necessarily believe you, but I because we're being asked to make some difficult decisions, I need a comfort level to understand that that's what the cost really is. And I'd like to understand, for instance, if our burn rate on design costs the next fiscal year, 1920 fiscal year, if we don't use let's say a quarter of that for whatever reason, how that factors into our decision today about our consideration of unfunded growth requests is a little disturbing, because we are belt tightening because we have to. I get that. But that means we need to scrutinize the budget all that much more to make sure that we're not leaving anything overlooked in terms of funding some very, very important programs.
What I can tell you is this estimate of the costs came from the General Services Department, and what I can tell you is we are, as you know, with the lawsuit, under pressure to make these improvements very quickly for a construction project that will likely be of this magnitude. And so we are already moving forward on some of the work, and I think whether we spend the full $8 million this year or need to spend a little more this year or a little less this year, a little more next year, it's hard to say exactly, but it's certainly clear to me from the information provided by General Services that it will cost us more than $8 million, probably between 16 and 18 million. Exactly how much, we don't know. And exact timing, we don't know, but we are going to move as quickly as we can because of the pressure to get this done as quickly as we can.
And I think you have no argument from any of us that that's a priority. It has to be. But my concern and line of questioning stems from a place of, this is both kind of a budget decision-making exercise in its classic sense in terms of just appropriating funds, but it also requires us to be very careful about how we manage cash flow based on our budget discussions, because again, we have other pressing needs in the community, and we're being forced to balance the expense of a new jail annex. And for instance, if we don't use $1 million of the design cost this year, could that savings be better used in the coming fiscal year, with understanding that we're going to be able to complete the design process next year? It's a cash flow exercise in my estimation.
So I think the bottom line is if we don't spend it this year, then we would spend it in the following year, and we'd be facing a similar sort of a situation. And I think on the other hand, if we need more this year, then we'd have to face dealing with that issue down the road. So we thought this was a reasonable number, that it's prudent to set aside for this purpose. Again, once we start going on this, as your board knows, we're going to have to move forward on it, and there's not going to be the ability to sort of pull back realistically. So we would hate to under budget what we need in order to get this done.
I think part of the work we're going to do this year is going to tell us what the next year number is going to look like too. So if we do not budget $8 million, as I think Britt's point is that I think we all agree, internally we agree that next year then it could have that if we're short, we're going to have to go back in and find another $1 million. It starts compounding it for us. Our concern, quite frankly, is that we've put $8 million, and given some of the numbers that we've seen that the annex is going to cost, it concerns us that we've not put enough. I think that's what Britt was trying to get at, but I think our recommendations based on $8 million going forward, and not, if we run into a situation that we don't have enough money, then we got to come back and talk to the board about it, but
I appreciate that, Nav. I think what you're hearing from Supervisor Tolley and myself, and others may chime in, is that there's an appreciation that we have to be extremely cautious and prudent this budget cycle, and in the coming years as we face these long-term costs associated with litigation. But for me, at least, I don't want to be so overly cautious that we begin to forfeit in the process the ability to find resources for programs that, quite frankly, we're talking about a $4.4 billion all funds budget. Some of these programs that are potentially being cut are measured in the tens of thousands of dollars. So to me, it necessarily requires us to be this detailed and precise. Otherwise, we kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm not interested in doing that.
Supervisor Tolley.
Yeah, just one more point on all that. Certainly, I echo some of those sentiments as well. But it seems to me that it would warrant, this is the budget piece of it, but a workshop before this board, because if we're going to go into a major construction project, then I think getting some idea, obviously, you're going to have to bring some sort of a contract before us. You're going to have an RFP for design. That takes time. And assuming that takes, 30, 60, 90 days, whatever that is, I mean, that would be pretty miraculous if you did it in 30 days. Maybe you already set it in motion. But that, you're going to burn through $1 million a month just on, planning and that type of thing, because, there's a lot of logistics to go into it. Recognize you may ultimately end up with the same number, and to your point, you don't know until you start moving forward. But I think this is something, because, this will be the largest construction project probably in the last, beyond obviously the sanitation plant or airport facilities that we're going to do, and it's largely general fund, and then we have to bond for it, but it's general fund in its initiation. And so I think we ought to be able to have some opportunity to talk about that, not just at a time when you come forward with a RFP recommended firm to do the work. And I would just say that recognizing that there's a lot of unknowns in any budget, and you give it your best estimation, and there's some tentativeness. I get that relative to some of the other things that may or may not happen here. But when we're looking for a few $100,000, $1 million in this fiscal year, obviously there still may have to be paid at the end of the day, can be a lot of money. And I know that certainly, all of us, but several of us have spent, a lot of years when things have gotten tight, and when we were looking for nickels, to keep things alive. And so I just think that's important. These are big numbers, and they have lots of zeros behind them, but there's a lot of people that will go without certain aspects of things that are essential to their lives by decisions we make here. And so I frame it in that, and I know you take it seriously, but that's why I think we're going to need to probe that a little more deeply before we get done here today. Thanks.
Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I just wanted to say we can probe it more deeply, but I think the expenses facing us on the jail are so horrific that we do need to be prudent about setting the appropriate amount of money aside so it doesn't worse the next year or the following year. And I think picking away at a little bit here and there is the wrong way to go. Thank you.
So the next factor that is driving the need for program reductions is a $9.3 million increase in IHSS provider payments costs. This includes a $7.5
I'm sorry, Britt. I apologize. I didn't see Supervisor Frost.
Sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to add to Supervisor Peters' comment by saying I think it's important that we have an extremely effective public outreach to let people know what's coming so that they don't feel blindsided. This year is the beginning of a few years of tough times, and I think we need to let people be on notice that cuts could be coming, and so that they can begin to look at other opportunities and prepare for it.
Now you may continue.
Thank you. As I mentioned, a $9.3 million increase in IHSS provider payments. That includes a $7.5 million increase in that's the in-home supportive services provider payments, the payment basically of wages to in-home caregivers. That includes a $7.5 million increase in the IHSS maintenance of effort requirement. And based on the new MOE structure approved by the legislature 2 years ago, as you know, we were originally expecting an MOE increase this year of as much as $20 million. However, after extensive work by CSAC and others, Governor Newsom proposed a revision to the MOE structure in his recommended state budget, and that results in the $7.5 million increase that you see here. In other words, it could have been a lot worse. The additional $2 million, the difference between the $7.5 million and the $9.3 million, is due to an increase in payments for IHSS caregiver health insurance. The contract with the union representing the caregivers obligates the county to pay 80 cents per hour worked by all caregivers toward health insurance costs, and the number of hours is projected to increase, as it has been for many years, actually increasing.
Could I ask you just a question? How many folks how many providers and how many folks are being served? Is it 21,000, 22,000? What's the number?
Right.
John, is that right? About 22?
25.
25,000? No? Okay, thanks.
And I mentioned earlier, discretionary revenue and reimbursements are only projected to grow by 2.7%, and non-CalWORK semi-discretionary reimbursements are only projected to go by 2.6%, and that lags the increase in expenditures. I also mentioned there are reductions in federal and state revenue for certain programs, including a $4.2 million reduction in the CalWORK single allocation, a $3.6 million reduction in the CalFresh administration allocation, and $4.2 million and a $4.2 million reduction in Title 19 Adult Protective Services revenue, the latter due to a correction of a claiming error that we had made in previous years. Salary and benefit increases for existing employees agreed to in the various labor agreements is another factor. The requested base general fund budget before program reductions or increases for newer enhanced programs reflected a $77.1 million or 6% increase in salary and benefit costs. This included cost of living and equity adjustments agreed to in contracts with the union representing county employees, as well as included in that is a $30 million or 15% increase in the county share of retirement costs for county employees. The latter is largely due to a decision by the Sacramento County Retirement System to reduce the assumed rate of return on system investments from 7.5% to 7%. Fiscal year 1920 will be the last year of a 3-year phase-in of the impact of this decision. The recommended budget includes $1 million for costs related to the Hardesty Schneider lawsuit. This represents the estimated cost of securing a surety bond, should it be necessary to avoid having to pay the full $105 million plus judgment while we appeal the decision to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. And then the recommended budget also includes $668,000 to pay for postcards and return postage for vote-by-mail ballots for the March 20th, 2020 primary election, as is now required by state law.
Supervisor Cerna.
Britt, there you go. So on that last bullet, with regard to the expected cost of postcards and postage associated with the 2020 primary election, have we already concluded that the Secretary of State's office does not have any kind of program or is not discussing some intent to help defray the cost for counties to implement their election process next year?
No, I'm not aware. There has been money available for various equipment, but I'm not aware of any additional money available to fund the actual operating costs associated with the requirements of the new sort of the vote-by-mail system that we are one of the pilot counties on.
And the only way we'd be able to find out about that is through the state's budgeting process, whether it's a line item somewhere?
Yeah, and we have not seen anything like that. We do monitor that. We have seen nothing like that.
So, but is it I guess hypothetically possible that when the state finalizes its budget later in the late summer, that that could materialize. That's a possibility, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, I've been involved in county government here in California for almost 20 years, so I would say, with regard to the state budget, almost anything is possible, and so often at the last minute. But that's not been an issue that has been, as we, our lobbyists, CSAC, our departments are involved with various budget issues. This has not been an issue that we have seen any indication that is going to be provided.
Well, and there's probably something to be said for the fact that adjustments to the budget too are a reflection of strong advocacy, in this case on behalf of not just this county, but all counties that are going to experience an additional cost.
Right.
So, all right, thank you.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, Britt, just going on that slide back to the reduction in state and federal revenues. You mentioned in the adult protective services area having to make adjustments, $4.9 million, and obviously there are reductions that are contemplated in that. I trust that'll be covered later in
Yes.
some of the other presentations. But so how many years adjustment is that accounting for then? That 4.9 million, is that just a 1 year, or is that several years? Because if we're taking the hit this year, even though we're
Talking about the reduction in the Title 19? Right. Yeah, so that is just the fiscal year 1920 impact. You are correct. It is quite possible that as the state goes through its periodic audit process, we will be required to pay back prior year claims in the future.
So what does that bode in your analysis, certainly on the finance side of it, for adult protective services? That's been an area that took big hits during the recession. We have gradually attempted to build that back, certainly by board action, by obviously leadership in our departments, and I think it reflects obviously a growing vulnerability of at-risk seniors in particular in our community, not just to neglect and abuse, but certainly financial crimes and such. And what I see, I think 5 or 6 positions this year in a couple different categories that are going out, including public health nurses, and we can talk about that later. Then I guess I'm concerned if this claiming, to your point, if this isn't the end of it, that poses a big issue.
So the $4.2 million reduction is basically a new base. That the level is the lower level because that is the appropriate claiming methodology that we're now using. In terms of prior year amounts owed, as you well know, as the board knows, we go through these audits for all these various programs that we get state and federal revenue. There are sometimes many years out from when they take into account areas where, in some cases, we found we have paid more than we should have. In some cases, we paid less. So it's premature to say exactly what that will mean. One of the reasons we set up the reserve for audit payback and litigation costs was to address these exact sorts of issues. As you know, a number of years ago, we had some significant issues, particularly on the mental health side and in some other areas. We've fixed a lot of those problems, so we're not seeing that, we think, as much as we had. But that's the reason we set up that reserve, which of necessity we propose spending down for, but not entirely eliminating. But in the long term, our hope would be at some point to rebuild up a reserve like that in order to address these sorts of issues.
Well, just let me ask the question a little more deeply, because when I see other reductions in public guardian, conservator, and then obviously in adult protective services, we don't have a larger contingent of folks. We have a growing population of elderly in this community, and I think the vulnerabilities have increased with housing costs, with I think families who are maybe in a dysfunctional mode in some cases. And so what we're doing, though, we would have built a base, not all on Title 19. I think we actually had some general fund dollars in here, if I'm not mistaken, and with the idea that we were going to provide a better safety net for seniors. And, they're not represented here this morning except for by the 5 of us and all of us that work on the budget. They're not, a lot of them are very vulnerable. They're, in their homes and maybe subject to neglect and abuse. And I guess I'm concerned that with what picture has been painted already and not knowing what future years bring, and we have a reserve, that's good budgeting. But I think the policy framework for this is that, and we're working on a senior plan, but part of a senior plan would say to me that, you got to look at how strong a baseline service you have, and we're reducing that by what's included in the recommended budget. And so a reason I raise it is that we had general fund dollars, and again, it was certainly through recommendations that came through the exec's office and you and others in our Health and Human Services in the last couple of years, recognizing that growing need. Well, the need didn't stop because we've got these recommendations before us. In fact, I think it grows probably this very moment. And
I think when we get to child and family, Michelle and Bruce can address some of those concerns.
Okay, but that's fine. But again, the dollars, I'm trying
Understood.
to parse those out. Yeah, because some of these are federal revenues and some are on the general fund side, but the federal ones are in question, at least for this year, and that's a pretty big adjustment. Then behind that is what happens years out. We don't know, but the general fund piece of it is where we actually supplemented it and I think did some good work. And obviously we had some vacancies, and I get that. But
Supervisor, if I might, on this point, as Mr. Gill mentioned, we're going to be speaking more about this in Michelle Cajellas' presentation, but as it relates to this time study issue, I just wanted to assure you that should the state raise any additional questions about this, and to my knowledge they haven't, we'll certainly work with them to ensure that whatever we have to do in the way of an adjustment minimizes any impact on the services that we provide. I can assure you of that.
Bruce, and I appreciate it. I guess what concerns me most is that we are reducing the base. So the baseline from which we will start next year, irrespective of how good a work or what we try to do to soften the impact, is we will have reduced the base significantly from what it was last year to this year, and that's what we go into next year with. And so that to me is a key piece of the conversation here for today. Thanks.
I understand. So, as I indicated, the budget is balanced, and it's balanced by the use of general fund reserves and basically $43 million in expenditure reductions, which are about 1.4% of the requested base expenditures. So, facing the need to make expenditure reductions, we went through a process where we asked departments, or we gave departments an initial net county cost target. That is a target of local discretionary revenue that they received, which was generally their fiscal year 18-19 adopted net county cost allocation. As part of their budget submittals, departments were asked to identify what reductions they would make to meet that target and what the impact of those reductions would be. Staff from the county executive's office reviewed department submittals, discussed them with the relevant department heads, often at great length, and based on those discussions and that analysis, recommended whether to accept the reductions identified by the departments, restore some or all of the reductions, or request additional reductions. In making our recommendations, we were guided by the following considerations. First, limit the impact on board priority programs or initiatives, and I'll talk more about that later. Second, avoid eliminating whole programs or services to the extent possible. Instead, make targeted reductions in various programs, and I think you'll see that throughout this budget message as we talk about how we spread those reductions across a variety of programs and services. Avoid backfilling reductions in federal, state, or other revenue. That's sort of a long-standing policy here. But while recognizing that there may be circumstances where backfilling or using net county cost to cover cost increases is warranted to avoid the negative consequences. And finally, to the extent possible, avoid employee layoffs. And in fact, the budget does not propose any layoffs. We were successful in that effort. The recommended budget, as I said, includes about $43.1 million in program reductions in 17 general fund budget units and reflects the elimination of 192.3 vacant positions. As I said, no layoffs are proposed. The reductions, amounts, and percentages of base expenditures vary depending on a variety of factors, including whether a department had revenue reductions or increases. All told, there are almost 100 specific reductions identified and described in detail in the budget document. I'm obviously not going to go through each reduction here, but I will highlight some of them both now and a little later when I talk about the status of the board's recent initiatives. The relevant department heads and I are, of course, available to answer any questions the board may have. This table's a little hard to see, but in the budget document, I think it's a little more clear. To begin then, the budget unit with the largest reduction is Human Assistance Administration, with a $16.5 million, 4.7% reduction in expenditures compared to the base, and the elimination of 93.5 positions, and that's due partly to a reduction in revenue. Ann Edwards, Director of the Department of Human Assistance, will be making a presentation this morning, as Mr. Gill said, so I won't say anything more about that budget unit at this time.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So again, in the interest of making sure the public understands what they're seeing here with this table, if you just looked at this table with no understanding of what has been mentioned in the last half hour, especially as it relates to our challenges with the lawsuit on the jail, the budget would, or the public would simply conclude that for some reason we're not interested in reductions for corrections, whereas we're completely interested in reductions for everything else. So it's a really, really important, not just a footnote, but a really bold descriptor here or explanation that that's what they're seeing with this table. So I'd like you to expand on that, please.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Supervisor Cerna, as your board is well aware. One of the things we did as we gave targeted net county cost allocations to the various departments was basically in terms of the corrections budgets, which are a portion of the sheriff's budget and correctional health services. We did not give them a targeted allocation. We basically said we will fund your costs, whatever they are, because we knew we needed to not reduce their funding, but increase their funding, and that was one of the sort of premises we used in going into this, and that's why you could see in the sheriff's budget we actually had to go in and take the sheriff's budget and split out the what we call fund centers, which are components of the budget that are related to corrections, from those that are related to all other services, where we did give them a net county cost target and did propose reductions.
Thank you.
On that particular one, I want to just make another point. I was going to wait till the end, but it's timely. And that's the consent decree that we have been negotiating with the litigants in the lawsuit, with the plaintiffs. It hasn't even been approved at this point. If we didn't go forward with a good faith effort in this budget to be consistent with the terms of that agreement, we're going to court.
Yeah.
And we go to court, the situation is going to be a lot worse next year than it is this year.
It definitely would. And so part of our effort here, both this year, fiscal year 18-19, and next year, as you rightly say, we don't yet have an agreed upon consent decree or approved consent decree, but part of our effort has been a good faith effort to demonstrate to the plaintiffs that we take seriously the issues that have been identified and are working to resolve those issues even in the absence of a legal of a court order to do so, because that court order would be significantly more onerous than what we would likely end up with in a negotiated settlement.
I agree. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. Again, back to the settlement discussions. Again, we haven't finalized our discussions, and it was very clear to those of us that were in the mediation that the situation would be much worse, and it would also undermine our discussions with them about the investments we'd made so far. So they should, understand that we understand the depth of the problem and that we're going forward in good faith.
Exactly right.
Thank you.
The budget unit with the second largest reduction is Child, Family, and Adult Services, with a $7.7 million or 3.7% reduction in expenditures and the elimination of 55 positions, also due partly to reduction in revenue. Here too, the Department Director, Michelle Calles, will be making a presentation this morning. The recommended budget for the Probation Department includes a $5.5 million or 3.4% reduction in expenditures and the elimination of 14 positions, and that also is partly due to a reduction in revenue. This includes the elimination of 6 positions and not filling 5 additional positions as they become vacant in the juvenile hall, allowing for the eventual closure of 1 housing unit. The population of the hall has been declining, and this unit is no longer needed. Other probation reductions reflect the elimination of 6 positions and various contracts in the Title IV waiver program, which will reduce services aimed at keeping kids out of the foster care system, and the elimination or reduction of funding for various contracts for drug and alcohol treatment for probationers, which the department does not believe will have a significant impact on service delivery.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thanks. I apologize. I know you need to get through this, but again, for the audience, for the public that may be watching, when you say reductions, FTE reductions, think it's better stated, you're talking about vacancies?
Correct.
Okay, that's an important distinction. Otherwise, the public's left with the impression that 55 people that are currently employed are going to evaporate in child, protective services.
All the positions being eliminated are vacant positions. I'll repeat that though as I go through it.
Thank you.
The recommended budget for the District Attorney's Office includes a $4 million or 4% reduction in expenditures. This includes the elimination of funding for most extra help positions, including attorneys, criminal investigators, investigative assistants, and criminalists in the Forensic Crime Lab, and a reduction of overtime in the Forensic Crime Lab. This will likely result in operational delays. The budget also includes a $2.9 million increase in salary savings, which will be achieved by not filling positions as they become vacant. The recommended budget in the Sheriff's Office includes a $3.8 million reduction in expenditures. That's 0.7% of total base expenditures, but 1.1% of non-corrections base expenditures, and the elimination of 12 positions. We are not, as I said, recommending any reductions in the corrections portions of the Sheriff's budget for the reasons already discussed. The reductions on the non-correction side include the elimination of 5 deputy sheriff positions assigned to the 2 homeless outreach teams, or HOT teams, leaving 5 deputies and a sergeant in 1 team that will patrol a larger area, augmented by problem-oriented policing officers as they are available. As you know, we right now have 2 HOT teams, a north team, a south team, 5 deputies each, plus a sergeant overall. This will have 1 team that will patrol both areas. The budget also eliminates the arson task force, which is 1 sergeant and 2 deputy sheriff positions, vacant deputy sheriff positions, all these are vacant, and the shot spotter program, 4 deputy sheriff positions, and a contract for the shot spotter technology. With regard to that, I should note that the contract for the technology actually runs April through March. So we will have the technology through March of next year. The Sheriff's Department will keep it running. It will just mean there will not be dedicated deputies who will respond. There will be deputies who are on regular patrol who will respond as they can.
Thank you for that clarification. There was we had a meeting earlier this it was actually late last week with Under Sheriff Manis and also Councilmember Jay Chenier, since the shot spotter program is being deployed in an area that has a odd political geography between an unincorporated and incorporated city. And that was a question that I had about the distinction between the technology versus the personnel, but it's really important that that's pointed out, so I appreciate you mentioning it.
Right. Supervisor Natoli.
Yep. Britt, and I don't know, maybe somebody can answer this a little later on. So back to the HOT team deployment, again, we spent a lot of hours in these chambers talking about the needs both on the Parkway, but certainly in our neighborhoods. And again, you did a very good job in the budget and outlining the initiatives, and you're touching on those as you're talking about reductions here. I guess I guess I'd like to know, beyond what you've described and what's been, in our briefings put out, that the POP teams would supplement the HOT teams, problem-oriented policing for the homeless outreach teams. But, deployment, it's a big county, a large unincorporated area, and many communities that I think are experiencing some of the impacts, but also the whole idea was to work with people in the community setting and to be accompanied by social workers and by others, both on the Parkway, but certainly in the neighborhoods, as we address issues that may affect businesses and residents. And so, and the POP teams have their hands full too. All of us certainly know that and value their work. So it may be that a little later in the presentation, someone from the Sheriff's Department could talk a little more about the detail of how that is going to work. Maybe it was going to work differently, obviously, and probably not have the same coverage. But I guess I would like to know before we make some decisions on the budget. Secondly, I want to ask about the arson task force, because oddly enough, when we had the hearing earlier this year on illegal fireworks and the enforcement thereof, we had people who were here from the arson task force, the Sheriff's Department, and now you're telling me those positions are vacant. And did we have retirements? Were people reassigned, or are they going to be reassigned? Is that how they're going to get to that?
Right. So basically, the sheriff has enough turnover and enough current vacancies, even if the vacancies are not directly in that unit, they will be able to deal with these reductions without any layoffs. I can tell you the explanation that we got from the Sheriff's Department about in terms of why it made sense for that reduction versus others, because no department wants generally to make reductions if they can avoid it. They all have service delivery impacts. Part of the logic there was, right now the Sheriff's Department works collaboratively with fire departments on the Metro Fire and so forth on these issues. They have investigators, and they felt that this was one area where the additional workload could be absorbed by the fire districts without necessarily a significant impact on services in the community. So that was part of the logic behind selecting the arson task force for reduction when they had to make reductions.
Okay, and so, and do I understand then that the fire departments, at least I guess the major departments, have show concurrence with that? Again,
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can find out.
be curious to know. Okay, thanks.
My understanding is they did, but we can follow
Okay,
up.
it'd be helpful to know. Thanks.
Okay.
Before you go on, I just wanted to say to Mr. Natoli, I've had a couple of arson cases in my district and encouraged the Sheriff's Department to be involved in it, and was told by Metro Fire that thank you very much, but they handle the arson investigations. So I don't see that that's going to be a problem for them.
Okay.
The recommended budget for the Public Defender's Office includes a $1.5 million or 4% reduction in expenditures and the elimination of 2 positions. The positions being eliminated are an office assistant and an investigative assistant. In addition, the department would not fill certain positions as they become vacant, reduce services purchased from the Department of Technology, and delay the replacement of computers and software and certain training, along with various other reductions. The recommended budget for health services includes a $1 million or 0.2% reduction in expenditures and the elimination of 4.6 FTE positions, vacant positions, or excuse me, not all vacant right now, but those reductions include a $326,000 reduction in funding for the 4 emergency medical service positions that are responsible for inspecting and regulating ambulance service due to the loss of vehicle code fine revenue. The recommended funding level will provide 3 months worth of funding for the positions so that they would not be eliminated right away, to give health services time to bring proposals to sustain the program to the board before the budget is adopted in September. The department is working on a proposal, and they will be bringing that to you between now and September. And if that is approved, then we would avoid eliminating those positions or any reductions in that program. Other reductions include the elimination of funding for 1.3 vacant positions in the Women, Infants, and Children program due to a loss of state revenue. Deleting 1 senior therapist position in the California Children's Services Program, deleting $98,000 in funding for the HIV STD prevention and surveillance program, so the outreach efforts there due to a loss of grant revenue, and deleting 1 communication disease investigator in the tuberculosis program and a physician in the clinic. The recommended budget for animal care and regulation includes a $588,000 or 4.9% reduction in expenditures and the elimination of 2 positions. The main reason for the recommended expenditure reduction is an $860,000 reduction in departmental revenue, due primarily to the loss of the $924,000 contract for providing animal care services to the city of Elk Grove. As you know, the city is opening its new shelter. Typically, we would not recommend backfilling a loss of revenue from a contract, but in this case, we recommended some backfill, focusing particularly on maintaining a live release rate in the area of 90%. And with that in mind, so there's a list of other reductions that are in the budget. I won't go through them now because, as you're aware, subsequent to the budget actually being prepared, we received word from the city of Elk Grove that they would be interested in a short-term contract extension due to delays in the opening of their shelter. And there's a memo that was provided to all of you that outlines the situation there. What it looks like is, we don't know exactly how long they would need. It looks like somewhere between 1 and 2 months, but the way the agreement would be structured, if it goes any part of 1 month, we get the full month's payment. So 2 months worth of revenue would add an additional $182,000, and we've recommended adding back certain programs that would otherwise have been have been, or parts of programs that would otherwise been eliminated that are laid out in this memo.
Mr. Natoli.
As Britt paused, I just want to let know, folks that are in the audience, that there's a copy of the memo in the back, and also the contract extensions coming to the board next Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you have copies for folks in the back, because I know there's a number of folks that I think have indicated some interest in speaking when appropriate later today as we get into public testimony. We'll still have an opportunity to talk about this. Obviously, I appreciate the late news, and the picture's improving, but there are still some things, obviously, that I think this member would like to talk about, but also others as well. But I think that's better news than when you had the recommended budget published a couple of weeks ago. So thanks for that work on that. But we'll hear from some folks on that. Could I just ask one other question? Going back to the in the children's services area, there was an elimination of one position in the WIC program, and if I recall correctly, and I was just looking through my notes here, I haven't found it yet, but that was a position that had about 75% match, that it was like $176,000 total, and that there was like $128,000 we were going to forego because we weren't going to put in a $44,000 match. So if someone could address, if I'm correct, I'm not sure that's the exact number there, but at some point in time today, without interrupting your presentation, Britt,
I think we'll get that for you.
Okay, I'd like to have some discussion about that, because that's one of those where we make a decision because we're making reductions, but the value of that versus what we get to help fund that program, and to know what exactly what that means to women and children and families. So,
Got it.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Britt, as it relates to the late breaking news with regards to Elk Grove and the request for 1 to 2 months of extended contract services in animal care, the staff has not made any determination, conclusion yet about how that would affect some of the concerns that have been expressed through multiple emails over the last 72 hours that I know every member of this board has been receiving. Is that something that's going to be addressed a little bit later?
So,
No, go ahead.
So we have not really been evaluating messages that have come in. What happened was, when we identified the additional money as being available, sat down with the department to identify what they believed would be the priorities for reduction, for restoration, and that's in the memo that you have before you.
I think if I could, Supervisor Hearn, that's a good point. What our recommendation to the board is on community outreach programs, including the Batmobile. The budget current was $80,000. We're requesting the board to restore $20,000. On the cats spay neuter program for cats and community spay neuter, it's $110,000. We are recommending putting $62,000 back in that budget.
How much? I'm sorry.
62.
Thank you.
And then there is the feral cats program. There's a reduction of $70,000, and we're asking the board to restore the $70,000. So that comes out to $182,000. That's what we believe 2 months' worth will be.
Thank you.
The recommended financing transfers and reimbursements budget would sound sort of innocuous, but that is where we transfer money from the general fund to other funds. Includes a $400,000 reduction in expenditures. This is a $400,000 reduction in the amount of general fund resources transferred to the roads fund for overlay projects. With this reduction, $1 million will still be transferred to the roads fund. So in conclusion, these are only some of the recommended program reductions, and you'll have read about all of them in more detail in the budget. You'll also have read that despite these reductions, we believe that the budget maintains the county's capacity.
If I could just jump in, there's one more item that I wanted you to spotlight, which is a $500,000 cut in Healthy Partners.
Yes.
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 There's two issues with that. One is late breaking news from the state budget on what the governor is proposing, and I have Bruce and Peter ready to address that on what we're going to do. And the other one is to explain $500,000 why that cuts there. So,
yeah, I can talk about that. So,
And just in a sentence, let the public know what Healthy Partners is.
Yeah, Healthy Partners is the program that provides health care to undocumented immigrants. And part of that is primary care and a part of that is specialty care. We have recommended including in the budget, basically we reduced the specialty care budget by $500,000, still leaves over $1 million for specialty care. This year, about the Health Services Department is estimating they will spend about $1 million less than they had budgeted. So by reducing it by $500,000, we're still leaving basically $500,000 more than they spent this year, and they think that should be sufficient for fiscal year 1920.
That's for specialty care, not
For
primary.
specialty care,
Okay.
just for specialty care, yes.
And the governor's budget?
Yeah, what's
So
the-
on that note, Supervisor, we've been looking for details on how that's going to roll out. And as you know, any kind of statewide initiative, that's really where you have to watch to see how the department rolls it out. However, I'll say this, that as Dr. Beanlison and I have looked at this proposal, it doesn't frankly look to have that big of an impact on what we do with Healthy Partners. What they've expanded Medi-Cal coverage up to the age of 25. Very initial estimate in our case is that would only be in the neighborhood of less than 100 people that might be affected in our program. Again, we have to see how they roll this out, what the full impact's going to be. But as it sits here today, and of course they're still talking about this in discussions at the state level as we speak, doesn't appear to have that big of an impact.
Okay.
And whatever impact we see, we'll come back in September if it has an impact and we need adjustments or conversation.
Great. Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, I just want to be clear here. So when we established the Healthy Partners Program, I think it was back in 2015, we started with an understanding that I believe there's about 43,000, 45,000 people, it's a rough estimate, in the county that we thought this program could help. But of course, because of resource constraints, we started initially with the program capped at 4,000 people, and it was also age capped at 64 years of age. We have since lifted the age cap, and I believe we've increased the number to 6,000 that we're serving.
No, 4,000 is the current cap.
4,000?
It was lower than that. I think it was like 3,000. We increased it to 4,000. Yeah.
So while we're debating what the state budget numbers or the state budget policy is on healthcare for undocumented folks, there still remains obviously a huge unmet need in terms of the total number of people that could benefit from the program. So if you have folks telling you that the $500,000 cut is somehow justified because there's not specialty care that's being taken advantage of, one could argue, I could argue all day long that the program is currently serving only a fraction of what it could or should be serving in the county, and taken as a whole, that $500,000 hypothetically could be used to actually serve more primary care to more people in the program. So I just want to make that point.
And Supervisor, if I may add to your point just briefly, you're right about how we've been building up the coverage of that program. So we're going to be tracking the use of that account over the course of the year. We may have to have more discussions with you about that depending on how it's used, but that certainly is a priority area for the department.
Thank you, Bruce. My understanding, there's been a waiting list since this program's been initiated.
Yeah, and there's also been an active effort on that this year to expand participation in the program.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're on health services, I had mentioned earlier about the WIC program, but you also addressed in your comments about the tuberculosis investigating position that's vacant, that's being eliminated. And there also was a reference to, and I know we had discussions of this in a couple different contexts before this board about, where this county and this at-risk population falls as it relates to sexually transmitted diseases. And we are very high in many categories, and we had received, I guess, some one-time funding to do some outreach and some work in that regard. And in my view, both tuberculosis, certainly, but with the STDs and, the rising rates and where it gets reported annually, we are that those are really frontline health issues. And what we're doing here, at least with the one reduction, is, again, adjusting the baseline that we've, again, have built back over the years, recognizing the growth in the number of cases with tuberculosis as well, and so I don't know if that's going to be covered by someone else, Britt, but I'd like to, again, have the opportunity to hear a little more about what that means in the context as we get into the presentation.
No, I think we can get Dr. Bielenson to talk about it.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, thanks.
You wanna-
Supervisor, thank you about the STDs. We have the one program that was coming from the state that was cut. But as you are all well aware, thanks to your efforts of a few months ago, we now have an STD clinic, which we did not have. That was left untouched, as were our communicable disease investigators on the STD side, and one on the TB side was empty. That we did cut. But we do have an STD clinic actively operating at our primary care center.
So from a standpoint of service reduction, the clinic remains open, the staffing for that remains in place. This is the outreach. I mean, obviously you got to let people know you exist, and I guess we do that through multiple media.
Well, as you know, from the primary care center, we've now implemented a lot of new services, including Sacramento Covered, helping people get navigated to the appropriate places for services. And we buffed up our number of providers at our primary care center in general who are seeing STD patients and referring them to our clinic. So actually we have, compared to this same time last year, we have significantly more resources going towards STDs.
And then with regards to TB, obviously that's been something that over the years, for years I've sat here, when we offered the clinic services, that always got offered up, or a lot of times got offered up, and we always maintained it because it's for the frontline public health. How many folks do we, with the elimination of the position, obviously it was funded, that goes away, so that's a new baseline to my point. Right. How many investigators do we retain? And I don't know if there's epidemiologists.
I believe we have 5 for the tuberculosis and additional ones for communicable disease. I'm not 100% sure, but I'll get back to you later.
Okay, if you could,
by the end of today.
And it might be helpful, again, this budget was pretty thorough, but in explaining a lot of things, but kind of where we are, what sort of, if it's too early to tell what the clinic, and then access to that, whether that's, I mean, do you have any
it would be too early to tell about our rates on STDs.
But with TB cases, we track those because, again, we know anyone can be exposed, and there's a whole investigative regime that goes behind that, and making sure people take their medications.
Directly observed therapy, correct.
So again, maybe just some information as to how many identified TB cases, what we're tracking, and what the caseload is for
I'll have that for you by noon.
Okay.
Oh, so on the WIC thing, since you have me, we have a decreased caseload, and that's why the state is giving us less money, and that's true across the counties.
And which is that?
WIC, Women, Infant, and Children.
Oh, with WIC, that's
yes,
why.
It's a decreased caseload, and it's coming from the state.
Okay, so the state was actually they were actually reducing their 126,000
to counties around the state, not just Sacramento County.
Oh, okay, so it's going across the state. So okay, so the state money was going away. Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bielenson. Britt, get your scythe back out.
Get your breath.
Can you lower that for
him? As I said, we believe the budget maintains the county's capacity to provide critical services to county residents while implementing strategic initiatives that address the board's priorities and expanding some services. In addition to the reductions that I mentioned, the recommended budget includes approximately $33 million in new or enhanced programs, what we refer to as growth. The general fund budget includes $24.3 million in growth funded with net county costs or realignment. Almost all of this represents what are essentially mandated expenditures, operating and capital investments in the jails in response to the lawsuit, costs associated with the Hardesty lawsuit against the county, and legislative mandated election costs. The remaining growth is funded by state, federal, or other dedicated revenue. Some of the more significant recommended growth includes the $21.7 million, including 68 new positions to make improvements in the county's jails that I've talked about. That includes $8.7 million in the sheriff's budget, $5 million in the correctional health services budget, and an $8 million transfer to the capital construction from the general fund financing transfers reimbursements budget. Among other things, this growth will fund the creation of 2 additional 20-bed intensive outpatient psychiatric units in the jails, including the first IOP for women inmates, additional physicians and other medical staff, and an additional 18 sheriff's records officers to continue the strategy of replacing deputies in control rooms so the deputies can be moved into the housing units, allowing more out-of-cell time for inmates. Let's see. Did I do this here right? Yeah. There's a $2.3 million in state and federal revenue to add 25 positions in child support services in a variety of areas to enhance the collection of child support payments. The child support services budget has been revenue constrained for many years. The governor's proposed state budget includes a significant increase in funding on an ongoing basis for child support programs in counties with the highest case-to-employee ratios, which include Sacramento County. Also, a $1.2 million use of Community Corrections Local Innovation Funds to add 7 positions in the probation department to establish a pretrial assessment and monitoring pilot program. The goal of the program is to identify detainees in the county jails who can be safely monitored in the community pending trial and to release them under conditions that will support their future appearance. This growth request also helps avoid layoffs in probation. We believe there is enough local innovation money available to support this program at this level for about 2 years. Our hope is that additional state money will become available by the end of this period, which it certainly will if SB 10 is upheld by the voters. That's the legislation currently subject to referendum that replaces cash bail with a system like our proposed pilot project. There are also various grant programs that are in the governor's budget that would also be available potentially to fund part of this program.
So Britt, let's also make the point that this program, as well as the potential grants coming down the road and other programs, very likely could, on the long term, decrease our obligations under the consent decree, financial obligations under the consent decree that we're entering into.
That's exactly right. I mean, one of the main things that would reduce what we have to spend in the jails is reducing the population of the jails significantly enough to be able to reassign existing staff versus adding new staff. And so anything we can do to safely release people into the community, the more we can potentially avoid having to spend what we would otherwise have to spend under the lawsuits.
Thank you.
And then there's a $3.5 million growth funded to add 29 positions in the airport department in a variety of areas to deal with the impact of increasing passenger and freight volume and address capital needs. As proposed, the budget continues funding for most priority programs and services that were initiated over the last 5 years with board approval. However, in some cases, the level of funding has been reduced. We've talked about some of those. Funding for one program has been eliminated. We've also mentioned that. Here's a brief update on the budget status of each of these initiatives. The board has approved several initiatives to address homelessness, such as providing rapid rehousing, providing the winter shelter program, improving family crisis response and shelters, preserving the Mather Community Campus, establishing a full-service rehousing shelter, and implementing a flexible, supportive rehousing program. The fiscal year 2019-20 recommended budget expands services in several areas using state and federal funding. The total budget for these initiatives is $20 million, a $7 million increase from the fiscal year 18-19 adopted budget level. There is a reduction of spending in one area, a $700,000 reduction in net county cost funding for rental subsidies. The remaining amount for this service is $2 million. For the current fiscal year, the contractor has been successful in placing families in federally funded housing slots, thus not needing the full amount. For fiscal year 19-20, additional state money, HEAP money, will allow shelter residents to potentially gain access to rental assistance through the flexible housing pool. As part of the enhancements this year, we will be increasing the number of shelter beds available by 40 from 75 to 115. The board has approved the parkways.
Excuse me, Britt, I'll jump in on that one. So, Mr. Gill, the $700,000 reduction, I mean, this is a very successful program. Are we going to continue to look at opportunities that may arise between now September and even after to backfill that and so that we don't impact the program negatively?
Yes, we are. We're going to continue monitoring what the governor's budget has in there, and our team's going to look at how to augment this money back in there.
Because we keep hearing that there's a whole bunch of money coming, and
Correct.
this may be an opportunity.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
As your board is well aware, you approved the Parkways and Unincorporated Communities Cleanup and Safety Initiative to reduce the incidence and mitigate the impact of illegal camping in the American River and Dry Creek Parkways and in the county's unincorporated communities. The fiscal year 1920 recommended budget includes continued funding for this initiative, but at a reduced level. We already talked about the reduction in deputies assigned to the hot teams. The recommended budget also eliminates funding for the animal control officer, its vacant position, added to address issues associated with illegal camping in the parkways. The recommended budget includes funding for the continuation of efforts to reduce fire danger in illegal camping, increase debris removal, and generally enhance the visitor experience in the American River Parkway and the county's regional parks. The fiscal year 1920 recommended budget includes continued funding for cleanup activities, but reduces the hours for visitor services team seasonal staff that provides increased visibility in the parkway. These are not people who do cleanup. These are people who are out there being seen and sort of keeping an eye on things. We reduced that by half, from 9,000 hours a year to 4,654 hours a year. The recommended budget includes funding for the implementation of community livability initiatives, such as the increased code enforcement activities that were approved over the last few years, and graffiti abatement activities, the enhanced 311 call program for residents to bring livability concerns to the county's attention, and the community prosecution unit in the district attorney's office. There are no reductions in the community prosecution unit or the 311 call program. The recommended budget includes continued funding for the intelligence-led policing model that was implemented a number of years ago by the Sheriff's Office. The recommended budget includes funding for the behavioral health services enhancements to provide appropriate services to persons with serious drug and alcohol problems, reduce reliance on hospital emergency rooms, and ensure that individuals experiencing a mental health crisis receive the best treatment possible in the most appropriate setting for their needs. The recommended budget includes funding for the implementation of the 3-year MHSA plan to expedite services for individuals with serious mental illness and/or co-occurring substance abuse disorders and are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless, including persons being served by the county's various homeless initiatives and the City of Sacramento's Whole Person Care Program. The Healthy Partners Program provides health care services to undocumented immigrants. We've already talked about that. Funding for the Healthy Partners Program continues at the same level in fiscal year 1920, except for the reduction to the specialty care. The amount budgeted for continued funding for specialty care is $1.76 million. The recommended budget includes funding for the continued implementation of a strategic plan to reduce disproportionate African American child deaths through community-based contracts and targeted staffing in child protective services, public health and probation. That's the Black Child Legacy Campaign. There's no changes or reductions to that program. The recommended budget includes funding for the implementation of the Title IV foster care waiver pilot program, providing child protective services and probation with federal funding and flexibility to reduce costs and improve outcomes for foster care youth over a 5-year period. For the most part, funding is continued at the same level for this program in the fiscal year 1920 recommended budget. I'll talk a little bit about that later in the presentation. There is one reduction, as I mentioned earlier, in probation, reduction of 6 positions, $1.2 million reduction in Title IV waiver revenue. The recommended budget includes funding for the implementation of a new adult supervision model in probation that has prioritized supervision and services for all high-risk probationers in the first 6 months of the year with a view to reducing offender recidivism. And the recommended budget includes funding for the implementation of initiatives that focus on improving animal care and maintaining the animal shelter's 90% live release rate. As mentioned, the recommended budget included reduction expenditures in a number of those areas, some of which we've now proposed to restore, but there are still some reductions in some of those programs. But given the funding level that is recommended, the department expects to be able to maintain a live release rate of 90%. I already mentioned the recommended budget reflects the termination of one of the board initiatives, and that's the Shot Spotter program. The recommended budget includes an operating contingency of $986,000, a $1 million reduction from the fiscal year 18-19 adopted level. This represents approximately 0.4% of the budgeted general fund expenditures. The general fund budget is balanced with $108.6 million in one-time resources, a slight increase over the amount of one-time resources used to balance the fiscal year 18-19 budget. This includes $422,000 in one-time discretionary revenue, $75 million in available fund balance carryover, a $5.7 million increase from the prior year. We always have some fund balance carryover, but the amount can change significantly from year to year. $75 million is the highest the general fund available fund balance carryover has been in over 10 years. The budget is also balanced by the cancellation of $12.4 million in general fund reserves, including, as I said, the $324,000 technology upgrade reserve, $3 million of the audit report payback future litigation settlement cost reserve, and $9 million of general reserves. With these cancellations, general reserves will stand at $12.1 million, and the audit report payback future litigation settlement cost reserve will stand at $2.1 million. There's also $20.7 million in fund balance carry forward in the realignment restricted funds that are used to help balance the budget. This reflects the cancellation of approximately $14 million in realignment fund reserves, primarily in social services and community corrections. With these cancellations, almost all realignment fund reserves will be eliminated. The recommended budget includes the repayment of $6.7 million of the $77.65 million in interfund transfers from other funds made to the general fund in fiscal years 2008-09 through 2010-11. This is consistent with the plan we presented to the board in fiscal year 2017-18 to repay the amount owed by fiscal year 2022-23. At the end of this fiscal year, the outstanding balance owed will be $26.75 million. With the repayment included in the fiscal year 19-20 budget, the balance owed at the end of fiscal year 2019-20 will stand at approximately $20 million.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes. Just on that, and thank you, Britt, and thanks, Nav, for pointing that out. I think it certainly goes to the recession of 10 years ago and interfund borrowing that we did in order to preserve programs and services at that point in time, decisions that were made as we were in a real downward spiral and avoided, some serious reductions and layoffs at least for a year and a half. While we did this, and I think this maintains a commitment that we borrowed it and we're paying it back. My question is that the $26.75 million that would be outstanding, is that owed to one fund? Is it still the workers' compensation?
It's owed to two funds. It's owed to the workers' compensation fund and the clerk recorder fee fund.
Okay, and is that evenly split, or what's
No, it's not evenly split. There's more, I'd have to check. There's more owed to one than the other.
It's more to the workers' comp and a little bit less to the clerk recorder.
Okay, and again, I think this maintains the commitment, and obviously as budgets tighten, and we know this board, set policy direction, not knowing that in 2019-20 we were going to be looking at some of the things we're looking at this very moment. I guess my question will go to that. Again, we've made good on this, but in the event that we only made a $6 million payment, obviously we still have outstanding amount that we owe to ourselves, and I don't think either one of those two particular funds is short. We want to maintain the commitment, obviously, for our credit rating and so forth. But how was it 6.7? Was that the set amount, or is that a proportion?
So this was an amount that was in the plan that we presented and that we've shared, for example, with the rating agencies.
Yeah.
I think this is seen, frankly, as a test of the county's, by them, as a test of the county's commitment to meeting its debt obligations. And I think our feeling is that to not pay this amount could significantly impact our bond rating, coming up at a time when we're likely to have to issue debt, whether it's for new jail issues or potentially related to the settlement of the Hardesty lawsuit. So I think this number, while it was basically whatever it took to pay it back in equal installments over 6 years, it is publicly known. It's known by the rated agencies, and we believe that it would be dangerous to not stick to that commitment.
There's two components to rating agencies, actually three, that they have given us feedback. One is the amount that we have in fund balance compared to everybody else. And There's a slide coming up, and I think Supervisor Sir and I asked last year for us to kind of canvass the whole state and not steal Britt's thunder, but we are one of the lowest on that.
Right, we saw, I saw the chart in the budget.
And that continues to be a bone of contention with them that we have, and we are dipping into our reserve for all the reasons we listed.
Right.
This is a piece that actually is more problematic for us to explain to them. And I think Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Peters will remember this when the $77.65 million was taken. There was a commitment made at that point that we'll pay it back in 3 years. And we never did. And
We
then
weren't
there's-
even out of recession in 3 years.
Understood.
No, I know.
But
Yeah.
that's what was, commitment was made, and that was relayed on to rating agencies. And you remember at that point when we were making that commitment, our bond rating was going down substantially, and we had $450 million in variable pension obligation bonds that we were only one downgrade from those being called on us. And it took a lot of effort for us to convince the rating agencies we're still in a recession, we have critical services, and when it started coming back, we were not putting the money back in at the level that they were expecting for those bonds not to get called. So in working with them, this is a number that they really are watching pretty closely on our rating side. And the reason I bring that up as a caution is two-pronged. One is we still have about $120 million in variable rate debt that if our ratings slide more, it could get called. I'm not saying it is, but it could. And the second one is just a concern that you've heard throughout this morning, is that when we go back to the bond market and have to borrow money, is how much interest rate are we going to pay? So this is one piece that they will look for.
If I could just quickly, but that isn't both those are internal funds. And are they required by law as it relates to the workers' compensation? I think it's like a trust fund that, again, for what we anticipate would be exposure.
Yeah, so we've looked at that on almost every other year. We look into that. We collected that for a reason. So we not only collected from general fund, we collected from state and federal money, we collected from enterprise funds, and that was based on what the experience was going to be on those funds. So the conclusion we've come is that there's a reason why we had them in there. Same thing went for smaller amount on the clerk recorder, but the workers' comp is the one that we owe bulk of this money back to.
And has our experience rating improved as it relates to that? Is there an actuarial that could be done that could adjust that so that the sum total amount years out would be different than what we anticipated back in 2009, 10 when we borrowed money?
Actually, it's made it a little bit worse, some of our claim. And our funding level is at a high teen, and it might be at 2021.
Yeah, right.
And it's pretty low. And our cash level is pretty low on that too. So we work with our actuarials to let them know that there is a payback. We'll pay it back in 4 or 5 years. I'm not suggesting that we're going to get to the spot where the actuarial wants us to be. We're not going to hit 60, 70%. It's just not going to happen. But that's where this money's going back to help with that experience, help with the cash flow on it.
Okay, thanks.
So every year we report to you on the status of our transient occupancy tax revenue. This year, the budget for 1920, the budget includes $6.8 million in TOT revenue, which is just slightly more than the amount in the fiscal year 18-19 adopted budget. The recommended use of funds is essentially unchanged from fiscal year 18-19, including funding for legacy organizations, which are like the Convention and Visitors Bureau, Center for Sacramento History, the $1 million community grant program that your board has approved, the board district funds, the support for the property and business improvement districts, support for economic development programs, and then general support for all county programs through the use of net county cost. So this is the chart that Mr. Gill was referring to. It's titled Large County Discretionary Reserves, and of course discretionary reserves are our savings account. They provide a hedge against economic downturns, unanticipated cost increases. They are critical if we ever need to issue debt, as Mr. Gill said. This table shows the discretionary or unrestricted fund balance as a percent of revenue for Sacramento County and the 11 counties we typically compare ourselves to at the end, as of the end of fiscal year 17-18, which is the last year that there were audits prepared, CAFRs prepared for all of the various counties. This represents the available fund balance, what we call the available fund balance carryover, and discretionary reserves. That is the portion of the fund balance that the board has control over. Of course, each county is unique in terms of fiscal situation. Some, like us, have large unincorporated populations. Some run county hospitals, and we all have different property tax bases. Nevertheless, there are some things we can conclude from this chart and from other information that we have available. The first is some good news. Although this isn't shown in this table, our unrestricted balance increased from $37.6 million at the end of fiscal year 2016-17 to $76.2 million at the end of fiscal year 2017-18. And that was noticed by the rating agencies and seen as a positive thing, particularly since, as you well know, prior to fiscal year 15-16, the balance had actually been negative since 2010. Our unrestricted balance as a percent of revenue increased from 1.6% at the end of fiscal year 2016-17 to 3.32% at the end of fiscal year 17-18. And then, unfortunately, some bad news. Our unrestricted balance is only 3.32% of revenue, which is significantly lower than all of our comparable counties, as you can see from this table. The next closest county to us is Riverside, with an unrestricted balance that is 9.07% of revenue, almost 3 times our level. With the exception of Riverside and Orange, which has an unrestricted balance of 13.4% of revenue, all of our comparable counties have unrestricted balances that are at least 20% of revenue. The average unrestricted balance among our comparable counties is 31.3% of revenue. Our unrestricted balance is also significantly lower than most experts suggest as a best practice. For example, the Government Finance Officers Association recommends that cities and counties maintain an unrestricted general fund balance of at least 2 months, or 16.6% of revenue. If our general fund unrestricted balance met that standard at the end of fiscal year 2017-18, that balance would have been $391.6 million rather than $76.2 million. And finally, of necessity, the fiscal year 1920 recommended budget proposes to cancel reserves and spend down the restricted balance. Mr. Gill mentioned the request that Supervisor Cerna made to look at beyond our group of 12 counties, at all of the counties in the state. There are 3 counties that don't actually post the CAFR. And so those aside, we have the lowest unrestricted balance of any county in the state, as a percent of revenue. Not obviously in absolute dollars, but as a percent.
Well, they can't accuse us of sitting on money, that's for certain.
Yeah, that is certainly true.
I don't think we'll be saying that to the rating agencies.
Yeah.
If they're watching, disregard that part.
Yeah, we just know how to have a budget and call it close. That's all.
The recommended budget is based on certain assumptions, some of which may not come to pass, and we know that in future years we will have to deal with cost and resource issues that could negatively impact our fiscal situation. Areas of concern include the potential expiration of the Title IV foster care waiver. That waiver is currently scheduled to end on September 30th, 2019, and absent action by Congress and the President, it will not be continued. Although there are efforts in Congress to extend the waiver for 2 years, there's been a bill introduced, for example, by Senators Feinstein and Rubio that it will extend it for 2 years. It is looking, unfortunately, increasingly unlikely that these efforts will be successful. There are also discussions in Washington and the state legislature about providing short-term assistance to states or counties participating in the waiver that would phase in the impact of revenue reductions resulting from the end of the waiver. At this point, it's unclear what the outcome will be from those discussions. When the county entered into the waiver, the board approved spending approximately $13 million of waiver revenue on new programs in child protective services and probation. These programs are focused on efforts to reduce foster care caseloads and keep foster care kids out of institutions. From the evidence available, it appears these efforts have been successful. The county's foster care caseloads and commitments to institutions have declined since the waiver began. In addition, because the county had been overmatching our Title 40 foster care revenue, maintenance of effort requirement, we were able to spend the remaining $16 million on existing waiver-eligible expenditures, thus freeing up net county cost and realignment, which have been reallocated to fund other programs and services, including funding for new and enhanced programs in a number of critical areas throughout the county. The county's fiscal year 1920 budget includes approximately $29 million in Title 40 foster care waiver revenue. If the waiver ends without any federal or state relief, the county will experience a $21 million revenue reduction in fiscal year 2019-20 and another $8 million reduction in fiscal year 2021. This will likely require further program reductions when the board considers the budget recommended for adoption in September or potentially in future years. The jail lawsuits have already been mentioned. As we talked about, in addition to the $21 million in this year's budget, we'll be looking at the need to make investments in future years. We talked about the Hardesty Schneider lawsuit. There's the $1 million in this year for a surety bond. The current judgment against the county is approximately $105 million. And depending on the outcome of this case, the county could have to pay up to this amount plus attorney's fees. We've only got $2 million in the litigation reserve, audit payback reserve. So any costs beyond that would likely have to be funded through over time, either directly paying over time if we're allowed to do that, or through issue some sort of bonds to allow us to pay it over time at a cost in the area of about $10 million, at least at $105 million, about $10 million a year, depending on what the amount was. It could be more or less than that.
Excuse me, Britt. Supervisor Frost.
Britt, on the Title 4E, is that are we gonna know in September? Will that go down in September?
So we don't know. We're still working on this. Bruce Wagstaff has been very active in these efforts, and he can maybe talk more about it, but I think the bottom line is we're not sure whether we will in fact know by September.
A couple of points on that, Supervisor. In terms of the congressional activity, there is a number of things underway, but I agree with Britt, you really can't say for sure that it's going to produce anything positive. However, what happens is that there's discussion on both sides of Congress about providing some form of relief, but as you know, they don't tend to actually get down and do something till very near the end of their session, which would be past our budget hearing discussions. However, I'm hoping that we'll have a better indication of whether or not we're going to be successful in that by then. We can see how the momentum's going. At the state level, there is discussion. We've met with Senator Pan's office to try to get some relief. That we should know certainly before your September budget hearings. For example, there's discussion underway about possible relief in a budget trailer bill that might be drafted over the next couple of weeks. So. Long answer, I'm sorry. On the congressional side, we probably won't know, but perhaps we'll know something on the state side.
So the point on the congressional side is the federal budget year starts October 1, and typically they negotiate all the way to that date. So I think our contingency plan is if we hear something, of course, in our September budget, we'll bring what we have, but otherwise there's a potential, depending on what happens, if we have reductions, they'll be back in session sometime right after Congress makes its decision.
There's a lot of important programs that kind of depend on that.
Absolutely. So. Yeah, this has implications not only financially, Supervisor, but certainly programmatically. Absolutely. That's why we're pushing so hard to try to get some extension here.
Thank you.
And I've already mentioned the one-time resources in the budget, which will, for the most part, not likely be replicated in fiscal year 2021 and beyond. So the bottom line on that is, given these factors, it's likely there will need to make program expenditure reductions in the coming years beyond what we proposed this year. Conclusion, the budget is balanced. There's $43 million in general fund program reductions in order to balance. The recommended budget includes limited, new, or enhanced programs, all either revenue supported or essentially required to meet mandates of one kind or another. And given the budget uncertainties, additional program reductions will likely be needed. Here's the recommended actions.
Supervisor Cerna?
I was going to say, before I And I'd like to note that Chief Deputy Sheriff Phil Brelge, who oversees field services, is here to respond to the question that was asked about the hot team reductions. If you'd like to hear from him now.
Sure.
I had a question on something.
Yeah, I had another question.
Okay, let's go through this, and then if that comes up and
Okay.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Serna
sure.
wants to, then we'll do it then.
So, thank you. So, what wasn't mentioned, I don't think, unless it was part of the brief mention of legacy programs, which I'm not sure it is. It came to my attention, and may have come to the attention of other board members in the last few weeks, of a cut to, I guess it's through CPS, to weave women escaping a violent environment. It's $150,000 for their children's program that's administered through their Safe House. And my understanding is that, because I saw the letter from Michelle KS, that the funding was not being recommended at the time. I've been in discussions with the county executive over the last 48 hours. I'd like him to respond to see if we've made any headway to restore that funding.
So we were going to address that when Michelle got in there, but we can, Bruce, you want to start now?
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, this has been an area we have been looking at very closely over the last several days. And as I think you probably know, and as you just mentioned, what the proposed reduction for WEAVE is in DCFAS's budget. This relates to the WEAVE Safe House, as you just mentioned. It's worth noting for the board that there is, because of the importance of WEAVE and domestic violence work that we do, the budget still contains a number of other funding sources for WEAVE.
This is a specific contract, right?
That's a specific contract, that's correct, but there are other contracts for WEAVE. For example, in DHA, they've got a contract for over $200,000.
And I appreciate that, Bruce,
Yeah.
but this is specific to that contract.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. And so there's been, but recognizing how much is still in the budget for WEAVE, we've had to take that into account. There has been some discussion in most recent days about the possibility of some bridge funding for WEAVE, because there was the indication, again, I haven't talked to Beth directly about this, but I had heard that there was the possibility of some fundraising. How about some bridge funding? We've discussed that and find that to be a workable discussion. The number that we've heard is $75,000 for that purpose. And that, to us, is a workable way to approach this. But in terms of the larger amount, I just wanted to point out to the board our recognition of the importance of WEAVE. And you'll find in the budget for different, albeit different reasons and different purposes, there's over $600,000 in the budget for WEAVE. And I can break that down.
I get that. I'm looking at it from the standpoint, quite frankly, of regardless of the other contracts we may have with WEAVE for the great work that they do across the entire county and through the region, that this is a particular service that is very unique. It's providing school services at the Safe House, so kids that are suffering crisis in the course of a domestic violence incident where their mother is seeking refuge has uninterrupted access to their education resources. It's providing counseling. You can imagine that kids that have to go through something like that are experiencing a significant amount of trauma. Preview of coming attractions, while I appreciate the fact that staff has talked about bridge funding, I think from the standpoint of the import of this program and what it does, it's $150,000. We're talking about a $4.4 billion all funds budget. We're talking about a general fund that's measured in the billions. So to me, I think this is an important enough service that regardless of all the other contracts, for all the other great work they're doing, this is one that I want to see fully restored.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, certainly interested to hear from the sheriff in a moment, but I wanted to ask Britt, kind of back to, it was embedded in a lot of the presentation. And by the way, thank you, Britt. I know that was a lot of preparation to put together for this morning. In the correctional health services, obviously the supplemental and all the information you provided this morning, I think it's important to point out, I want to make sure it's very clearly understood that for this year, with the additional recommended amounts, that we're looking at about $53,700,000 dollars, of which the net county cost is about $47 million. Is that correct? And the net county
That seems
cost,
right. I would have to confirm that, but that sounds right.
That sounds about right.
and if so, of the net county cost, how much of that is general fund, and then the other is realignment, so it has flexibility for other health services, but it's being dedicated to the correctional health. So can you tell me what the breakdown is there, roughly? The split between general fund and realignment, or if there's
The net county cost is all general fund. Realignment would be separate from that.
Okay, so all the net county costs in correctional health for the jail population is entirely general fund.
Net county cost is all general. It's all discretionary resources. Yes,
Okay.
That's what it is.
And I guess there was I would just point out a note in the budget material, so it's out there. But I think it goes to this task force that's going to look at how you can reduce incarcerations and working with the both certainly with the courts, but also with obviously the sheriff and our DA and public defender and others that are involved. But when it comes to correctional health, there's a footnote, a bullet point in here, and I'm going to read it because I think it goes to the necessity to take a look at that. Certainly the criminal behavior by which they end up being sentenced in some cases now, because we're now we talk about county jails, but we're now a prison. That you point out here on page I-66 that pharmaceutical drugs expenditures went up due to increasing drug prices. The annual cost of drugs to treat an patient with rare hemophilia disease is $1.3 million. $1.3 million a year for one inmate. The inmate has no anticipated release date. And when we're talking about, and I contrast that because when we talk about, whether it's $500,000 for Healthy Partners, or it's $300,000 for this health program, or for for public health services, that's a lot of money. Again, that person is our care and custody. I get it, but I think it speaks to the broader issue here that one, what power we have to contain costs, certainly to provide for humane treatment that provides the medical services behind that. And then in that same bullet point here in the budget says the cost of psychotropic drugs is expected to increase by 15% during fiscal year, well, it says 18-19, so I assume that's supposed to be 19-20. I don't know. It says 18-19. Maybe that's what chewing up. But again, that's one example. And so that money, the $47 million, would be available to the remaining portion of folks who aren't incarcerated in this county, whatever their age, whatever their walk in life, would be available for services. And so we are dedicating, in addition to the incarceration costs and anything else, $1.3 million. That is the type of situation, again, I have no idea, this is not personalizing, but it talks about an inmate. That is the situation that I think that, certainly us on this side, but the courts, the sheriff, and whoever else is involved needs to take a look at, because all it takes is a few of those, and anybody can do the math. And and that may be the extreme example, so I'm not trying to be exaggerative here at all. I'm just reading from this document, and I think it points out to the cost. No matter what we do to contain costs, we only have so much control over that. And in fact, in some cases, have very little control over that. And that's the contrast, that is the backdrop for me when I ask questions today, and my considerations for what we do, recognizing obviously this is a very serious matter. But the seriousness is certainly embedded in what it means to the ability for us to deliver programs and services to meet all those obligations we've talked about, and you've done a tremendous job in outlining that. But again, I don't know about that case, but I assume there are others that may not be as extreme. But nonetheless, those are significant costs. And, we're talking about 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s, human beings who obviously are in our care and custody. But when I think about the 10s and the 20s and the tens of thousands of folks who go without services, that for me is a balance as an elected representative in this county. And so I put that out there because as I've thought about this year's budget and all the presentation you've made here today, that is really deeply embedded in my mind that, that those costs that are borne solely by the people of this county. This isn't the state coming in to help us. This isn't the federal government subventions as we talk about these silos. These are county taxpayer dollars that can be used for any number of ways, and people might argue this is the highest priority for the use of those funds. But I believe healthcare for people, whatever their walk in life, whatever their age, and whether they be a senior, they be a child, they be someone who has a disability, has a health challenge, those are critical issues. And because we direct so much money to that source, it takes away. We have roughly 4,000 people, not a static population, that are incarcerated in our jails, prisons, and the costs are just, as compared against what we're able then to do for the general population, it's really out of scale. And I say that because I know what direction we're going in here, and that's that's the direction I'm going. But this, to me, is a case. I don't know, Britt, if there's been any conversation. I guess beyond making a statement, how do we get a focus on these situations, recognizing that the people are sentenced there, so that's a matter of the judicial system and due process. But when we, the county taxpayers, are bearing those kind of costs, what's done? I mean, because, is there any relief? There's no relief because, again, they're solely ours. So I guess I'm curious.
So what I would say is there are really two different components to this.
Okay.
The first is sort of how do we operate the services that we provide in the jail, recognizing that once someone is in the jail, they are entitled, as we found through this lawsuit process, to certain standards of care, whether it's out of cell time or mental health services or medical services. So there's no avoiding that obligation once they're in the jail. There are obviously different ways to operate jails. There's ways to operate them more efficiently, less efficiently, and that's an issue that we are continuing to look at, working with the Department of Health Services in the case of Correctional Health Services to look at ways to provide services as efficiently as possible. The other aspect of it is essentially how many and who is in the jail. And as you rightly point out, that is not entirely within our control. There are certain things that we can, and we've been trying to do, working with the sheriff, working with the district attorney, working with the courts, working with the public defender, to find ways, both pretrial, for example, the pilot program that probation has put together, and looking at potential alternatives to incarceration on the sentence side to try and impact the overall population of the jail, which does drive, obviously, what the costs are. But we're dealing with a situation where I think it's fair to say, partly because of realignment and partly just because of national trends with regard to not just in California, but throughout the country, about people with mental health issues in jails, with deinstitutionalization. Jails have become, in some ways, de facto mental health institutions. There's a whole variety of issues that are going on there that we are sort of forced to deal with. Again, we are looking at ways to do things more efficiently. There's a serious effort underway to do that, and we are trying to look at ways to find alternatives to incarceration. But neither of those are necessarily easy or simple. But absent that, once someone is in our custody, we have a constitutional obligation to provide them a certain level of care and service, and it's an entitlement just like any of the other entitlements, essentially, programs we provide. So I think we are working along both those routes. You won't get any argument from us that it's expensive to operate a jail. It is very expensive to operate a jail. It's certainly one of the most expensive things counties do. It's one of the core functions of counties, but it's one of the most expensive things we do, and we are looking to address both of those issues.
I would just say but unlike most entitlements, not all, but most, there are federal or state, either some subventions or some spread of the costs. Either people of the United States of America or the people of the state of California, share in that burden as a part of the societal obligation. Here, this county and other counties, we're not the exception by any means, bear that cost solely. And when you look at healthcare costs, and certainly the direction this nation has gone, and in the state, part of the conversation needs to be, how do you put it on local taxpayers and residents to bear all the costs for the incarcerated population? They're not the ones that did anything wrong. They're not in jail. And so why is it that we have to bear that? And I think legislatively, I've said this in years past, that we need to join with others, and it may be just, barking in the wind, but I think that we need to press the point that, we take the obligation seriously. We're going to do what we need to do to meet the constitutional framework for health care. But that to continue to put that on the backs of the local taxpayers versus spreading, statewide, and the state did this when they made us a prison. I mean, we always had responsibility when folks were jailed, but they weren't there for 5, 10, 15 years. And they weren't, and as people age in place and they come in with health issues, it's our responsibility to take care of them. But the picture has changed, and I think we need to advocate as a leading county in a county that's in the front yard of the state capitol to take that message to the legislature and to the governor of the state of California and say, this is a burden that is draining the ability for us to provide for services for the entirety of our population. And it's a contrast. And I guess I would just say, maybe we've already said that. Maybe we do it through our County Executive Association, through CSAC and other organizations. But I think that we need to join with others and say, you need to help share in this, because you change the sentencing regime. We abide by the law, and folks are sentenced under the courts in due process. Again, I say that because that is the backdrop by which we are considering this budget, and in future years will continue to be, I think, the backdrop. And I think we need to do everything we can within our power to advocate for changes that would at least help share that burden.
So Supervisor Natoli, point well taken. That is an advocacy we have taken and will continue to. We are working with other counties that are in a similar situation. We're not unique.
Right. As
you know, there's 15 other counties that are facing this, and I think it's going to continue with the other counties too. The previous administration had a very different take on what responsibilities the county should have. We're going to work with the current administration to see if there's a relief that can come in. But as you pointed out, we are getting prisoners that were not county prisoners. So the whole nature has changed, and the rules that we operate our jail are changing on us. And that's the work that we're doing. But your frustration, we feel it too, and the other counties feel it too. And it is a lot of money we're spending on a population that we didn't have a couple years ago. So that is a change, but we will continue to advocate and continue to push this issue.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just one other thing to that point now, and I know we've talked about this in the past, and it wouldn't apply to all the folks within there, but certainly to a segment of them. Even the extension of Medi-Cal would, where there'd be some shared responsibility. That would, and again, how that would work, I don't know, but something to that effect, where there's some sharing. But right now, as soon as they cross the threshold, forever how long they're there, we bear all the costs. So I just think there may be some other ways to draw the equation.
Yeah, we will continue to lobby on that.
What I will say is that one of the changes that came about with the Affordable Care Act and the extension of Medicaid is that although it is still not legal to spend federal Medicaid dollars in correctional institutions, when we take people out of those institutions into hospitals and they stay for more than a day, they become Medicaid eligible. And so we have actually, despite what you see as the increase in costs compared to what that increase would have been, we have taken advantage of that and actually have seen significant savings in what our costs would have been using that mechanism when we do take them out. Now, obviously, there's other costs. You have to have staff take them and all sorts of things. But that has actually been one positive thing in all of this that we've been able to utilize.
Well, then on that note, to have any information you might be able to share with us, what offset there's been, that would be important. That's part of the, if you're going to be factual, if I'm going to be factual about the message, then I would like to know that.
No, I think we'll work with you and with the whole board if we have other information on it. We could do that.
As Supervisor Natoli, I'll also let you know that in the last 24 hours we have been made aware that the governor's office is interested in touring our jail. I think that's extremely important so that they see up close and personal what some of the decisions that have been made in the past at the state level, what they mean to locals. So, there is some outreach that's coming from the other side as well.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Supervisor Frost.
So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Brelge to, sorry.
No, Supervisor Frost.
I'm sorry.
I do have some questions for the chief, but I had some other comments as well. I wanted to comment regarding weave. I felt the same concerns as Supervisor Cerna in that, they had not a lot of notice, and it is an important program, and if there were solutions with bridge funding that would help them kind of get through this, I would support that. I wanted to ask a couple questions regarding HOT and the probation pre-trial assessment. I'll start with probation. I think that's exciting. My question is, does this project with the pretrial assessment involve DA and the judges and multiple departments? And will there be some data? Will we be able to retrieve data from these pilots, the pilot program, that will help us understand how these people, whether or not they show up for trial, I guess is the bottom line in my mind.
We will, and I'll let Chief Seal address that.
Hi, Chief. And then the other question I have relates to, is this just for low income, or is this based on people that are just within a certain qualification that qualify to be in this program?
Good morning, Lee Seal, Chief Probation Officer. Pleasure to be here. If I recall your questions in order, let me.
Sorry.
I'm pleased to be talking about it. I think it is an exciting project. To answer your first question, yes, we are in close consultation with the District Attorney's Office, the Public Defender's Office, obviously the courts, and other system partners as we go forward with this project. It's been in the works, some level of planning for some time now, because we were anticipating the implementation of Senate Bill 10. As you may recall, when I reported last on this subject, that of course is, as Mr. Ferguson reported, is currently on hold pending before the voters in November 2020. But in the meantime, that doesn't stop us from still moving forward with our own pretrial project, which is what we're excited to do if the board supports it. As a number of counties such as San Joaquin and others throughout the state have done. So that's what we're proposing to do. I will add also that doing so puts us in a very strong competitive position to apply for state funding that we believe there's a $75 million that by all intents and purposes appears that it's going to be approved in the state budget. We'll know, of course, for sure in a matter of days, hopefully. But there's bipartisan support, and the governor supports it. In fact, the judiciary supports it. Those are going to be in the form of competitive grants. And in anticipation of those grants, the Judicial Council has already proffered some guidelines for the competitive process, and one of the things that they're really looking for is shovel readiness. So by getting kind of a jump start in the way we hope to do, we put ourselves in a very competitive position to draw down that state funding. To your question about data, yes, we will be collecting and reporting data as part of this project.
And so anyone can potentially qualify. It's not based on an income, just income. It's an overall assessment that you do.
Right. What we look at is risk. There are two things that we focus on when we look at pretrial decisions. One is their risk of not coming back to court. We want to make sure and do everything we can to ensure that they will come back to court and help them to come back to court and make those court appearances. On the negative side, if someone shows a history of what we call failure to appear, that could be a factor in us not recommending their release, that they would stay in jail pending that court date. So that would be one factor. The other factor, of course, is dangerousness to the community. If someone poses such an unreasonable risk of danger, we don't want to have that person out on the streets. There's many people, regardless of income, that could be suitable for release, and those are the people that we're going to look to target as part of this project.
Will they wear an ankle bracelet, or does probation follow up with them, or is it just
We will be following up with them. As to the first point, part of what we can do is to remind them of their obligations, a simple telephone call, electronic notifications at one end of the spectrum, all the way to potential home visits by probation officers to knock on their door, to check in with people for the highest risk of that population. And everything in between, I do believe that our budget includes some funding for GPS. We don't anticipate putting GPS on everybody or even the majority of people, but we do believe that that's a useful tool when appropriate.
Case by case,
Yeah.
okay. Wow, congratulations. I'm hopeful that maybe there will be success with it and we can find a way to relieve our population in the jails.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
And I also wanted to ask the sheriff regarding HOT, are there specific areas, good morning.
Good morning.
Are there specific, everybody loves HOT in my district. They have done an amazing job and they've responded so well. And I even have, I have people actually calling me saying, please don't let HOT go. And so I'm happy that maybe POP can backfill, some of those activities if there's a kind of a dip in services. But what I'm curious about, is there an area where the HOT team, is it from the parks that the HOT team is going to be eliminated, or what will be the geographic assignment for HOT? Will they still be in all areas of the county and in the parks, and then POP will backfill? How's that going to work?
So currently what we have is we have 2 teams of 4, one deployed what we call north of the river and the other south of the river. So there's a total of 8 HOT officers working 7 days a week. With this reduction, we'll be going down to 2 teams of 2. We'll be combining them into a single team of 4, and they'll be working countywide and only 4 days a week rather than 7-day-a-week coverage.
Do you feel like there will be a dip in coverage or services associated with that? And what can we tell our constituents who love HOT? How can we?
Well, obviously, the continuity we have with the 7-day-a-week coverage is probably going to be the biggest loss that we have, because we have the continuity of teams passing on that information and doing a 7-day-a-week operation. When we have the 4-day-a-week operation go to the work week, it's going to suffer. And we looked at potentially, and I say that this is kind of the plan now. There's always room to look at intelligence-led policing and maybe distribute it better. But as we look at it right now, that's where we're headed, is for the 4-day-a-week coverage, because the 2 teams of 2 are really not enough to handle the workload, 7-day-a-week coverage. So we have to collapse them down to 4-day-a-week.
So on crime situations like in the Parkway, rangers and other deputies will fill in?
Correct. We expect to see a pretty big increase back into our calls for service for our normal 911 type operations, especially on those days off where patrol and the various other functions that have now been relieved of some of those calls are now going to be incurring those calls again.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did have a question follow on. Thanks for coming over, Phil. So just understanding that, because I think, again, that was part of the very lengthy discussion we had about how we could deploy. We'll obviously get the coverage, on 7 days a week, and certainly make sure that it was viable for other areas of the county, recognizing that, you may have a focus on a given neighborhood or on the Parkway or calls in the north or south area of the county. In the discussions, obviously the teams are constructed with a sergeant and 5 officers. Was there any conversation, or is there any other model that would, it might still be a reduction, but still leave in place some additional officers to get that coverage, or is the maximum you can have is 5 and then 1 sergeant, or is there some other way to deploy with the supervision that's important in deployment that we could look at for our consideration that, might be something in between, but actually maximize, recognizing the budget constraint to get more coverage. Because the realities are that when your officers are called upon, you're that, having a dedicated team, and I think the effectiveness of it, because again, I've shared with you and with the sheriff and certainly with colleagues in this setting even that, that we are seeing, I think a significant positive impact in that, coupled with not just with the sheriff, but with the social workers and others who accompany them oftentimes in the community, that's it is making a difference. And I think people are seeing certainly the responsiveness that comes with having the dedicated resources and personnel. So I guess my question to you is that is there, beyond the model we adopted with the teams of 5 in the supervision, is there some way we could retain 2 additional officer positions and still have the supervision that would be necessary and get either more days of the week or the ability to respond? Because we're already kind of thin, I think, at times, and so that's my question.
I mean, it's possible an additional 2 persons underneath the sergeant would work fine. There wouldn't be a supervision
so you could actually
problem.
have a little bigger complement under it.
Wouldn't be a supervision problem there. It's just then developing some type of work schedule that might work out for a 7-day-a-week coverage. So.
Or 6.
Or 6.
And then having the ability to, because what I see, again, I appreciate the creativity, is that what the problem-oriented policing is that, they're dealing with nuisance activities, with other criminal activity, and, they can supplement from time to time, but if we begin to pull them off, then, the net effect is you have obviously less coverage and you're trying to spread it in a way that still maintains that effectiveness to the degree that you can. So if there were additional funded positions, then that's workable from the standpoint of deployment of folks. And
it is something that we, when we cut this, when we say we cut 5 hot team deputies, keep in mind that 8 of those are in the field, 2 of those are assigned to our work release, which runs our inmate crews to come out and collect trash and camp cleanups and stuff like that. So one of those got cut, so now we have that one person handling the 4 days a week with our team of 4. So if we expand that, we're still short that individual to assist with camp cleanups and picking up garbage. And that
so
type
what
of
if you
thing.
had 3 positions? That give you, would you put the one back with, so you'd have the 2? Again, I'm just, I know this is,
it's possible. It's possible, yeah.
It'd give you 2 to the teams in the field and
then
allow you
expand it
to
maybe not to 7 days, but 5 days or 6 days or something like that. Something we could surely look at.
I would just say I think that that's allowed us to keep up with some of the issues out there. Certainly, not just the trash removal, but being constant. And again, I'll just speak for the neighborhoods I represent. I know it's made a big difference, and you've been responsive. And you've gone even to the far South County, where the homelessness doesn't know any boundaries as it relates to, and then some of the activities that come with that. I think have worked with bringing resources there, not just the sheriff's resources, but to complement other folks that go along with you. So, okay, thanks.
Supervisor Peters.
So I guess
Good morning.
good morning, Phil. Repeat how much the community likes their hot teams and the pop team, and what a good job they do, not only in helping the homeless get services and making sure the trash that comes out of that activity is picked up, but also they're a very good representative for your agency.
Thank you.
So I had a couple of questions. The homeless outreach team has a special email address, so where residents can send their comments or questions, ask for help. Will the POP team who's filling in be picking up those messages? Have you gotten to that level of detail yet?
At this point, we haven't discussed down to that particular thing. If I was to answer that question to you right now, my answer would be no. They would, because the duties would start expanding, and then POP would be pulled from their POP duties of answering their POP emails, likewise of hot emails. So it's something, again, that we could explore, but as I stand here right now, my answer, if I were to say it, would be no. They would be dedicated back to what they're truly doing.
I think you should consider it. Then the other is just trying to understand the number of people that are in the hot department, if you will, because I had a document thought there were 12, and does that include, what is that, is that correct, and what is that, how do the jobs lay out?
The
from
true
that?
hot team consists of 10 officers total with a sergeant. We had two.
So that's 11?
Yes, total
Okay.
for 11 with 10 officers and 1 supervisor. So it's 11.
Okay.
And 8 of those hot deputies are in the field. 2 are assigned to work release, and then the supervisor oversees the entire group.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so now where we're at is, if that's the end of this part of the presentation, okay. We do have 2 more presentations specific to, we're going to hear from the Department of Human Assistance, and we're also going to hear from the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. At that time, I will take the cards that have been turned in as those presentations come, and we will have the public comment following each presentation. I do have a few cards that are titled General Budget. If those people who turned in those cards are going to address something that is specifically the Department of Human Assistance or the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services, I ask that you wait until after that presentation. So right now, I will take public comment on those cards, which were General Budget, and the first is David Ramirez.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is David Ramirez. I'm a representative of Sacramento ACT and Building Healthy Communities. And I also sit as a member of the Healthy Partners Advisory Board. And I want to say that one of the best things I think that the board has done in recent years has been to establish the Healthy Partners program. I have thanked you for that in past years when I come before you, and I thank you again now. The staff has done an extraordinary job providing primary care services to undocumented Sacramentans who have no other access to affordable health care. Lives have been saved, literally, and working people are able to provide for their families as the health needs have been met successfully. There are issues, though. The board allocated over $2 million for specialty care. This money has largely been returned each year because that specialty care was never provided. Healthy Partners was not equipped to provide specialty care. The care is needed but not provided. Most of the limited specialty care provided through Healthy Partners was in fact provided on a voluntary basis by local physicians and others through the Spirit program. Healthy Partners has now developed the infrastructure to provide the needed care. The care is needed. And the other area of concern is outreach. If you've seen in your annual report each year, there is a listing of what is the source of new patients, and the largest source of new patients is always referral by friends and family members. And the other significant source of new patients is community organizations such as Sacramento Covered and La Familia. So again, this is something that Healthy Partners in recent times has taken steps to do in cooperation with, again, community partners to, in a serious way, go out with an outreach program and find people to participate in this program. There are very many who have not been able to take advantage because they don't know about it. The county's not telling them about it. So please, full funding is needed to address the community needs fully. Do not approve this 20% cut in the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Gerald Gibbons, followed by Diana Campos.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for letting me speak today. Prompted by an uptick in crime in the Arden Arcade area and the often heard comment that there are not enough resources for the Sheriff's Department to adequately patrol that large area, I respectfully request an increase in budget allocation to the Sheriff's Department. On a related note, an effective approach to addressing the homeless/drug problem is depicted in the documentary Seattle is Dying. It's about enforcement and intervention. Sacramento is dying. The Arden Arcade area is dying. I believe you and we as a community have an opportunity to turn that around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Diana Campos, and I'm an organizer with Sacramento ACT. As someone who has lived her whole life in Sacramento, North Natomas, and as an undocumented American, we continue to fight to become a county that values our families. Our families are hardworking, tax-paying residents of Sacramento. We've been forced to return to a life in the shadows, uncertain of this nation's future. Healthy Partners allows our families to feel safe and stay healthy, knowing that at least there is a basic health program that is available to us. Cutting funding is not only an assault on our community, but proves that our priorities do not align. I had a leader here earlier who had to leave to go to work. She is undocumented and will have to live the rest of her life with a brain tumor. Because of programs like Healthy Partners, she now has access to medication that will allow her to work and to sustain her family. The medication without the program would cost her over $200. That's money that our community does not have to spare. Healthy Partners saves lives. It's saving hers. I urge you to not cut any funding to Healthy Partners.
Thank you. Robert Ives. Tara Kolvenbach. Yes, I know, but we're not hearing animals specifically later, so this is a general budget question.
Okay, so you're taking animal stuff up now? Is that, oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Just for public comment.
Oh, for public comment, but but I mean, so if people
Unless
want
they want to wait through lunch, I don't see the purpose.
Well, I didn't know. I think people were waiting to see. I thought we were going to take all the presentations first, and so you're taking animal.
No, I said that we're going to, all right, let me rephrase.
Well, no, I heard you say it.
We're going to hear those two specific departments, and after which we're going to hear comments from each one. This is for everything that's kind of a catch-all that's not in those two departments.
Okay, and I didn't know that when you said general budget is comments about our budget in general, but you're talking about budget units of folks that want to be here on animal care.
Everything other than human assistance and child, family, and adult services.
Okay, all right, I didn't know that. Okay.
Good morning, Chair and all board members. Thank you for having me. I'm Tara Kolvenbach. I'm with the Whisker Warriors Animal Defense Fund. I'm the executive director, and I really appreciate that you've, for animal services, you've restored some of the funding, so I appreciate that. I also appreciate you gave me some of the grant money in the TOT grant, and that was wonderful. A lot of people in the county have taken advantage of that. So I think Sacramento County is truly moving forward in great directions for reducing animal overpopulation. But please don't take away any of the funding, because all of these people are volunteers. Some of them are here today. And the trap, neuter, and return and the homeless cat community in our communities, they really need this funding. If we stop our progress, all our work will be for nothing. Cats are prolific breeders. 2 cats that are unaltered will result in thousands of cats in a few years. We're just treading water. So I'm just looking forward. My team, the Whisker Warriors, we're dedicated to reducing animal overpopulation through free spay-neuter programs. We want everyone to spay and neuter their animals. We trap homeless cats and get them altered. We're all volunteers, and free spay-neuter for homeless cats is just vital for our community. Without grant funding such as TOT grants and progressive cities like Rancho Cordova that give us grants, and the funding you provide through the free Sunday clinics, we couldn't help so many animals. We have not turned the corner yet. We have so much work to do to get the homeless cat population under control. Do not cut our funding until we can get there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, and then just one other thing. I'm in full support of the HOT program, and I don't think you should cut that at all.
Thank you very much.
I agree with
Don, it's general
Okay.
budget questions. Thank you very much. Linda Olander.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for all the information. This is the first time I've attended one of these meetings, so it's been very informative. I am a volunteer foster with Itsy Bitsy Rescue. We are a very small organization. We have about 30 fosters that take in kittens. I personally, so far this kitten season, which began in March, I think I have 12 in-house right now, bottle babies that started out 0 to 5 weeks and took in a half a dozen puppies. They would have nowhere to go and would have been put down. They are all now going to be spayed and neutered and put into new homes. We need the funding to continue for Bradshaw to be able to go and help them pull those babies out of their facility and put them into fosters, to be able to raise them to be loving social animals, to be able to stay into forever homes. Without that funding, we can't do it. So I'm asking that you really consider what's happening with the fosters, with the thousands of animals, literally thousands of animals that are in foster homes right now, volunteer homes. These are homes that are not costing the county anything, but we do need the funding for Bradshaw and for SPCA to be able to continue the spay and neuter programs to reduce the overpopulation that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Weaver.
I'm Rebecca Weaver. I am the volunteer coordinator and community outreach volunteer for Itsy Bitsy Rescue. I personally have 14 kittens in my home right now that are in foster. Over the past 7 years, we have worked tirelessly with Bradshaw Shelter and the other shelters to save lives that are under 5.5 weeks old. They come to us, we nurture them, we care for them, we also put them into loving families. I also am working with several different of the feral colony trappers. Last night at our board meeting, one of them was there, who's also on our board, and she has worked with the community in Fair Oaks. They were at a 0 population after 4 years. That meaning that no more animals were being born in that population. Unfortunately, due to an uneducated public, there are new babies. Those babies will be spayed and neutered, released back into the community. This is where Bradshaw and the other shelter support is necessary. We ask you, please do not defund any of these programs or cut the funding. We cannot handle more. We are at 140 plus at a 75 capacity rescue. We are very small. We are not one of the large rescues. I would hate to see what would happen with a large rescue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ken Altine?
Thank you. I'm Ken Altine. I'm the CEO of the Sacramento SPCA. I appreciate this chance to talk. I'll start by appreciating the partial reinstatement of the funding for the spay-neuter programs. But if I understand right, this crisis is not going away after this year, this financial crisis, the lawsuits. So I worry that I'm going to be back here in 12 months to have this exact same conversation to fight for an even smaller portion of this. So we worked with partners, the SPCA, Whisker Warriors, Itsy Bitsy, Coalition for Community Cats, Rob Leonard, Dave Dickinson. We met for weeks. We worked to develop a program that not only was effective to address the community cats, but also was sustainable, with the bulk of that funding coming from sources not the county, coming from my donors, coming from individuals, coming from Whisker Warriors. So we put this together, and we put together this program, And then I guess I'm as much concerned about the process that threatened these programs without any consideration or any communication or any conversation or any problem solving to address the issue, that this was just a decision that was made, and now we're here fighting to get part of it back or all of it back. So I really want to help you understand that you can't just put a pause on this program. You can't just say, oh, we won't do as many this year, or we'll stop it for this year and pick it up next year. The cats don't take a break. The cats we miss by reducing these funds will have more cats, who will have more cats, who will have more cats. And these aren't the cats that you see in your neighborhood that are shiny coats. These are cats who have to fight for their existence. They have to face disease. They spread that disease to your constituents' domestic cats. This is a problem that will cost you more in the long run. So even a $50,000 savings will cost you hundreds of thousands in 311 calls, in constituent complaints, in ACO calls, and in putting these animals into the overcrowded shelter, which then threatens the live release rate, which was the stated goal from animal control, is the one thing they did not want to impact. This decision to cut even $50,000 will have the exact opposite impact on your goal of your live release rate. Let's work together on this. Let's do this together as we've been doing it for the past several years, and we will continue to address the problem, but you have to be in it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Ken, if I could, didn't want to diminish your applause there. And certainly as the speakers that have preceded you, obviously the value and worth of the program and what it means to, I think, both those that would potentially enter the shelter in the future, but I think just to the general health and welfare of our community, as you've said, I don't think can be overstated. The amount of money that you get under contract working with the county and other partners in this, and I heard you correct, the SPCA then supplements. I mean, you come together with either your own dedicated staff or can you just maybe share what it means, at least on the SPCA side, as you know, of what you bring to the table to complement the dollars that are part of this contract?
Absolutely. We worked on a program. Rob, Dave, we did that, 2.5 years ago. We sat and week after week, we really hammered this out to say, what would it take to have the community cat program that we run at the SPCA every Sunday at no cost to residents? And we came up with the $65,000. So of that $110,000 on that top line, $65,000 of it goes to the Sacramento SPCA for this program.
Okay.
Our hard cost just for the 2 vets and the staff is well over $70,000 just for the SPCA staff, not counting any of the supplies, any of the utilities, the oxygen, the anesthesia, things like that. So then we reached out to partners like the Coalition for Community Cats, who said that we will sponsor the first Sunday. So we'll give you an additional $1,500 for the first Sunday of every month to sponsor it. The county will use the $65,000 to sponsor the second and the third. And then we went to private donors like Zoe McRae and others in our community who said, I will sponsor the 4th Sunday. And then we, at the SPCA, sponsored the 5th Sunday. So this was a coalition that came together that really said, let's not put the burden on the government or on the nonprofit sector. Let's work together to do this. And, most of us have lived in communities where there is a big day of spay, where everyone gets together and one day we're going to round up as many feral cats as we can and we're going to get them spayed. And success is 3 or 4 or 500 cats in one day. Well, that was the month of May for us because we do it every Sunday. We do 70 to 110 cats every Sunday at no cost to our community because of this coalition. So to find out yesterday morning that this was just being blown away with no conversation and no real opportunity to rework that solution we put together really was disheartening.
So, and I know this amount, we worked on this over a period of years, and it didn't start out at this, but I think the $110,000, we kind of looked for a number of spay neuters that we wanted to achieve in the community, and again, a collective body of work. And I guess the other question I just wanted to ask then, in your sense of, sort of not just animal wellness, but in community benefits here, what would you estimate that it's saved as far as numbers that enter into shelter? I mean, when you deal with feral colonies and community cats and so forth, I mean, is there any way to put a tag to that? Because there are savings. If it doesn't come through SPCA or county shelter or city shelter, then there are, net savings just not for even housing and vaccinating and all the things that go with tending to the animal and or dogs, but in large parts the cats here. Any idea what the savings accrue to or the numbers?
Yeah, we can take a start of that because right now between Bradshaw, the city shelter at Front Street, and ourselves, we have 1,000 kittens in foster care. So these are 1,000 kittens who will not reproduce. If we weren't here and if the program to spay them wasn't here, this would be 1,000 kittens who would generate at least 2,500 more kittens next year, which would produce 10,000 more kittens by 2021. So if you just say the cost to send an ACO out and get that sick cat or that injured cat or that nuisance cat and bring it in, and then just the vaccinations for them. Wow. You're talking about $15 for the vaccinations, plus the cost of bringing them in, plus the cost of housing them remember these cats are going to be housed for a week or more just to get returned to the field. So even at $15 a day, times 10,000 cats, times 5, I mean, you start to see the impact that these cats will reproduce. They will be a problem. This county will need to solve that problem. You will spend more solving the problem than you will preventing the problem. That's just a fact.
Well, thanks, Ken. I know that we all received a lot of correspondence. I think it goes to the old adage, ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I think that's one of the strategies that we've been certainly trying to improve live release rate, but is to also stem the flow of cats and to work with our colonies, feral colonies, and with our community cats. And so I appreciate the comments that you've made. I think it puts a perspective that's important. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right, with that, my mic's stopped. With that, it is approaching 12:30, so we do have two lengthy presentations to be made, so I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock and hear those items in the afternoon. Mr. Gill, you go with that? Yes. All right. Then we will recess till 2 o'clock. Call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors and our annual budget hearing. Would the clerk please call the roll to reestablish quorum?
Supervisors Frost.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
And you have a quorum. And we're back on item 2, the fiscal year 2019-20 recommended budget hearings.
Mr. Gill?
Ann Edwards is going to make a presentation on her budget.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Just a touch.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, members of the board, Ann Edwards, Department of Human Assistance. I'm here to present the Department of Human Assistance fiscal year 1920 proposed budget. And actually, I'd hoped to never have to make this kind of a presentation in my career again, but here we are. But I really want you to know that my team and I carefully looked at absolutely everything in our budget in order to make reductions that have the least impact to both staff and customers, knowing that there will be impact to both. What you have before you is our best effort at balancing those impacts, and I can assure you that tremendous thought and care went into this proposal. So DHA has two separate budget units. We have an administration budget unit, which covers all of staffing and operations, and an aid payment budget that covers all of the cash aid programs such as CalWorks, foster care, adoptions assistance, general assistance, and things of that nature. Our total budget for fiscal year 1920 is $745.9 million. That will include 2,051 full-time equivalents, and the admin portion of that budget is $336.1 million, and the aid payment portion is $409.8. So this slide compares the funding sources for the administration budget from 1819 to 1920. I'll be focusing on 1920. As I said, the total budget is $336.1 million, and that's funded by 54% federal, 35% state, 3% realignment, 1% other funding, and 7% general fund, which is proportionately similar to fiscal year 1819. Our overall federal and state revenue increased by $8.7 million, primarily due to additional funds for some specific programs, such as HEAP and CASH, the CalWorks Home Visitation Initiative, the Diaper Assistance Program, the increase in the Housing Support Program, and an increase for the SSI Cash Out Program. Additional funds are offset by decreases in CalWIN and a net reduction in public assistance allocations of approximately $5 million. We also received a realignment reduction of $934,000. Our general fund overall increased by $733,000, and this was added back in certain community services and homeless contracts to avoid further reductions. So of the budget, there's a county share of costs to all of our programs, and this compares those share of costs and the funding sources for them compares 1819 to 1920. In public assistance, the total for 1920 is $296.2 million with a total county share of cost of $17.3 million, which equates to approximately 5.8%. The county share is funded in part by realignment, with the balance covered by general fund. While the total county share is only up $100,000 from 1819 to 1920, this increase plus the reduction in $900,000 of realignment resulted in an overall increase of $1 million in general fund. For the homeless programs and Mather Community Campus, they are funded primarily with general fund, which had a net decrease of $400,000 from 1819 to 1920. And then for community services, and other is funded with general fund, which increased by $100,000 from 1819 to 1920. And the community services and other includes such things as South County Services, Area 4 and Aging, 211, things of that nature. So, reductions. There's a lot of contributing factors to the need to make reductions in our administration budget. Those contributing factors are the net reduction in federal and state allocations of approximately $5 million, a reduction in the 9091 realignment that I referenced earlier, an increase in our allocated costs of $800,000, and an increase in our salary and benefit costs of $12.1 million. So we are proposing to reduce in their entirety the CalFresh outreach contracts, which totals $300,000. It is important to note that there's a lot of outreach that will still be happening. The state is doing outreach. DHA does have an outreach team that attends many public events to promote CalFresh education and application assistance. And with an overall reduction in our CalFresh allocation, we would have to further reduce staffing in order absent this reduction, and we're already making significant reductions in staffing. And we're expecting approximately 65,000 newly eligible CalFresh applicants as a result of the expansion of SSI, of CalFresh to SSI recipients. And we're already seeing a surge in applications as that program became effective this month. And so staffing is of the utmost priority in order to be able to process those applications.
Hold on a second, Ann. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, and if I could, just back to the CalFresh outreach contracts for a moment. And I understand, certainly from the budget materials and what you've outlined, obviously, that, if you didn't reduce the outreach, I guess you said you would reduce some of the ability in-house. Is that what I understood, that you would not?
We are reducing CalFresh staffing as well as these contracts. We would have to further reduce CalFresh staffing if we were not making this cut.
Unless you had a general fund contribution from another source or some other source of money.
Correct.
That's okay. What I wanted to ask about, though, and I know we've got some speakers in the audience, so we'll hear from them, but it did come to my attention that with CalFresh, and I think that's a net benefit, certainly to the recipients, for folks that are, at poverty level. Some of the folks, if you're on SSI, you're getting $880 or $900 a month, and that's what you live on for your rent and your utilities and your food and your medicine, and if there's anything left over, I guess. Maybe you have an opportunity to go out once a year. But my question to this is that it's my understanding that as of last month, there was expanded eligibility for SSI, about a pool of roughly 60,000 people.
Potentials, yes.
Huh?
Potentials, yes.
Yeah, potentials. No, that's what I said. That was the pool that, and that, the outreach, obviously that can be done by staff, but I think through partner organizations, there's a cost associated with it, but also, as I said, there's net benefit to the recipient, but also this community, because they're buying their foodstuffs here, that those dollars come into our community, they get recirculated. I mean, all of the advantages of CalFresh, but the basic, obviously, is to help people with their food budget and to hopefully have the opportunity to, have a much better palate for their own their own self-being and self-worth, and so with that expanded pool, potential pool, how's that been calculated here? Because that's brand new, and I know that again, some of the providers that have been under contract are seeing a real influx. And how do we account for that? If there are going to be reductions, we do some in-house, but how do we account for that and make sure that people get qualified and dealt with timely and so forth?
Well, so I'm not trying to imply that the loss of these outreach contracts is a good thing. I just wanted to point out that there are other avenues for outreach. The state is doing a huge outreach push, particularly for the SSI beneficiaries. And by all accounts, it appears to be working. As you may recall, we had to close one of our lobby doors.
I saw your memo about a week and a half ago, yeah.
Because the volume and staff would attest to the fact that they are working very hard and fast to process these applications, get the eligibility, and get the benefits in the hands of those who need them. So we are seeing a significant increase in traffic as a result of the SSI beneficiaries now becoming eligible. And the state's done a big outreach campaign push.
So if our partners are working, under contract, they help qualify folks, does it reduce the paperwork?
They help them apply. My staff have to do the eligibility determination and issue the benefits, but they do assist with applications if those recipients come to their organizations.
Okay. Well, I guess they're seeing some of the numbers, maybe not to the degree, but certainly relatively speaking, that you saw in the lobby a couple of weeks ago. So, okay, well, again, we'll hear from some folks, and I want to put a marker on to come back to have that conversation about CalFresh. So, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So additionally, we are making some...
Supervisor Cernan.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. So just to maybe add to what Supervisor Tully's mentioned is in terms of his concern on the CalFresh contracts in particular. I note that it amounts to 100% reduction for all 4 contractors. Was there any discussion, Ann, about the efficacy of maybe using 2 versus 4, or split the baby the other way and maybe reduce by half each of the allocations for each of the 4 contracts? This is the reason I'm glad that Supervisor Tully said let's parking lot this for the moment, and we'll come back to it, because I want to fully vet this and understand it. This was part of a very intentional campaign, not just probably 3 years ago, in terms of really making sure that we're maximizing the best of our ability, our participation rate in this county. And so as much as I know that it's easy enough for all of us to make the proclamation that the state of California will somehow help us solve the problem with whatever new program or enhanced program they may have, if you look at the nature of these contractors, Asian Resources, Community Link, River City Food Bank, Sacramento Food Bank, and Family Services, these are, with all due respect to the state, these are local contractors that know best our local community and who CalFresh is intended to serve. And so this is, for me, and I know it's not for any of us on this board, this is not incidental. This is something that I think is going to do damage to our participation rate, something that we've leveled a very deliberate campaign to address. And I don't know if you have any response to what, permutations of how to maybe cut in different ways or cut less was considered by your staff, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about kind of how we all arrived at the $300,000 going away.
Well, to be perfectly frank, with the CalFresh allocation reduction that we received, we were sort of grasping at straws because the staffing reductions are so significant this year, and outreach sends us applications, and if we don't have staff to process the applications, we had to balance the staffing with the outreach, and so we did not consider a partial reduction because the devastating impacts to staff right now are so huge.
And there's no way to retrain or have other staff assume some responsibility in doing this?
County staff?
Yeah.
Well, we could, and we do. I have an outreach team, a CalFresh outreach team that does go out to community events, and they take applications with them. They process applications at those events, and they educate folks about eligibility. So I do have a team of people that does that regularly.
But this is an additive thing. So you reduce these contracts, and you're still left with what you just mentioned. So we're not going to be able to reach that many people.
You're right. It is a reduction in service. Absolutely.
All right. Well, I look forward to hearing from others in the audience on this subject a little bit later.
Okay. So moving on to CalWorks, we did make some reductions in our CalWorks contracts and our CalWorks subsidized employment contracts, totaling $945,000. These were partial reductions, not complete reductions. We also made a reduction of $3.2 million in our operational contracts and expenditures, and the things that are included there are $1 million in facilities. So for our facilities budget, we cut out $1 million, and we'll be focusing on bringing up the Green Haven Service Center, and then focusing primarily on only health and safety items in our other facilities. We reduced $850,000 from our IT projects budget, which means we won't be doing enhancements to our systems or projects. We will be focusing on maintenance only. And then we also cut $1.3 million in other contracts. We had some consulting contracts that were helping us with our service delivery redesign, our organizational culture change, and strategic planning. We eliminated all of those in their entirety. We also cut the printing contract that we have with DFS. We eliminated UC Davis training contract, and then reduced our employee training budget. We will still be training employees, but it will be required training and not a lot of enhancement training. And then finally, we made some some reductions in homeless services. We reduced $50,000 in the homeless point in time count because we aren't having a account next year, and so that wasn't needed. And then we also reduced $700,000 from the scattered site shelter program, and this is specifically for rental subsidies, not for the shelter itself. We did not nearly spend all of that this fiscal year. We won't even come close to spending it all, primarily as a result of being successful in being able to place shelter participants in HUD-funded permanent housing. Now, that may not be available next year. However, we all are also receiving $792,000 in additional funding from HEAP to expand the shelter program. And overall, we're receiving an additional $7.7 million from HEAP that will also expand the flexible supported housing pool. And all of our shelter recipients will have access to that flexible supported housing pool.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. So if I hear you correctly, Ann, are you saying that the substitute for rental housing for the scattered site program is essentially meeting the same fate as our housing choice vouchers, where you just don't have the interest expressed by landlords?
No, we have people that have need for permanent housing that we take into shelter, But we've been very fortunate in getting a large number of folks into HUD-funded permanent supported housing. So we have found them housing through other avenues and other funding sources, which has meant we didn't spend all of that money this year. We actually spent very little of it if you look at the totality. Now, I am concerned that those HUD-funded placements there won't be as many of them next year because we've used some of them. But then we're also going to be getting the HEAP funding, which will expand the rental subsidy pool, so we will still have rental subsidies available for those who need them.
I guess I'm just trying to understand the nature of the demand or lack thereof for the subsidy. And maybe I'm phrasing it the wrong way, because, like, for instance, what we hear about the housing choice vouchers is that, yes, we've assigned 1,700 and change in terms of the housing choice vouchers for people that were suffering homelessness, but because of the nature of the rental housing market, they're going unused in many cases because rental property owners don't want to participate. What I'm hearing you say, I think, is that that's not necessarily the case here. The case here is that we're actually have greater success on the permanent supportive housing side, so you're not having to put people in the rental housing immediately, and that therefore there's not that demand. Is that right?
Yes, but we're talking a little bit of apples and oranges, because permanent supported housing is very different than the use of a rental subsidy. Yeah. So we do have some issue with difficulty in finding folks wanting to accept our customers into their rentals, but we've had really great success, not good enough, but we've had really good success with our providers working with landlords and actually getting acceptance to some of the subsidies. But the reason we didn't use all the subsidies this year was because we got access to permanent supported housing.
So let me rephrase my concern a little bit differently. Will discontinuance of the subsidy, rental housing subsidy, mean that we serve anyone any less in terms of the overall intent mission of the scattered site program?
I can't say with 100% surety, but I don't think so. I think that with the addition of the HEAP funds and the addition of the additional shelter beds, that we will be serving more people next year, and I believe that we will have access to enough rental subsidies to cover it.
How will we make sure? How are we going to monitor that? Because we're being asked to consider a lot of different cuts, right? When no one likes it, it's a bad place to be. It doesn't feel good. But of all the issues that we deal with on a very regular basis, all five of us and you on an even more frequent basis, it's homelessness. And so when it's proposed in the course of trying to balance our budget, a cut to anything that is associated with our continuum of care to serve folks that are suffering homelessness, you get these kinds of reactions. And the necessity, at least for this supervisor, to understand a little bit better how this is not going to do any lasting damage to the intent to better serve that part of our population.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly. This was the very last thing that we put on the table. We have so little unrestricted general fund in our department. It's used primarily to match all those other programs I talked about in public assistance, and our unrestricted general fund, most of it in this department is in homeless services, and we made every effort not to go there, but within the dollars that we had to work with, we did not have another choice.
Supervisor, also, if I may, to your point, because I concur with you completely that we don't want to scale back in any way our effort at homelessness. The situation here is that we've got the money to use here so that we don't have any reduction in subsidies with the HEAP and the cash funding. And we've worked with the contractor, had discussions with him about this. And I think it's fair to say, Ann, that there's concurrence that with the possibility of that funding, that this should be okay. But certainly it's something we're going to track during the course of the year, because we don't want any curtailment at all of our ability to place people in permanent housing.
Let me ask you this, Bruce. How long will it take to understand that dynamic in terms of making this, if we make this budgetary change, when can we expect to have some clear understanding of what influence it has on our ability to meet the mission of the scattered site program?
Well, I would say, and I'll offer this, Ann, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly by the time we come back to you in September, we can give you an update on this.
So that's kind of what I was hoping you'd
Yeah.
say, that
Okay.
we'd understand that a little bit better.
And ongoing throughout the year, too. We'll keep the board
I
abreast of.
understand that, but as we have done in the past, when it comes to something that is, somewhat uncertain, we do have the ability to think about this reduction in the context of the fact that we have a final budget in September. And maybe if we see, for instance, I'm not hoping for this by any means, but if we see that kind of adverse impact that no one wants, I would like us to consider, if we don't restore it today, to think about how it might be kept in, in some parking lot somewhere, so that we could reconsider it in September. If it's going to do any lasting damage, I'm not interested in being party to that. I'm just not.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's that component, as Ann mentioned, there's additional funding coming in this program too, so this is absolutely on our radar. If any way services are going down, we'll be back in front of the board talking about this.
And Supervisor Cerner, we track our expenditures and placements every single month in these programs, so we will be monitoring it very closely.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just one more comment on that, though, to some of the back and forth here, that we took the 750 because that was the number that was there to capture. If we do as recommended, then it requires a restoration come budget adoption in the event that there's a change. Not that I get that you'll look at it, but it'll be up against other things that may develop between now and then. So what about the approach of maybe a step down? Again, it has implications as to the dollar amount then you can reappropriate, but that just happens to be where we're at today, certainly in light of, where we've found some, additional dollars to supplement and or to, have us not have to go that deep into the general fund piece of this, but because there's a difference from what we do today and then what comes back in September. You can put it back in there, but then it gets, versus leaving a portion of that in there and then seeing how it goes. And then, you can either leave out, you're faced with a similar situation, but this basically kind of takes down to zero any of the additional dollars that were in there that weren't used, right? You're
Supervisor Natoli, I mean, it's $2 million still in there.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I know,
we're
I'm
not
not saying
zeroing.
use it all, yeah, just-
I
but
just
you
want to
take-
make sure we're
Yeah.
not zeroing anything out.
Yeah.
It's $2 million's in there.
But you're backing out $750,000.
Back in $750,000, there's other money that we are anticipating coming in with HEAP and stuff that we are not. I just want to make sure it's not zeroing this thing.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to give that impression. That wasn't what I said. I just said you're backing out the $750,000.
It's $700,000. The $50,000 is for the point-in-time count.
Okay.
It's seven,
Well,
it's not a lot of money, but
$700,000,
it's 700, yes.
All right. Versus 2.7 million, now it's 2 million.
Correct.
In the overall initiative.
In the overall initiative.
And this piece of the initiative. I mean,
Yeah,
we
this
have
piece of the
four-
initiative,
yeah.
right. And to the point about where it goes to that permanently supportive housing piece of it.
To the rental subsidies,
The
yes.
rental subsidies. Okay, well, again, I would concur that maybe we ought to take a look at, before we just back all that $700,000 out of there. To your point, it was the last reduction that, and you're trying to look at where you could make those recommendations. And, all right, thanks.
I would only add, Supervisor, if I might, that just bear in mind the different types of funding that's in play here. We're dealing with existing heat money that's out there that we're allocating. We're also, the governor has $650 million in his budget that he's going to be signing this week for homeless-related services that we're going to work very actively to get a piece of. So I think we ought to just bear all of these things in mind as we think about the possibility of these subsidies.
So that's where I was going to go. So right now, and as we know, whenever we do this annually, this is very fluid, and we're trying to, throw a dart at the balloon. But there's even the potential that come September, we have more funding for a program like this than we currently do.
There's that potential. I can't guarantee it,
I know,
Supervisor, but we're going to be on it. I can tell you that. I'm working on it. Yeah.
And, if it doesn't happen, it'll appear in your job evaluation. Go ahead.
Making note of that.
Duly noted. Go on, Ann.
So in addition to contract reductions and all the reductions I just spoke of, we have some pretty significant staffing reductions. We had to make a reduction of $11.3 million in staffing. We'll be deleting 93.5 vacant FTEs. And the chart up there shows the different FTEs that we'll be deleting that are vacant. The Human Services Program Planner and the Human Services Program Manager are both management positions on that list. In addition to those deletions, we will be leaving an additional 189 unfilled FTEs vacant. And of those vacancies, the management positions that we'll be leaving vacant are a deputy director, a division manager, an assistant chief of program integrity, and a human services program planner. I don't have the full list of the 189 positions because we're still striving towards that vacancy, but it will be a variety of positions.
Mr. Chair. So Ann, just recognizing you're going to leave unfilled vacancies, you're eliminating FTEs that are currently vacant. Give me an idea what that means to service delivery and to caseloads, recognizing obviously there's a number of contributing factors here, but that's
282.
Yeah, 280 people. Positions that were filled last year when we ended with budget, and this year filled or funded anyway. They weren't filled necessarily, and so what does that mean to people that are trying to receive services and qualify?
Yeah. So some of these positions were filled. We've made a conscious effort in the last several months to hold vacancies, anticipating that we might be faced with this, because the last thing we wanted to do was lay anybody off. So we have been intentionally holding vacancies. We're filling some mission critical positions, but very few positions are getting filled. This will have an impact. I would say that you're probably going to hear from staff or labor today that they're feeling the impact already because as of May 30th, we actually have 186 vacancies. Unfortunately, they're not all in the right place in terms of where we need the reductions, but staff are filling it. So there will be delays in processing applications. The time that takes to answer our phone will be a little bit longer. Now, we have very, very fast answer times right now. We answer within 30 seconds most of the time, but that will probably extend out to a couple minutes or more from time to time. The lobby traffic has certainly increased because of the SSI cash out issue, so it will definitely have an impact on staff, and our intention is to work closely with labor so that we can work on ways to mitigate the impacts to the staff.
So what percentage of your overall workforce in this particular area of human assistance does this reflect if you have 280 reductions?
Well,
either
it's
unfilled and
280. It's 280 out of 2,200 total, but that includes administration positions as well. I don't have that at my fingertips, so I can get it for you.
So 12 or 15% of the workforce, roughly?
Of the total workforce.
Of total, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
So moving on to the aid payment budget, as I said, the 1920 total budget is $409.9 million, and that's funded by 30% federal, 9% state, 56% realignment, and 5% general fund, which again is proportionally similar to fiscal year 18-19. This represents a total cost increase of $24.2 million from fiscal year 18-19 to 19-20. And the primary contributing factors are as follows. $16.7 million for the 13% CalWORKs increase the state approved effective October of 2019. $7 million for foster care, kinship, and adoption assistance programs, primarily due to the 4.23% annual California Necessities Index increase for fiscal year 19-20, and a $500,000 increase for general assistance as a result of the final grant increase approved by your board going into effect in January of 2020. These increased costs are funded by $3.7 million increase in federal and state revenue, and a $16.6 million increase in CalWORKs related realignment revenue specifically provided for the 13% grant increase. A $3.9 million increase to general fund, which is used to cover the increase to the county share in CalWORKs, foster care, kinship, and adoption, and general assistance. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you have.
Supervisor Natoli.
On our general assistance, can you just give me the caseload and what our monthly outflow, what's the number?
Oh, I don't recall the monthly outflow off the top of my head, and I think the caseload is around 3,800, but I'm going to make my staff are probably texting me right now what the real number is, and I'll make sure you get that.
Okay. Again, that's all general fund.
It's 100% general fund, and the caseloads in general assistance are actually decreasing. Which meant the cost increase for the grant increase is less than it otherwise would have been based on caseloads of a couple years ago.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Supervisor Serna.
Thank you. And I know you're aware that we have some new leadership at Sacramento Steps Forward. And I believe we have scheduled ongoing discussions about hopefully the new day that's kind of represented over there in terms of them fulfilling their mission. Is there anything that gives you some semblance of hope that based on that change in leadership, we might expect to see some added assistance from Steps Forward in terms of Department of Human Assistance and our intent to continue serving our clients as best we can, especially in light of these cuts and expected cuts probably for the next 3 or 4 budget cycles in the future. And I say that, and I seem to say this every year, ever since the shift was made to take about a $6 million administration cost at the depth of the recession and move it into a nonprofit model, Sacramento Steps Forward. But quite frankly, and I don't mean this to belittle their existence, their mission, their part to play in addressing homelessness, but it seems to me that this would be the time that we would really hone the working relationship between us and they in terms of our common purpose to best apply what we can in terms of our respective resource bases to help people get out of homelessness. I think this is, if there ever was a time since that shift was made, now is that time. So I don't know if you have any comment on that, but it seems that given the somewhat dire nature of some of this, that we should be fully engaged to make that happen.
And before you answer that, let me say, Supervisor Serna, you just made the best argument I could make toward supporting a policy advisory committee that's made up of elected officials in this area to Sacramento Steps Forward.
You're nothing if not a great opportunist.
Go ahead.
After that, I don't think she can answer the question.
I know. So I am optimistic, absolutely, and we are partnering very closely with Ms. Bates and her staff, and I think the first really good example of success is this HEAP and CASH funding that's coming our way, because it was designed to go to the continuum of care, which is Sacramento Steps Forward, and with discussions between DHA, Ms. Kavanaugh, and Sacramento Steps Forward, we all agreed that the money should come directly to the county so that we can implement it, and I think that's a great first step, and I look forward to continuing to improve upon that relationship.
Yeah, it's going to be, it should be obvious to everyone, but it's going to be incredibly important. Let's not lose sight of something here. We're burning through some one-time with this budget, right, in terms of the vacancies. Yep. So we get one shot at that. And, we're looking into a somewhat foggy crystal ball, but we know what's ahead of us in terms of, some of the preamble that was mentioned by Mr. Ferguson earlier today, the litigation settlements, the consent decrees, and what expense that bears for this county. So we've got one shot at using those vacancies to save us from the brink this year, but we're not going to necessarily have that cushion next year. And so I think, while this is an annual exercise, this is about 1920, it's incumbent upon all of us to think carefully about at least the next 3 to 4, if not longer, budget cycles, and how we're going to grapple with something as important as homelessness, which everyone in this community has a rightful concern about. And I just want to make sure we are not leaving anything, uncovered in terms of the working relationships with our nonprofit partners, especially Sacramento Steps Forward, when it comes to the import of this particular mission.
We are very committed to the mission.
Thank you.
Supervisor Frost.
And I was wondering if the Area 4 Agency on Aging will be covered by Michelle?
No, that is in the other community service program. So Area 4 on Aging is receiving a reduction of $95,000. That reduction is an increase that we gave them over the last years to create a surplus so that they had emergency funding. So
did they not use it? Is that what we're eliminating, funds that were not used? It looks like you were making reductions from last year and this year, so I'm not sure I understand
the reduction was the total reduction was for a reserve. So we weren't cutting into the.
So they would not by definition use it. It's a reserve.
But if your question, Supervisor, did they use the reserve from last year?
It's matching funds for $5 million that they can draw down on, right?
Not cutting into that. What we cut was the reserves. We gave them additional funds last year for reserves so that they had reserves in case of an emergency, and we're just removing the reserves but not deleting the funds that allows them to draw down the match.
Oh, okay. So the services to the senior population are not going to be inhibited?
Correct.
Oh, that's great. I'm so glad. I'm going to be a senior someday, so we got to watch out for them.
We all are someday.
Thank you.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? We do have cards from the public. Thank you, Ann. Ruben Rodriguez. Okay, Elena Carrillo. Gabby Trejo. Sorry, Trejo.
I think these are all people that were here to speak about Healthy Partners, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Dora Duang. Karen Alvord.
Just right here. Oh, just give it in between the two. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. I am Karen Alvord, the CEO for Lilliput Families. We've been a longstanding child welfare provider with the county. And we heard this morning about Title IV-E and the waiver funds that we've benefited from for the last 4 years that may be sunsetting in September, October. I just wanted to share a few concerns now. I know that at this point there's still some heavy advocacy going on with both the state and the federal government to try to secure funding, some bridge funding. But the waiver has really been a success story for the county. We've seen foster care costs go down. We've seen permanency for our young people go up. We know that foster care is expensive. An average stay in foster care for a youth is $100,000 per year. So when we're able to connect children with their family when they come back or when they first come into foster care and help get them out sooner, it really does save some long-term costs. Not to mention, I listened through the hearing this morning, and there's a lot of costs that go into incarceration, prison. A lot of our youth, when they age out of foster care, are really at risk for victimization, for homelessness, for becoming part of our prison population. So I recognize that the budget decisions are difficult. I hope that as we get more information moving into September, that this board will look for ways to continue to invest in the services that have been successful rather than eliminate them if the federal dollars don't come through. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Karen, thanks for being here today and certainly for your letter that you sent to each of us. I think it's important, and hopefully folks take note that certainly Lilliput, but there are other community partners, and obviously 4E looms big as it relates to budgetary impacts, but certainly programmatic impacts. And I trust that throughout the summer, as either information comes forward, certainly leading up to a final budget, but even beyond, because part of the request that Karen made is that in the event that those monies aren't sustained, and there are significant reductions, that we take that into consideration relative to relationships they have with the families. I mean, it's just funding may end, but you're working with folks who again are at great risk, folks in the foster care system, and obviously families that are challenged and trying to find, permanency for young people of all ages. And so I think that it's incumbent upon us as a county and with our partners, particularly, but not just with the business relationship we have relative to funding and what they do, but recognizing that if there's going to be some sort of major shift and we're going to have to absorb that transition, there needs to be some consideration, I guess, for how that transition occurs, because you just don't tell folks one day that we're helping you and then the next day we're sorry, but we're done. And again, whether it's Lilliput or others. And so, again, I know Britt and Nav and others, you're sensitive to that, but I think in this particular area where we've made some great strides with foster care and with helping people get a real good, solid grounding in their lives, that if that changes because of the funding stream and we're going to face tough decisions, then I think those decisions ought to be taken into consideration, how we then at least see some of the people that we're seeing, see them through, and then, then we'll have to deal with what comes next. But I don't know if there's anything, Karen, you wanted to add, but I mean, I think you've stated it pretty clearly. But I took from this that if there was going to be a shift, that either be some, the word's been used, bridge funding, but certainly some transition, and obviously we would ask us to try to find funding to supplement that, but in the event that wasn't the case. Because I imagine your caseloads, some of those, you're working with families and kids that they may take months, if not years in some cases, depending upon the circumstances. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and that's one of the concerns, is that as we get closer to October, we'll need to figure out at what capacity, if any, we have the ability to serve, because there is, when we begin with youth, there's a period of time, to your point, where we work with them over months to get them reconnected to family. And so we need to know kind of what that timeline would look like. One thing I meant to mention and didn't is this is one of the programs that was addressing disproportionality. We have a lot of inequity in our foster care system, and many of the youth that we're working with are older youth, African American youth, that are most likely to stay in care and not have that opportunity to reconnect with family. So this is one of those programs that has seen success in helping us to mitigate some of those problems.
Okay. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Karen Strack.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Strock, and I'm here on behalf of Sacramento Food Bank and Family Services. I'm here today to talk to you about the proposed cuts in funding for CalFresh outreach and enrollment contracts. CalFresh is an important safety net program that helps individuals move out of poverty, increases access to healthy foods, and is shown to improve health and reduce chronic disease. CalFresh benefits are 100% funded by federal dollars. And USA has shown that every dollar in federal CalFresh expenditures generates $1.79 in local economic activity. It is estimated that if CalFresh reached all eligible individuals in Sacramento County, that there would be an additional $111 million in economic activity resulting from the additional federal benefits. Beginning this month, SSI recipients are now eligible to apply for CalFresh. This increase in CalFresh applicant pool has left the CalFresh outreach staff for local nonprofits busier than ever. Last year, our staff, along with staff with other nonprofits, have attended over 782 events in the community, providing outreach and application assistance at apartment complexes, at community centers, at food distributions, and community events. These events can take place in the evening, these events could take place on weekends, and these are also staff that are helping enrollment in native languages, not just in English. In a time of budget challenges, we ask that you continue to invest in CalFresh outreach and enrollment contracts, as they have the potential to both help the most vulnerable in our community, while also the potential to bring in millions of economic activity to this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Jaski, followed by Amanda McCarthy.
Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, Supervisors. My name is Mike Jaski, representing Sacramento area congregations together. I'm a member of St. Mark's UMC in Arden Arcade, and I live in Supervisor Peters' district. SACDAC is concerned about the proposed budget cuts for homeless services and housing. The 90 positions that DHA would lose will obviously reduce the ability to conduct transactions on a timely basis, and the $700,000 that was discussed earlier is not fungible by the HUD monthly subsidy, because that's permanent housing versus shelter. Those are not fungible sources of dollars and purposes. When I was before you in December, we applauded the No Place Like Home plan, the big plan that you adopted that allowed the county to submit applications for more NPLH projects. While it was incomplete, it was a start, and one of its good points was there was an explicit commitment to end homelessness. We expressed the concern at that time that there was not an explicit commitment that the county would actually follow this plan in all its budgeting and program-making decisions. And unfortunately, perusing your budget document prepared by a county executive and his staff, there is no reference to that No Place Like Home plan or its activities. All we've been talking about today are preserving the level of activity that you're doing now, or marginally changing it around the edges. There's no discussion of how to get to the 2,000 unsheltered persons who are on the streets in this county. So you really need to do two things. Find additional resources to restore these sort of smallish cuts in the September budget, and address the near-term funding that will come from the state through HEAP and CASH, probably in the spring of next year, still in this fiscal year. But more importantly, you need to embark on a serious, comprehensive plan to end homelessness. You need to understand how much money that's going to cost. What are the actual needs? What are the costs of satisfying those needs? What are the possible funding sources? How can you collaborate with other entities? How can you each bring to bear dedicated funding streams and the discretionary funding streams that each of you control, and figure out how to actually solve the homeless problem in Sacramento? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
That's the last card I have from the public. So I take it.
You called
another name.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. That's why he's not Amanda.
Thank you, Supervisors, for the chance to speak today. My name is Amanda McCarthy. I'm the new Executive Director for River City Food Bank, and I want to thank you for your support and concern for our local Sacramento community. Our mission is to alleviate hunger in Sacramento County, and we do this by distributing healthy food to anyone in Sacramento County 6 days per week at 2 locations, Midtown and Arden Arcade. I'm here today to urge you not to cut CalFresh outreach and enrollment contracts. CalFresh is critical supplemental nutrition assistance that allows individuals to put healthy food on their tables and free up money for other bills, including medicine, childcare, and rent. CalFresh has an economic multiplier effect, as you heard from Karen. According to the USDA, every dollar in CalFresh benefits results in $1.79 in economic activity. Effective June 1, SSI recipients became eligible for CalFresh, and Edwards mentioned there are 65,000 potential new applications out there, and we are seeing folks in record numbers at all of our locations. My colleagues and I, potentially affected by these cuts, are receiving more than 125 calls per day. We provided CalFresh assistance to more than 3,300 people in 17-18. As Karen mentioned, we did outreach events for 782 different opportunities, and we assisted with more than 1,000 applications in the month of May alone. Canceling CalFresh outreach and enrollment contracts for River City Food Bank and my colleagues here today mean current food bank clients, your constituents, and local business owners will all miss out on critical funding and nutritious food this program provides, especially given the rising numbers of people on SSI who now qualify. I cannot stress to you how important CalFresh funding is to River City Food Bank and the community at large. Cutting CalFresh contracts will hurt low-income children and adults, seniors, people experiencing homelessness, and individuals with disabilities. We urge you not to cut the contracts for fiscal year 19-20.
Thank you very much. Now that is the last card. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to address this particular issue? Okay, Mr. Gill, I believe Ms. Callejas is up.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Joe.
Michelle Callejas with Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services, and here to present to you the recommended budget for 2019-20. Similar to our partners in Department of Human Assistance, there were several factors that impacted the DCFAS budget this year. In particular, we saw an increase of personnel costs of $6.5 million, COLAs, salary increases, as well as differentials for CPS social workers. There was a $4 million reduction in federal revenue for adult protective services, a $3.9 million reduction in realignment, and a $1 million reduction in state funding related to continuum of care reform due to a change in their allocation methodology. So in order to present a balanced budget, our executive team got together and started looking at ways we could achieve, we could close this gap. And we had three kind of key priorities that drove our decision-making and recommendations. One, cuts that had the least impact to child safety and the safety of vulnerable adults and seniors. Least impact to staff workload, and then also to the extent possible avoiding layoffs of any department employees. We also committed to, after budget hearings, and it's already started, conducting a department-wide assessment to try to identify efficiencies, see if we can streamline operations, and look at how we might reallocate resources to ensure that we haven't impacted any particular areas. So in probably beginning of February, we began breaking down our administrative unit, immediately made some base budget reductions that did not impact services. And they also looked at some administrative contracts and reduced them to align them with prior year expenditures. We looked at all existing vacancies at the time, and we identified those that we absolutely could not tolerate losing, that they would have too much impact. And then we did identify some that we are proposing for elimination. We then looked at all our contracts and intra-fund transfers of funding within the department, and we again reduced some contracts to align them with prior year expenditures. Those were contracts that primarily dealt with court-ordered or mandated services for families involved in child welfare. And then we did eliminate several contracts, and I'll go into each area after this overview. So this budget presents total adjusted budget of $201.6 million. It's about a $4 million reduction over last year's adopted budget, and an overall 2% decrease in our department's budget. We proposed elimination of 55 vacant positions across the department, which represents a 4.6% decrease in our workforce and a decrease of about $4.8 million in salaries and benefits. And then we eliminated or reduced contract services. If you look at the allocation of funding, we've got 1% of our overall budget in department administration, 24% in senior and adult services, and 75% in child protective services. And we have a full-time workforce of 1,142 employees. So this is just an overview of our funding sources. As you can see, the biggest source of funding is our federal allocation as well as state realignment. We also have about 9% of state general fund that is specifically categorical for certain services across the department, and we have $9.1 million or 4% of general fund in our budget. So now looking at specific reductions across senior and adult services, child protective services, and contracts. First, there is senior adult services. We're proposing a total of 15 positions to be eliminated. Again, they are vacant positions. 5 of them in adult protective services, 8 in-home supportive services, and 2 in our public guardian conservator's office. It leaves a total still of 316.8 full-time employees. Looking specifically at adult protective services, those 5 positions include 2 public health nurses, a family service worker, clerical, and a program planner. The area that raised initial concern were the public health nurses, given my understanding of how they function in child protective services. And public health nurses and adult protective services conduct health assessments, they connect our clients with healthcare services, and they also help them secure durable medical equipment. We looked at our data, and over the last several years, the demand for public health nurse services within adult protective services has decreased. And our staff believe it could be related to Affordable Care Act and the expansion of allowable activities. There are some hospital or healthcare organizations that also dispatch social workers to people's homes to help them connect with services. We still have 7 remaining public health nurses and in-home supportive services. That demand has not decreased, but there's more support that takes place over the phone. And there is capacity in for those public health nurses, and so we'll be working with our staff, our public health partners, labor, to look at consolidation so that we can use the public health nurses across the department. So should there be a need in APS, then our public health nurses can also help in that regard. And then we'll be keeping an eye on it. We know that our senior population is growing, and so this the whole area of senior and adult services we've got a close eye on because of that increased population. So one of the things that did come to play with respect to child protective services and adult protective services being in one department is we did a different approach this year and combined one claim. So the protective services realignment that we're able to utilize, it can go across both. So one of the things that we'll also look at is, are we able to leverage resources that we weren't able to in the past? And so again, as we identify gaps and needs, that will be an area that our team will consider.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, Michelle, again, you heard some of the questions I asked earlier this morning, but so let me understand then, so with the adult protective services, you will have no public health nurses assigned to APS. You'll just be able to utilize them. I heard what you explained there. And the data behind that shows there's not sufficient utilization, even by one nurse?
There's a decrease in demand for public health services, public health nurse services, specifically in APS. There's still the demand in in-home supportive services. But not to the degree that they don't have room to also address other issues that emerge for our clients in adult protective services.
And yes, we have vacant positions, but again, we have turnover in lots of county departments. But this is an area, and certainly I mentioned this in my briefing to Mr. Gill yesterday and last week, is that, incrementally over time, again, not supposing that you're always going to have those positions filled, but recognizing the growing senior population, the at-risk subset of that senior population, some of the horrible examples we hear of people, of abuse, and obviously even we have reports on deaths, and then just the neglect and financial abuse, mental and emotional and physical abuse, and then a lot of folks are isolated. In that and of itself, is a potential pathway to being taken advantage of in terrible ways. So when I look at 5 positions, ever how those are calculated, coming off, it was just a few years ago, the department was nearly decimated, and we saw some of those, more tragic outcomes. So we built it back, and now we're taking it back. And my point of this, and again, something that, put a marker here for our conversation when we get to deliberations, is that this changes the baseline, recognizing that in any given year we have to make decisions. But, these came in onesie-twosies over the last few years, and now with one action that's proposed, we take away 5 positions. Now, maybe there's a reallocation, a revaluation, but I got to say, and it's probably not different in a lot of program areas, I don't think things may have gotten better because we have eyes and hands and people who are out there serving folks and intervening and preventing in some cases. But vacant or not, those positions could be filled, assuming we had candidates to fill them. And I just think it leaves it leaves us in an arena where we're talking about doing a senior plan and looking and have had conversations at this board in recent months and over the last year, since budget last year, about another safe house and how we're oversubscribed by 2 times for folks trying to get out of emergency situations. It says to me that, again, with all the things you've considered, that this is not a very wise move on behalf of this county in light of where we are. And again, we may have gotten some monies that allow for some outreach. I know we're successful, I guess, in getting some of that grant money, but that was to place people out. But when those numbers that you gave us last year relative to a safe house, those were situations that were so egregious, they required somebody being removed from their home, at least temporarily, in order to make them safe. And we're putting them in motels and such. I got to believe that, and again, maybe you have stats. I didn't see a lot of stats in the budget materials behind this about not just caseloads, but some of the cases that we're dealing with in the numbers. And if they're vacant, obviously we're not serving folks with positions that are vacant, but you have the opportunity to seek and fill it. Once we do this, we've stricken that. And so for a whole year, if not maybe for a long, long time, we have a whole different base that we're dealing from here. So I guess I'd just like to ask you, in your evaluation, obviously these aren't easy recommendations, but what's your sense about this? I mean, you've been doing work with children and families and adults for a long time, and I don't get, for a lot of things we're being asked to do today, I don't get a really good feel about it, but this one in particular, takes me to the thoughts that, we're going to leave a lot of folks, again, as I said this morning, that are voiceless. They're not represented here in this audience today, but only by the folks that maybe speak out for them, or actions that we take, or people who advocate and intervene on their behalf. I'm concerned that we're going to leave, and that this number is going to go every year. And this is not about just senior meals or getting rides to the doctor. These are about folks that are in abject conditions of neglect and abuse in a lot of cases. So, I mean, again, you evaluated this. I don't know, how many people do we serve in a given year?
For adult protective services?
And particularly where we do the interventions in some of the cases that are the ones that really require our.
Yeah, so it looks like in 17-18 there were a total of 7,656 total investigations. The predominant number were for self-neglect and followed by financial abuse. What we know is that from 15-16 to 17-18, the demand for services increased by 10%. So I share your concern. You're right, these were difficult decisions as we looked across the department. And so we're going to keep an eye on this, as well as you'll see in a minute the impacts to IHSS. Mm-hmm. And so again, there were 15 positions for senior and adult services, and 40 positions for child protective services. We tried to balance understanding the increasing senior population and the complexities of needs served in APS versus IHSS, and then the public guardian conservator's office. They're different, very complex, and all going up.
Yeah, just I'll turn to you because you coming out of last year's hearings, talked about doing this senior plan, but when I see 15 positions in the area of senior and adult services in particular, again, being a part of this recommendation, it says that leaves, right from the get-go, the aura for the plan, leaves a big hole there, because these are these are pretty essential services for, again, folks that are very, very vulnerable and maybe vulnerable to their own self-neglect. And we had that report a couple weeks ago about folks that had died, at their own hands, basically, because they've been, self-neglect. And again, I guess I question, the merit behind a plan if, in fact, we're in a mode where we're changing the baseline, not because anybody necessarily takes any joy in that, and then we're going to come back and say, well, we need to do this next because we had a growing senior aging population that has vulnerabilities. And yet, by example, this is one of the bigger bites out of this particular budget unit. And so I don't know all that went into the evaluation. I know you don't bring this here gladly, but I do think that it leaves people at much greater risk. And albeit for anything that we do here, a lot of them are going to be at risk and, in even greater numbers going forward. So, again, I would just suggest that for conversation purposes, Mr. Chair, that we can put a marker here to have a conversation about this as well, please.
Okay, so looking at the reductions in in-home supportive services, there are 8 vacant positions that we are proposing for elimination. And again, this one causes some concern, particularly due to the increasing demand. We currently have about 29,000 recipients of IHSS services here in Sacramento, which has been a 20% increase since 2015.
It was 4,000 since this morning. I think it was 25,000. And now you
I think, I thought he was referring to providers.
Oh, I know.
Because there are just a fewer providers than there are recipients, our recipient caseload is going up. It could have changed from this morning, John. So we still have 112 remaining social workers in IHSS, but this will be one of the priority areas we assess as we begin looking at where our gaps are and where we perhaps may need to reallocate resources. One of the actions that the IHSS team will do for now, and they've been doing, is prioritizing assessments and reassessments for those that are most vulnerable. So we'll continue doing that, but we also are waiting for the governor's budget release next week. Great job that the state did in remediating the IHSS maintenance of effort issue. There's also proposed increased funding for IHSS administration, which could perhaps mitigate this area. So we'll just have to wait and see next week, and then something that we'll discuss at September budget. In the Public Guardian Conservator's Office, there's a proposed reduction of a vacant social worker position as well as a clerical staff. And again, we'll keep an eye on the social worker position. That's something that I'm hoping we can fill at some point or find funding for. It serves in our Care Plus program. And they do an incredible job of serving individuals living with mental illness, keeps them in the community, living with dignity and independence, and avoids higher costs of institutionalization. So Child Protective Services, overall we are proposing elimination of 40 positions. 22 are social workers, 2 are supervisors, a paralegal, 12 clerical, and 3 management positions. And I'll go over not every single one of them, but several. So the first one, the foster parent recruitment, retention, and support, that was like a 3-year funding source for continuum of care reform efforts, the whole focus being on increasing recruitment and retention and support of our foster parents. That was eliminated in the governor's January budget. And so we had funded 2 positions with that. There were 2 positions vacant in our resource family approval unit, so we moved them over there. They are going to continue their recruitment efforts. It may have impact on our resource family approval unit as they do more approval of foster parents. The good news is our recruiters have been amazing, both the 2 we funded as well as across the division. But our applications have gone up, and so it's led to increased need. So we'll be assessing that. And then clerical positions, including 2 that you see up there in court services, were eliminated across our department. And that's going to be an area we will delve into quickly to assess if there's an ability to streamline operations. Our clerical team provide a lot of support for our social workers, supervisors, managers. They interface with our court in ensuring timely delivery of documents. So we'll be taking a look at that as well. Looking specifically at emergency response, there are 12 vacant positions being proposed for elimination. 5 of them are social workers and 1 supervisor. We've got 4 clerical staff and 2 managers. You know, the first concern we all had is how does that impact the number of new investigations our social workers receive each month? That when they get too many, it can compromise safety and well-being of children. So the good news, because I've been before you over the last several years where there has been a high number of referrals assigned to social workers, and it's been overwhelming. So back in 2016, our social workers were getting an average of 19 new investigations a month, which was really high, overwhelming. Doesn't allow for the best social work possible. In 2017, we dropped it to 18 new investigations a month. In 2018, it dropped down to 16. And this board approved some additional positions in September's adopted budget, and so we added 6 more to emergency response. So from January through May, the number of new investigations assigned to social workers per month has dropped to 14. Additionally, we have a cohort of social workers that just completed their training. They've been taking a few cases as they continue training, get coaching and supervision. So they will slowly be taking on more referrals, which will hopefully we will be able to, my hope is go even below 14. But that will be something that we keep an eye on.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So, Michelle, you kind of touched on something that I wanted to dive a little deeper on, and that was understanding what these particular cuts for emergency response would do to workload, caseload. As you know, that's been, in front of this board since my time, since 8 years ago at least, if not longer, and continues to be a concern. When you mentioned the numbers that you just did, going from 19 to 18 to 14, relative to themselves, that's a good trend. I don't know if that's necessarily still largely above the standard that's considered acceptable professionally across for all of California's counties and all their CPS programs. So it's difficult for me to kind of understand whether that's the appropriate way to consider progress. And secondly, what do we know about these proposed cuts and what that will do, if anything, different to phone intakes versus field services?
So all of these positions are in the field. There were no vacancies. So when we did this exercise, it was vacant positions over these 3 days, understanding that once we got through and hit our target, we could then move folks around as the need dictates. There were no vacancies at our hotline at that time. There were vacancies in emergency response field. To your question about is 14 good, it's better. The Child Welfare League of America, and you've heard this number before, recommendation is 12, no more than 12. So ideally, we would like to get to that and even below. So we'll be keeping an eye on that.
And will these cuts have any noticeable difference in, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe we classify our field emergency response in terms of a 24-hour versus a 10-day?
Mhm.
So tell me about that. How's it going to change that part of what we do?
So those timeframes are still in there, and so that's how we respond. We respond within 2 hours or 10 days.
We don't, so there won't be any qualitative difference in determining, for instance, because we're short social workers, a 24-hour response is not going to necessarily turn into a 10-day just because we don't have enough folks to respond.
Correct. We still have the oversight in place that any investigation initially signed as an immediate response, if somebody wants to override it and say, no, this is a 10-day, there's a whole staffing process that has to take place. That will remain intact.
And then lastly, you just got done explaining that the industry standard is more or less 12. We're still 2 above that. We've made progress, as you noted. But what happens, and maybe this is aimed at Bruce as much as you, what happens if in the next 6 months, assuming these proposed cuts are memorialized here by this board, that we begin to see that number begin to creep up? I assume you keep tallies on that at least monthly, if not quarterly, so that we can understand what effect this would have. Then what? Then we come back to this, in this venue and have a honest discussion about the fact we're going in the wrong direction now?
Well, what we would do first is look across our organization to see, are there any shifts that can be made as we begin to see reductions in other areas? Can we reallocate resources so without disrupting theirs and throwing them into crisis? And that's a balance that we always look at. And you're right, we do. We track it monthly. We know how many calls come into the hotline, how many are signed for IRs, 10 days. I do have to give a shout out to our emergency response team. They have hit, for the last 6-7 months, the 90% timeliness, above 90% that the state sets forth for timely response to referrals. So they've been working hard, reducing the number of cases open longer than 60 days. They're doing some really good work right now.
Michelle, if I just may add a moment,
Yeah.
thank you. To your point, Supervisor, as I look at these reductions, which, as you said, nobody really wanted to put on the table, but given our fiscal situation, we had to consider them. There are still 316, almost 317 staff that we have in senior adult services, and we've got about 770 staff in child protective services. So really the question that becomes for us is how do we use those folks that we have? Where should the emphasis be? So what our plan would be is to work with the staff to analyze that. So for example, is it a question of, in child protective services, putting more people at the front end so that those turnaround times you just mentioned don't get affected? Same kind of thing in APS, to Supervisor Natoli's comments. We are developing a senior plan. We are doing listening sessions out in the community to get input. The question would be, based on that input, how do we best use the nearly 317 staff that we still have? Where do we put the emphasis on those staff? Well, that's really the challenge for us. I'm not saying these reductions don't have an impact on us, because clearly they do, but really the fundamental question becomes, how do we use what we still have?
Well, to that point, though, how nimble are we, and how honest are we being with ourselves about how nimble we are in terms of if trends start to go in the wrong direction? I assume not everyone is going to be trained to do field emergency response.
That's a good
so
point.
There'll be some kind of training involved for those that maybe are on the cusp of being able to do that, but just haven't been trained to the appropriate level. I just think we need to have a very tight, precise, expected plan that's going to be deployed quickly if necessary. If we start seeing the numbers creeping back up towards 18 and 19, we're going to find ourselves in the same predicament that we were, 5 years ago? And, we heard all the horror stories from social workers that went and left for other counties and decided to do other types of work because they just, they humanly cannot be expected to do what they were being asked to do, especially in terms of the emergency response.
The only thing I think I was going to mention, Supervisor, is when we talked about this in the budget context, we worked to retain some of the services that Michelle has to help that workload. So for example, we retained a contract related to transportation of foster care kids so that social workers don't have to do that. Those are the kinds of things I think we have to look at in the context of our assessment of how best to use the staff that we still have.
Mr. Gill, I would like to suggest that we agendize sometime in the fall, assuming these cuts are made, a report back to get some idea of, if any, what trends are beginning to be influenced by these resource decisions we're being expected to make today.
Okay.
I will add that prior to even knowing about the budget challenges, we were having discussions within Child Protective Services about streamlining some of our operations, and we will be looking at just expediting that process. And that we believe, will help free up some resources, and address the caseload, the referral issues on the front end. So we'll keep you posted on that piece as well. So for the permanency services area, we are proposing a reduction of 22 vacant positions. Now, 14 of them are social workers, 1 is a supervisor, 1 is a paralegal, 5 clerical staff, and then a program manager. So back in February, when we started realizing the budget challenges facing us, we were holding off on filling positions as similar to DHA, we didn't want to have to lay off employees when it came down to the proposed budget. So 12 of those social worker positions, 12 of the 14, 1 supervisor position, and 2 of the senior office assistants were part of the 36 growth positions this board approved in September's final budget. We filled the ones in emergency response and informal supervision right away because we knew what we wanted to do with them. With the ones for permanency, we were going to try to do something different. We wanted to provide more supports for our foster parents to help stabilize placements of our kids. We were looking at how we could provide a different response to our young people that run from foster home placements, from group home placements, and resurface at our centralized placement support unit co-located at the Children's Receiving Home. And we were meeting with staff, trying to get feedback about how do we best use them to also provide relief to our case-carrying social workers, not having to drop everything to run out and respond. So these were positions that we were still developing job scope and duties. We were going to have to meet and confer because it is a change in job duties and functions. Meet and confer with our labor partners, and then we slowed it up because of what we knew was coming with budget. So from a caseload perspective, those 12 social workers that are being eliminated never had cases. We've never filled them. Now, it won't allow us to be creative, but with respect to supporting our foster parents, with a new Mental Health Services Act program, the Sacramento Children's Home just started a 24/7 foster parent support program. There'll be a hotline, they'll provide response. So we are teaming up with them to see how we can leverage and support our foster parents differently as we also consider ways we can support them better.
Supervisor Natoli.
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry, Michelle. So I appreciated you kind of giving the brief history. So it was, less than about 9 months ago that we were here. We were adding positions. We were on a pathway to reinforce the work that we've been doing to improve that, to improve outcomes. And here we are 9 months later, didn't even hardly get off the ground. And we've taken that, it didn't sound like it sounds like we put it to a dead stop, basically. You mentioned one recent innovation with the opening of that center, but I guess I'd be curious, kind of the philosophical approach here that, in September last year, we approved 36 positions. Obviously, we took that in consideration in the budget unit. We're now taking 2/3 of that away. And how's that being taken, I guess, within the department? I mean, when it comes to, caseloads may not change, but we knew there was a need. You wouldn't have been here standing before us last year to make the case, nor would it have been recommended through the budget if there wasn't, certainly a definitive approach that required obviously some investigation and a need, a real need. And here we are, boom, it's all done. I mean, because basically we're going to eliminate that. It sounds like to me. I mean, it doesn't mean we'll be trying to institute innovation, but the whole idea is to, again, improve outcomes for at-risk kids, and to do that and do it in a way that hopefully, over time overtakes the foster system to the degree that we can. That basically we got this in place, and I guess I just find that disheartening. I'll just say that because you put it in the context of positions that weren't yet filled, but you embarked on this and it's all over. And with this budget, I take that. I don't want to be too harsh about it, but that's right. I mean, we're not going in forward with the innovation because we don't have the positions, and you won't be able to offer these assignments no matter how creative you are. Is that pretty true?
Mm-hmm. It is disheartening, and we will continue focusing on our mandates with our families. Our permanency team has done an amazing job of helping kids get out of foster care. And so we'll keep focusing on there. I'll share a few positive outcomes in just a little bit, but both emergency response they've been working so hard on keeping kids out of foster care safely, right? Bringing services to their families. Our permanency social workers have been amazing in improving permanency for our kids with our partners. And kids that have been in care for longer than 2 years, we've improved permanency for them by over 68% in the last 5 years. So it's been impressive. We're going to keep doing that. At that point, they had caseloads in the mid to high 30s. They're currently at 18. They're able to do some good social work, so we will continue our focus there. Disappointed that we won't have this opportunity, but we'll look for other opportunities moving forward.
And if I just could, so regarding the funding, this is all categorical funding? Or is this general fund?
Oh, no. It's our realignment fund.
Bless you. So this is for children's realignment, for children's services?
For protective services.
For protective services. And was there a reduction in that this year relative to?
There was just under a $4 million reduction.
Okay, that's what you mentioned that earlier. I just want to be clear.
No, that's okay.
And we didn't see that coming.
No.
This isn't related to the audit exception. That was an APS.
Separate issue. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, so after we looked at all the positions, we dug into our contracts and MOUs and intra-fund agreements, and we looked at, again, those that would have least impact on services for children, families, and vulnerable adults that our department is charged with serving. We were able to keep several contracts, including Black Child Legacy Campaign, our CPS cultural brokers, contracts with Child Abuse Prevention Center around safe sleep campaign, shaken baby prevention, mandated reporter training, and several others. We still maintain about $15 million in contracts. We also looked at contracts, realigned them based on prior year expenditures. And then there were some where we reduced we reduced a significant amount of funding to county council for their services within Child Protective Services. The contracts we proposed for elimination, you heard earlier the one for Weave. The others were all related to training, consultation services, technical assistance and leadership development.
Supervisor Cerna.
So just let me underscore what I heard you just say, is that the others that were reduced were more administrative in nature and not as nearly as substantive as Weaves?
The ones that we eliminated, and then we reduced others that were direct services. Yeah.
Thank you.
In closing, while the overall elimination of 55 vacant positions is not insignificant to the department, as I mentioned, we're going to work with our staff, with labor partners, and our stakeholders to do whatever possible to mitigate impact to the children, families, and adults we serve, as well as impact to our staff workload. I do want to say that I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but in CPS, our staff has worked so hard to improve outcomes over the last several years. We've adopted new practices that they've embraced. We've emphasized prevention, as Mr. Wagstaff said. We've kind of front-loaded a lot of resources to keep families together. It's better for our families, it's better for our communities, and it saves a lot of money. And then our permanency staff have been focused on getting children home sooner, safer, or finding a permanent home for them. So the stats since October of 2014, we've had a 29% reduction in monthly entries into foster care. We've had a 27% reduction in the overall number of children in foster care, and a 27% reduction in reentries, meaning we're not just getting them home to get them home and reduce caseloads, we're getting them home safely with supportive services after. And then I mentioned the increase of 68% for kids who have been in our care longer than 2 years. As Ms. Albert said, a lot of the kids that are in care longer are African American adolescents, and so we've worked really hard to have impact in that area. As Mr. Wagstaff said, we still have 384 remaining social worker positions and 770 total full-time positions in child protective services. In senior and adult services, we're acutely aware of our growing senior population, and hopefully we will all get there. And again, as I mentioned, just the complexities of needs across those 3 areas within SAS. So we'll be looking at the flexibility of having one claim, protective services, to look at how we can realize some efficiencies and perhaps reallocate some resources. We'll be looking at restructuring our operations, and we're going to keep a continued eye on our IHSS demand for services and prioritize that as an area that we address as we come up with solutions. And then last, I just want to acknowledge the incredible staff that we have in our department. The work they do every day to serve children, families, dependent adults, and seniors living in our community is truly extraordinary. And I know that we're going to work together. We've already talked with some of our stakeholders. We'll work with labor, and we will identify solutions that will enable us to continue serving our community effectively. So,
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I just want to take the opportunity, Michelle, to thank you. I know that you and your counterparts, heads of other departments, certainly don't relish being in the situation that we find ourselves in, having to play a lot more defense than offense, so to speak. But I appreciate your thoughtfulness, and I also want to take the opportunity to thank our county CEO and his staff as well, because I think they've applied an equal amount when it comes to something as important as child welfare. You mentioned Black Child Legacy Campaign, and as was noted earlier in the general presentation by Mr. Ferguson, then that's one of the board priorities that really has been untouched here for the most part, and I think that's a reflection on the value set that we all share, whether you're executive staff or members of this board or nonprofit partners, about programs that are making huge differences when it comes to actually saving lives and changing lives. So I appreciate that. I do want to again stress that I think in the course of having to make some very difficult decisions about trade-offs, and that's what this exercise is always about, whether we are flush with resources or not. I think it's very important to really understand the product of the work that your staff does. I mean, it's measured in changed lives, saved lives, and to me, that's the most important measure of what we do as a county government, regardless if it's here in child welfare and adult protective services or human assistance. And just speaking for myself, and we'll have a lively discussion, I'm sure, later about what to do about some of these challenges. That's really very, very high on my priority list. So again, thanks for not just your thoughtfulness, but that of your entire team.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, just very quickly, I certainly would echo those sentiments. And I just wanted to ask you, when you gave the stats, because you talked about reductions, just the numbers, what do those equate to? Because when you think about changes in the foster care system and how hard folks have worked to better the lives of folks, again, who are in that system, and find supportive families. When you say 29%, 27%, are those measures in hundreds or thousands?
So specifically with respect to children in foster care, so we have a monthly dashboard, if you ever want to see it. But the number of children we had in foster care on October 1st of 2014, which is when we started the Title IV program, was 2,421. And we're currently down to 1,777. And so we're going to focus on continuing to bring that down.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
Okay, I have no more questions from the board. I do have a couple of cards from the public, and thank you very much, Michelle. Sister Jean, you have been so patient.
Members of the board, I'm Sister Jean Feely, I'm Executive Director at Sanford Settlement. And I think, as all of you know, I will be retiring in August. And I wanted to publicly thank you for all the wonderful support that you have given to us through the years. Not only you, but certainly all your predecessors have been extremely supportive. I've been at Sanford Settlement as Executive Director for 43 years. And I have been to the budget hearings for 43 years.
Almost as long as Dawn.
A little longer. We were both younger when all this started.
I won't know what to do next year. But I think one of the things that's been very impressive to me about you as a board, and it's been this way for many years, is your real care and concern for the most vulnerable. And you don't often find that in a lot of administrative bodies because you're so concerned about your in-house stuff. But you all have shown so much empathy, for the people in need. And we've enjoyed such a wonderful relationship with both CPS and APS. And we know that the work that we do makes their job easier because we're out there in the community doing the same caring and concern for people. So thank you.
Thank you, Sister.
Thank you, Sister. And with comments like that, I'll give you an extra 10 minutes if you like.
After 43 years, she's earned an extra 10 minutes.
And I am afraid I cannot make out all of the name here, and I don't want to butcher it, so I will go with what I can see, and that's Chris with SEIU Local 1021.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Chris Balshazy. I'm with SEIU Local 1021. I represent the Sacramento County Welfare Supervisors, which includes Department of Child and Family Services and DHA. So I wanted to save my comments for the end because since I do represent both, I wanted to not come up here twice. So, and I want to express my appreciation to both Michelle and Ann in regards to employees, retention, and not impacting those folks and keeping that workforce as full as possible. It's really appreciated because, as you know, it's easy to whack people because that's where the money's at. Representative Cerna, Supervisor Cerna, and Natoli, you kind of stole my thunder a little bit. You get it. issue I see happening is when we talk about these reductions and we're using, vacancies that we have currently, and we're not, we're going to eliminate those. But here's kind of the problem. We were not even close to being fully staffed. We still had lots of workload issues that we're always working on. We're trying to do some leveling out of, supervision of employees so we don't get that high 10 or 12 employee rate that we're supervising. And because there's like 8 to 10 workers that they're supervising on the CPS and APS side, which is a tremendous workload. And the same thing on with DHA. We're trying to keep those workloads so they're manageable. So when I hear that, we're losing 300 and some positions, one, we're not close to where we should be at. And 2 years ago, I believe it was, I was very happy to see we're going to start filling some of our DHA positions. We're going to start having classes. We're going to start doing this. Because we believe that the social programs that we provide are extremely important and we support those. But the issue we have is, and I think Supervisor Cerny, you kind of hit it, but if we don't have people to do the program, what kind of program are we going to have? You're not going to have a program. You're not going to be able to provide those services. You're not going to be able to provide the outreach to the homeless like you want to. So the purpose of me speaking is to push you in the direction of employees. It's not that they're important. The infrastructure is important, and we want to continue the program, but how good will the program have? CPS, that a couple of years ago was one of the hot potatoes that we had because we couldn't fill or staff CPS. That's why you have the CPS retention money that the workers get. Supervisors don't get it yet. We're hopeful, but and when you talked about people leaving, that was real. That's why you had to invoke these programs so you could keep that retention. It's starting to get better, but as we foresee, we're going to go back to where we were. And so my concern is, how's that workload going to get done? We talked about, maybe we can retrain some of those people and they can do more in ER and IR, and we can redirect some of those resources. You can do that, but the problem is, where they leave, what are you going to do with that work? It's still there, still needs to be done. So if you just kind of play checkers and move people around, the work still needs to get done. So I'm advocating for no layoffs. We want to support the program. We want to support the consumers that we have, but we need to do it with adequate staffing. And I'm just not sure what this is going to look like when we're done. Are we going to, So, like I said, I'm just here to, and I appreciate your conversations, both Supervisor Natoli and Cerny, your comments about what happens. And so I appreciate it. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you very much. We do have a couple of miscellaneous cards that have come in. So Kirsten Hendrickson.
Hi. My name's Kirsten Hendrickson, and I've been a volunteer at the Bradshaw Animal Shelter for the past 4 years. I also recently graduated from the Cosumnes River College Veterinary Technology Program, and I just wanted to ask you to really consider, when you're considering the animal care budget for the fiscal year, I ask that you consider those on the front lines. That includes the animal care employees, the animal control officers, the animal care attendants, the customer service representatives, the veterinary technicians, and the veterinarians. Those are the ones that are going to be most impacted by your decision on this budget. Volunteers are amazing. They fill in the gaps that staff cannot by themselves fill because they're overworked. There's not enough staff to do all of the jobs, but those jobs are there for a reason. There's things that volunteers can't do that staff needs to do. For example, euthanasias, vaccinations, microchipping, all those things. And it's important that their professional skills are seen as valued and not just eliminated like with the budget proposal, the proposed elimination of the animal control officer and ACA, those 2 full-time positions. 2 employees are eliminated. So, thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Casp.
Hi, my name is Sarah Caspi. I'm a resident of Sacramento County, and I'm also opposed to the budget cuts with the animal control. And, you know, from reading the list, you know, especially the neuter program, like, I mean, if that program is cut, then what's going to happen? It's just going to be a lot of stray cats. And it just seems cruel also to cut down on the veterinarian emergency care for the animals. They're, you know, in some ways they are the most vulnerable creatures in our county, and so I just want to be a voice for them. And you know, as a taxpayer, that is the kind of thing I want my taxes to go to. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last card that I have from the public. Is there anyone in the public that did not turn a card in that would like to speak? Okay, thank you. With that, Mr. Gill, that's the last presentation, I take it? Formal presentation?
It is. If the board so wishes, we can also do a quick presentation on the CIP and the technology component. I think the CIP component, it's basically what you saw about a month ago, but since then, from Supervisor Cernan, we got a question about a structure on Discovery, and we have our Parks and Recreation Director here to address that, and if you so wish, we can have that.
Let's do it.
You're going to put that on eBay, weren't you, for the department?
We're really streamlining. Now you're...
Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy, members of the board, Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. Yes, to address the question regarding the Discovery Park picnic shelters, we have 3 picnic structures that are in need of replacement. One has been condemned and will need to be removed completely. To prepare to actually address that, we are proceeding with 2 different grant programs to try and fund those replacements. I will be coming forward to you with an item next week requesting authorization to apply for grant funds from the Lower American River Conservancy for those picnic structures and some other grant programs. In addition, we could also use some Prop 68 per capita funding to fund that particular structure that needs to be removed. So we're pursuing both of those grant programs at this time.
Yes.
So I appreciate the time you've taken, Liz, to research some of these grant opportunities and I was kind of already aware of them, but I think it's important for the public and my colleagues on the board to hear about this as well. We're talking about a $400,000 nut, right?
That is correct. For the one picnic structure is approximately $400,000.
Okay, and just so everyone is aware, this would be not just to replace it, but to replace it as a much more permanent structure, one that's more resilient. As we know, Discovery Park encounters flooding every year when the American and Sacramento come over into the park area. And my concern was in minimizing the amount of time that the public's left without that particular facility asset to enjoy in the lowest reach of our parkway system that resides on the parkway. And furthermore, I think, as I've said in the past, and many will understand, that lower reach is under some pretty unique pressure for a lot of different reasons, not the least of which is it's right in the middle of the city of Sacramento. That's a very well-used part of our park facility system. And what I hear you saying is that you're going to be seeking authorization to pursue a grant, which tells me that this could be, I don't know, you tell me, a year, 2 years away before we'd even start construction?
For the Lower American River Conservancy Grant Program, the applications are due in July. It is anticipated that the funding recommendations wouldn't come forward until the fall of this year, with funding awarded in the beginning of 2020. The per capita funding, the state has indicated that they will give us an award late summer. The minimum amount of funding that will be allocated for the per capita funding is $400,000, ironically.
So we basically missed 2 summer seasons.
That would be correct.
Okay, so in light of that, and now I'm looking to address our county CEO, is there a way to use the expectation that, let's just say we're going to be successful in some of these grant applications, that in the interest of meeting the intent that I've just expressed in terms of minimizing the amount of time the public's without those resources, is there a way to look at the CIP from the standpoint of, bridging the expectation of the grant with CIP appropriation so that we can start construction this season, at least have it in place for next summer?
Absolutely, we could look to doing that.
I mean, I don't think I'm asking for anything unreasonable here. Again, Discovery Park, it's not Ansel Hoffman. It's not a Rossmore. It's not it's not like many of the assets that are upstream. And I really feel very strongly that the people that enjoy that park deserve to have every facility there to enjoy that is in our park plan. So that's what I would like you, Mr. Gill, working with Liz to try and figure out, is how we're going to at least shorten the duration without that facility by at least a year.
Okay. Yep.
Great.
Welcome, Liz.
Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah. I presume you're not going to have any presentation on this. I can ask a few questions on the CIP.
Yeah, we could.
Okay.
Right. Yes.
Right. So, and I'll just catch Liz while she's there, and I've talked to Mr. Gill about this, and I know I raised it in the context of, here we had a few weeks ago, on the CIP, is that I guess going back to some historical work that was done, that the Parks Department hasn't been in the capital improvement program, it's been in a different category, and therefore we show zero capital improvement dollars except for grants that would fund certain improvements. Obviously, there's operations and maintenance as part of that. And I think, certainly to the circumstance that Mr. Cerner referred to, but Liz talked to the bigger issue about replacement of facilities that may not be imminently in need of being removed, but certainly need to be repaired and replaced at some point in time. So I know you've been working, and I guess I'd like to have you just share what you're considering, because, again, as I've said, the irony isn't lost on me, and I'm sure my colleagues, that as we look at capital improvements in other areas, but our parks, which we have a major investment and major assets in this county, and we have zero CIP dollars, in essence, at least from any other sources besides grants, and that's a tough way to go, to rely on grants. It's great if you can do that, but that shouldn't be the only source of funding. So maybe you can just share with a little bit of the history and where we think we would be going with some of the discussion for this board at a future date. So
a little bit of history on it is that back in the mid-2000s, there was a decision made for parks not to participate in the capital construction fund. There's a 2% that we charge for facilities and maintenance. And working with Liz and with Rob going forward this summer, we are looking at all the needs that we have in our park system. What are maintenance, what's construction, and then come up with what the financing would look like. Is it get back in the 2% game? If we have a future debt issue, is there something that we can do there? But we're trying to true that up and looking prospectively, make sure that parks is a player. And when we discuss capital improvement programs, be it general fund money, grants, whatever the source might be.
Okay.
So that's for a future date for us to come back. Liz is looking at the list that we have and truing that up.
Okay. All right. That helps. Thanks.
Don, do you mind if I?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
As long as Liz is there?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention, because I don't think we've had this discussion since you became Parks Director, the fence at Ansel Hoffman around the golf course that's falling down, and I've been asking to have replaced for years. Also, the resurfacing of the road there.
Yes.
They're 50 years old. I don't know how, I guess we'll have to have a discussion on, priorities here, but I guess this would be a good time to ask you if that kind of thing is going to be on your list for grant funding.
It is in our unfunded CIP, and as we look at our per capita funding, I anticipate that we will actually get a greater amount than the $400,000 minimum, and so we would be able to evaluate all of our unfunded CIPs and prioritize those projects, yes.
Why do you anticipate we'll get more than 400,000?
Just based on historical, when we've had these other proposition bonds, we've received additional money over and above the minimum amount.
Okay. Will we get a look at what is on? I know it's on the CIP list for parks, but will we get a look at what you might put forward for this funding?
Absolutely, because I will need to bring a resolution to the board for approval by November, so that we can participate in that program.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Go ahead, Don.
Oh, that's one. Yeah, good. Okay. I wanted to ask, not so much parks now. Last year when we were talking about budget, we talked about libraries, and there was going to be a library master plan that was going to help us. Huh?
I was saying thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. And so I guess I'm curious where we are with that, because now we're going into tough budget times, and the conversation was around how we might fund, some of the library unfunded CIP portions of all that. And
so we are waiting on comments from the library JPA. Executive director on getting our master plan out. We still anticipate to come back to the board with a result, what that comes back with, and have a discussion with this board. And I know that you then sit on the other JPA board too. But again, looking at funding opportunity for libraries, there will be a debt type issuance, but we need to factor that in. We're in library where we would like to have future library construction. So we're not quite ready to have that conversation with you, but we would like to have that by fall.
Okay. So there's been work done on the master plan. It's just not done yet. Is that?
Yeah, master plan is not done yet.
Okay, but work started.
Work has not started. We're still waiting on some comments.
I want to be clear. I understand. Yeah,
we're still waiting on some comments, but we're going to press to get the comments in. And our whole strategy on that is that we do know. Not only with library, parks, I think the board knows that the average year that our county facility was built was 1976. And a little bit of a joke, a lot of our employees that are working for us don't know what 76 was. They weren't around. So you can imagine the quality of the buildings. So we have to come back and have a discussion with the board. What does that look like? What's the facility? Much broader than what you had asked, but what we're doing with our facilities is that we have a consultant going through all our buildings right now, looking at the mechanical, electrical, and if you will, the bones of the building, how are they faring, and where's that tipping point that is makes more economic sense for us to actually build something rather than keep putting money in maintenance. So we're working through that. That's a report that we want to bring that back to the board and have that discussion. And those takes years for us to get buildings built, but that's what we're working on.
So just without you knowing for sure, you would anticipate being back to us the fall with the library piece of that? Is that what you're anticipating?
I would like to get the library piece to you in fall. That's sort of the marker I have. And if we deviate off that, of course, every month I'll let you know where I'm at on it.
All right, thanks. Okay, a couple of quick questions about the CIP then. For transportation, I don't know if I saw Dan Schumann come in. I wanted to ask about a project that I think should be included in the CIP. On project number 87 in the transportation section, Dan, it shows the Jackson Road at Sunrise Boulevard intersection project, but I didn't find anything in here for the Jackson Road at Bradshaw intersection, which is one that, as you're well aware, we've talked about it in the past, it's getting pretty crunched, and I know that Supervisor Kennedy's gotten some feedback on Bradshaw Road, as do I, and I get it east, west, north, and south. So why would we have that at least in the CIP? And I know, there's different aspects of what you put in there, but I'm curious, if we get it in the CIP, then it's not just trailing, as working with Caltrans, or are you trying to find money to put
Well, it's not, the project that's in for Sunrise at Grant, at Jackson is in there mainly because we have Measure A funds allocated to that particular project, and we're working with the city of Rancho Cordova. Right at this stage, we're just trying to kind of define a scope in there because it has a number of issues with 3 bridges and such. And so we haven't been able to progress that into any design process. For the Bradshaw intersection, we are starting discussions now with Caltrans about seeing what we can do in terms of more localized improvements to deal with some of the congestion at that intersection. We don't have a funding source like Measure A. There isn't Bradshaw is not in the Measure A program. So, but we would be looking, towards other sources. But we are starting those discussions now with Caltrans to see what we can do, really kind of as an interim, as we're trying to move forward with the whole relinquishment of the Jackson corridor, which is still, 1 to 2 years out. So we want to try to see what we can put together in the interim that would provide at least some relief at that intersection.
Okay, all right, so that explains why. Just one other project in transportation that's in here that I wanted to get a status on. It's outlined, but is the Douglas Road extension from Douglas Road to Excelsior around Symphony.
Yeah, we are initiating both more of a refined scoping effort on that. What's been defined through the some of the environmental work out there in that general area was, as you know, is kind of a corridor, a larger swath of area that the road alignment could do, and we now have design staff starting to look at refining that alignment so that we can, from that we would be able to start pursuing an environmental document for our roadway project.
So do you anticipate we'd have the information, because we may hear some of those projects later this year that, certainly would benefit the circulation area would be, so do you think you would at least have some scoping that could inform the discussion by this board? Because obviously as we're looking at how we pay for infrastructure with, yet unapproved and certainly undeveloped projects, that'll be a key piece in my view as the circulation out there. So
yeah, I would expect that later this year we'll have more work done that we can provide a little better definition to the types of improvements that we might be considering.
All right, thanks. Okay, thanks, Dan. I just had one other question, Mr. Chair, and that was waste management recycling. The Kiefer Landfill project there. I don't know if anybody's in the audience.
He was here earlier.
Doug's not down here, but Mike can handle that.
Mike, it's project 10 on page 608.
Just a minute. Page 608, pardon me.
Yeah, 608. Groundwater remediation.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like we're contemplating spending, I guess we've already spent half of the money in prior years. I guess I presume we have. I guess I was concerned, it says due to migrating groundwater contamination. I thought we had controlled the plume and actually it was either static or drawing it down. And now we're doing a larger, newer well, maybe relocated on consultant studies. And I know we haven't had a lot of discussion in recent years before this board regarding that whole program out there. Obviously, I think we've had a pretty good regime for controlling groundwater contamination, but when I see expenditure of $1,200,000, it's pretty significant. And there was not a lot of definition, so that's why I didn't know if you were, I know Doug Sloan was here earlier today, but whether there was any, maybe you can get back to me on it.
I could do that. That's the best I could do. I don't have the specific detail on.
We'll send a communication back to the board.
Okay, and there's large expenditures. I know we're going to have some pressure on the solid waste fund for other reasons, and this is key. This is an asset which we have to manage properly and so forth. But when we spend $1,200,000 and it's not available for something else, and that fund is an enterprise fund. So at any rate, if you'll send some follow-up to the board, that'd be great.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, any other questions on the CIP issues? Technology and improvement plan. Is there any issues, concerns on the board, or would you like to have a presentation? Nothing specific? Okay. Then, as I said, and we're going to take, by the way, the IHSS last because it's a different authority, basically. So we'll take care of the others. We have no more cards. It's now, I'm going to kick it one more time to Mr. Gill. After hearing everything you've heard today, would you like to make some closing comments? Is there anything that you heard today that you think might truncate our deliberations? Feel free to throw that out there too.
No, it was a pretty good discussion, and I think we are at that point to see what direction the board wants to go into.
Okay, board.
Can I make a
Yes, sir.
Just in terms of process for this conversation, I think it would make sense to have each of us perhaps chime in with items on the proposed budget where we want to have a kind of structured conversation, perhaps even a separate vote on suggested changes to what has been recommended by the CEO. It's similar to what we've done in the past. There's no sub-agenda for this year, and that's why I'm kind of suggesting what I am.
I expected to do that, so board members want to chime in, go ahead and punch in, and I'll call you as you punch in. Supervisor Cerna.
Okay. I think I've made pretty clear throughout the morning and early afternoon my concern about the Healthy Partners program. So I'm just putting it out there in terms of us to note it so we can have the conversation. So for me, it's going to be a conversation about Healthy Partners, a restoration of the proposed $500,000 cut. I've also made clear through some of my commentary, I think it's prudent for us to fully fund the $150,000 request by Weave for the children's program at the Safe House. I'm satisfied with the conversation that we just had on capital facilities at Discovery Park, so I don't think we need to necessarily park that as an item. I'd also like to have a conversation about the CalFresh question about the $300,000 in cuts there, and those are the three that come to mind immediately. I might have one more, but I'll listen to my colleagues because they may be the same item.
I will just point out that I was listening.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Natoli.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and it may warrant, at the juncture we get into this conversation, I'd like to have a comparison on the animal care budget of what was being recommended for restoration based upon the additional funding, because it doesn't align very well with page 6 of 18 in our recommended reductions, and so it's hard for me to kind of tell exactly. I mean, some of these are the lines coincide. I'm very interested in full restoration for the community spay-neuter, which differs from the $62,000 that is now being recommended versus $110,000. So I'm very interested in that. But there are a couple other things that relates to emergency care and some of the support services for our animals to help us, achieve the 90% live release in our community, as well as comments we heard today to address other issues that could be potentially significant on our shelter population. So I'm interested in that, and before we get into that, I'll go through this, but I'd like to maybe have Dave Dickinson or somebody so I can draw these lines here and be sure that the numbers that I advocate for is correct. I also am interested in the CalFresh discussion, recognizing that there's some reliance here on certainly on county workforce, and certainly we have on our partners, but I'd like to have that conversation. The Weave Safe House, I'm very interested in that allocation. Healthy Partners, Also, the hot team. I would like to have a conversation about the restoration of some of the officers. May not be the full complement, but to look at restoring, at least as I thought about it, since we had the conversation earlier today, maybe 3 positions for the hot team. And then also to have some conversation about adult protective services in the baseline, even if we had vacant positions, to retain some positions. I think based upon what I heard from Michelle and some of the flexibility she was trying to exercise in that realm, I'm concerned, though, that once we reduce them to some of the points that were made by colleagues here, and certainly in response to questions, that you reduce the baseline, then it's always a fight to try to bring that back. And so it may be that we retain some positions. And let's see. And we didn't have any discussion about it earlier, but the reduction in code enforcement, there was 2 positions there that are vacant that were reduced, and I would like to at least have somebody respond as to what impacts that means. Again, that's a quality of life that we worked really hard over the years to rebuild, and we certainly have all relied upon that in our respective districts to assist neighborhoods and in business districts in trying to address code enforcement issues. So that's my short list.
Any others on the board members? Supervisor Frost?
I guess I'll chime in next. This is the first budget that I have participated in where we've had significant cuts. And so it's a little bit new to me, and my understanding from the meetings that I've had over the last several weeks is that over months the staff have been working hard and looking back at their activities and their budgets to identify cuts that would do the least harm to the overall programs, that would minimize the amount of staffing loss, and that would minimize the disruption to their daily work. And so knowing that they know more about what they're doing in their individual departments, I've kind of tried to go with what they have advised, and also with the understanding that we're making a lot of cuts that are one-time. I mean, this year we have a lot of vacant positions that we can cut, but next year we won't. And so we know it's not going to get better. It's going to get harder over the next couple years. And so we're right here, right now, trying to minimize the impact of something that we have to do. And so that was kind of in the back of my mind as I was thinking about how I feel about the budget. And I think that Nav and Britt and all the executives have done an amazing job in trying to figure this out. I did have a few people, not that many, who came and visited me and who asked for help. We have some really exciting things going on out at Gibson Ranch, and there was a request to possibly, consider some funding to finish off the wedding venue there. But in my conversations with Nav, my understanding is that if we get to the point where we run out of money there, we can kind of look at it at that time and try to see where we're at and what we can do. And I also had a visit from Miss Alvord, who from Lilliput, who has done an amazing job with placing children with families and creating, really efficiencies in the foster care system and helping us, connect children with their families. I know that in her situation, we don't really know about the Title IV waiver yet. So, I mean, I don't know how to advocate yet, Karen, around that, except to say that it's on all of our minds in a big way. And we're hoping there's going to be replacement funding, or that it's maybe not going to happen the way we anticipate it could. But that is on my mind. Weave, I met with Weave, and I had the impression that they felt that they might be able to create some efficiencies, and they understand. They get it, but this, finding out, a couple days before you're going to get cut was putting a real hardship on a program that's very important to them. And so I'm receptive to bridge funding for Weave, and happy to have that. I feel like I'm happy to have that conversation. I feel that the HOT team is vital, but the sheriff and their team made those decisions around HOT. But that if we were, I think I'm looking at everything else. Every other person who came to see me felt like they could figure it out, or that they would be okay. The big thing that comes to my mind right now is making sure that we're letting people know what's coming as we move forward. So I guess my big priority would be having the conversation around Weave, and I feel like whatever we decide to change in here means we're going to have to pull something from somewhere else. And so I guess the question I'm going to have is, if we do change something, where are you going to pull it from? That's going to be my question. So, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I also want to discuss the Weave contribution. They indicated to me in my meeting that $75,000, which was a 50% reduction, would tide them over bridge funding, whatever you might want to call it, till they were able to replace it with private sector funding. So I would like to talk about that. I would like to have a better understanding on the Elk Grove animal care contract, the $180,000. I didn't quite pick up what that would fund. Is it just the spay-neuter program, which I thought was a lot less, or, it needs to stay in animal care since that's where the money came from, but what else would the money be spent on? Good. And the HOT team is very important to me, but I respect the sheriff's decision to manage his budget, but I would like to have it on the list for September in case we have better numbers coming in from the state and property taxes. Those are my issues. And Ansel Hoffman, but that sounded like that's down the road a little bit.
Yeah, we'll bring that back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so hearing comments from everybody else, and I'll tell you where my priorities are not that far off from many of yours. I'm interested in looking at restoration of healthy partners, though it's a big nut, so I'd like to have a better understanding of where that money would come from. The restoration of Weave, I'm going to get to that in a minute. CalFresh, Supervisor Cerna, what specifically, so that staff can really narrow it down? What?
Yeah, I believe the number is 300,000. Yeah, for the outreach.
For the outreach.
For
okay.
CalFresh. I believe that was the same
yes.
issue that Supervisor totally expressed interest in.
Yes. Okay. The HOT team, I personally agree with Supervisor Peters, and our directing the sheriff to do anything like that is kind of, we really don't have a lot of authority to do that to begin with, but I value the HOT team as much as anybody, and but I concur with and I'd like to hear about it in September, yes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a lot of what was covered there, but I do want to ask if a representative of Weave would like to come up, since 5 board members have now called you out by name, and give you an opportunity to answer any questions that there may be up here.
Hi, I'm Beth Hassett, the CEO of Weave, and thank you all for considering this. I really want to remind everyone that the kids that stay with us and the mothers are homeless. They're homeless people who happen to have somewhere safe to be. And the length of stay at our safe house has doubled in the last 3 years because there's nowhere for them to go when they're leaving, which is sad, and it offers us the opportunity to have those kids there with us for at least 2 months most of the time. I also want to point out that these families are in the CPS system, many of them, and if they're not already, they're going to end up in it if they don't get the help they need. So I would love to have full funding for this program, and I will go look for more funding to replace it, because I really get that the way we're going, we're not going to have this money next year, and I know that. I need time to apply for HUD funding, to look for donations, to do what I can to keep this going. But these are highly traumatized children who have an array of adverse childhood experiences when they come to us, and they need the safety planning and the counseling and the support that they get, and those parents need the parenting classes so that they won't continue to be abused or to turn into people who do harm themselves. So I urge you all to consider reinstating our funding, and thank you very much.
Beth, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So as has been noted in our each of our comments, there's been reference to full funding, there's been reference to bridge funding. In response to the letter that you received, a bit of a form letter from Michelle Calles about the intent to defund entirely the $150,000 for this particular program, I did send out my own letter making sure not to violate the Brown Act. I only copied one other member of this board, but since, because that's part of our record of communication for a board agendized item, each member of this board does now have that letter in which I spell out some of the same concerns that you just mentioned, Beth. I'm glad to hear you acknowledge the fact that next year's going to be more challenging for all of us. For everything we've heard of all day, it's going to be more challenging. In terms of this concept of a bridge, the reason why I am interested in pursuing the full funding for this upcoming fiscal year is because I fear that we're going to have a very difficult conversation next year about any funding. And I think giving you a full year to plan for that possibility is much more fair than having you scramble for half or a portion of what you need for the year, based on the fact that this is such a critical key service for a unique population, and it does certainly intersect with our intent to serve folks that are suffering homelessness, in large part in this case due to domestic violence. That was my rationale for the pursuit of the full funding in the fiscal year 19-20 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gill.
So if you can give us 30 minutes to huddle up with our department heads and go through the questions that you've asked for us to come right back and talk about it.
Mr. Chair, just before you break, so on the animal care, though, this doesn't line up with the chart on cuts.
That's what we're going to work on.
So you're going to come back, because again, I want to...
We're going to line it up.
Get somebody, oh, you'll line it up, okay.
We'll line it
sure.
up.
Okay.
All right, we'll be in recess for 30 minutes. Call back to order the final leg of the budget hearings for the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisors Frost. Here. Natoli.
Here.
Peters. Here. Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Mr. Gill. Now, the good news is, out of thousands of line items, I think we're down to about 5.
Yes. So I'm going to go alphabetical with the questions you all asked.
Okay.
So the first one is animal care. So the memo that we handed you out this morning, on the back side is a table I'm going to use. We have difficulty reconciling with all the other ones. I'm going to put that to the side. So if you have that memo in front of you, the first item is after-hours emergency veterinarian contract services.
It's in my trash here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my goodness.
I got an extra copy of the right, with the right numbers on it.
Thank you. I had like 4 copies of it, so Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the first item, after-hours emergency veterinarian contract services. After the money from City of Elk Grove, it's a $54,000 total recommended, which is $14,000 short from this existing year. Then the second item, the Batmobile, it's $80,000. We're proposing restoring $20,000. It's $60,000 short from the current fiscal year. Cat spay neuter program, it's $48,000 short. And the last item, the community feral cat, there is no reduction to that after the proposal. So that's how Supervisor Natoli, those numbers reconcile.
Okay, if I could ask, Mr. Chair, though, because as I was doing the comparison to page 6 of 18, as I mentioned earlier, I could find the three first items, but I did not find that the cat spay and neuter return to field feral cats program as a line item reduction, unless it's under some other title. It doesn't show on that page. And so I see the restoration of $70,000, and yet I don't see, and that was my question earlier, maybe Dave can come up and explain. I mean, I don't see.
I think Brett has it.
Oh, okay.
I think we can explain that. So
Okay.
what's going on there is that was not identified as a reduction. That you'll recall that was a program that had been for many years funded out of basically revenues provided by donations. And every year it was identified as a growth issue, a one-year growth issue because of the nature of the donations. This year, when the donations went away, it was eliminated, not in the base. It was not eliminated as a growth because it was one time. As we looked at the additional revenue, the department indicated that this was a priority for them to continue, and so that's why that appears there.
Okay, so that's useful to know because I've sat here all day trying to figure this out, and what it does then, it'll clarify for what I will offer as a suggestion here, because I'm interested in some restorations, but when I saw that coming out of the $200 or $182,000, I'm thinking that's well and fine, but I didn't see it as being it wasn't showing it as a cut, so I was looking to, because there are a couple of things I'd like to at least put on the docket here for restoration within the framework of the reductions that were shown on page 6 of 18. So, and I can offer those numbers whenever we, get to that point. But
I think we are at that point. I mean, as we're going through them.
Okay. All right. Well, I would just turn us to page 6 of 18. But and if you want to use this sheet, on the community spay neuter, I'm going to be seeking full restoration to the $110,000. I find the arguments compelling and very, very important. And as it relates to care for the animals, both in shelter but also in after hours, and I don't know whether Dave can shed any light on this, but when I hear that we have 1,000 cats alone that are in foster, and I know that within our shelter system we have a couple of hundred dogs. That support's very, very important, and yet that was eliminated in the budget reductions. And those medical funds, which provide support for the fosters, we have twice as many animals out in foster as we do in shelter, and so that's a key piece. It wasn't identified here because obviously that $70,000 picked up the feral cat program. So I would be seeking a restoration of the foster program medical funds at $30,000.
In addition to the 48?
Yeah, in addition to the 48.
What was the next item you had?
It would be in, again, pages 6 of 18, next to the last item in that column in that chart would be the foster program medical funds.
And that is?
$30,000.
$30,000. And then restoration, as you noted, Mr. Gale, for the after-hours emergency veterinary contract services. I think that's key. That's keeping animals alive if they're injured seriously, or we have other things that need to be attended to. And again, all these things affect certainly live release rate, in addition, obviously, to the good work that goes on in the shelter. And then for the Batmobile, I guess just some explanation. 20,000 is better than zero, but it's only a quarter of 80. So what does that buy us? There's no frame of reference relative to, and that goes to all the supervisorial districts, to some of the underserved neighborhoods, for vaccination clinics, for I don't know how much spay-neuter services we're providing in neighborhoods, but so how again, Dave? What does that mean? Because this is not just a District 5 or District 3. It goes to all 5 districts. So.
Good afternoon, Chair Kennedy and board members. Dave Dickinson with Sac County Animal Care. The community outreach program, the Batmobile, does have a significant cut to it, down to $20,000. That money is only going to be spent on supplies. That whole program for the last year has been manned by volunteers. There's no staff time involved except for our volunteer coordinator who heads up the program. We did have about $35,000, $40,000 left over from last year's budget that we didn't use. The vehicle is put out into the community once a month, well, 10 months out of the year basically, and we're hoping with the $20,000 will give us enough supplies, vaccines and stuff to continue the program.
To do it once a month?
Pardon me?
To do it once a month?
Yes,
for 10 months?
to continue the program as it is. 20,000 is probably a bit of a stretch, but as I understand it, there hasn't been any funding available compared to the other programs. The other programs are in-house programs, that after-hours emergency veterinary care, and at the bottom there, the return to field program. Those have a direct effect on our live release rate, which is what we're trying to achieve at the shelter each year, up close to 90%. Without funding those, we would fall short of our goals. The community animals that we serve out in the community, which are the $110,000 there in the Batmobile program, the $80,000, those animals are not considered shelter animals. They don't have a direct reflection on the live release rate. They are very important to the community members, though, I understand that. But my priority this year was to make sure that the in-house programs were fully funded or as close to it as possible.
Dave, so looking at this short list that was on the back of the memo, you have 2 in-house and then 2 community, the community outreach and or the community spay-neuter. Are there any other things that were on the list? Again, I'm working off the budget page here, that there were a number of things, and some of them included positions and that were vacant and so forth. Are there any other things that, as relates to that live release rate, that 90% goal, that whether they're in-house or outside, that would have a dramatic effect? Because these aren't large numbers by comparison. So
no, there's nothing else in our budget that needs to be addressed other than the emergency veterinary contract, which we're about $14,000 short from last year. We've spent about $62,000 of the $68,000 this year, and we've got a few weeks to go. I'm confident that we'll come in right at the 68.
Okay, so if you had $68,000, that would be a $14,000 addition to what's being recommended on this sheet.
We also do have TEAM, the nonprofit that we work with, and we had a big day of giving. We raised another $38,000, which we do use at off-site vets for emergency care and specialty surgery. So I was hoping to use some of that as well to bridge the gap of that $14,000.
Okay. And what about the foster program medical funds? I raised that a moment ago. That's $30,000.
Yeah, that $30,000 was given to us last year, I believe, for the first time. And we were never able to secure a contract with a veterinarian hospital that was willing to enter into that. There were a lot of concerns about who was going to authorize a pet's treatment in the middle of the night. Just nobody was really interested. The one veterinary clinic that we deal with the most is a 24-hour emergency vet clinic, and they didn't want to take on the added responsibility of that group of animals.
Okay, so we never had a contract for that.
We never had a contract for that.
All right, so maybe I can make this as simple on my suggestion that I would suggest that we,
Don, are you going to be working off this sheet?
yeah, I will. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Okay.
because the one I mentioned before, Susan, it sounds like there wasn't a contract, so it may negate that. That we add $14,000 in addition to the 54s. That would put that at 68,000.
Wait.
The first.
Oh, okay.
After hours emergency
So you want
veterinary.
to add 14 to the 54?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, okay. And rather than just 20,000, I would suggest we have $30,000 for the Batmobile. That gives you some leeway to do that. It sounds like you used about 35,000 this year. Okay. So I would add $10,000 to that one. And then for cat spay neuter, rather than 62,000, to have that at 110,000. So we add 48 there.
If I might add some information to that particular program, in this current fiscal year, we gave 65,000 to the SPCA and 45,000 to CSN, the clinic next to us. However, CSN does not have a program similar to the SPCA like they have on Feral Cat Sundays. The CSN clinic uses those funds sparingly for only in-need hardship cases. They currently have about $35,000 left of this year's money that they can carry over into next year as well.
Could SPCA use more? So why don't we just put that number in there? And
because that money's already been given to CSN for their program.
Right. So what are you suggesting? You suggesting that we only program $65,000 in?
Well, if the money was available, you could probably bump it up maybe at 20,000, and I would say give the SPCA the lion's share of that and have some left over for CSN for the springtime of next year.
I think we can work that detail out. What I'm hearing is you would like to restore this back to
Yes,
110,000.
I would. Yeah.
And how we work the detail, Dave will work that out.
Let's do that again. Okay, and then the $70,000 that you show on the sheet here for the return to field.
Yeah, and that's already programmed.
Right, programmed. Okay, that would be my recommendation, Mr. Chair. Okay.
So a total of 134.
Adding back in.
What do you say about?
So it's 48,000.
Right.
It stays the same.
10,000 for the Batmobile.
Right.
And after one, it's
14.
another 14,000
Okay.
for a grand total of 62,000.
Got it.
On top of the 182.
Yeah, no, the 182 is already.
Right, yeah, okay.
So, I'm sorry, how much was that?
I'm sorry, 72, I'm being corrected,
Total of 72 additional dollars
for
those-
animal care at this point.
for those three programs.
Yes.
182 plus
182 plus another 72.
72.
Okay.
So that's the new money.
Yep.
That's the new number.
Okay.
So the second question that we had was APS baseline positions. In speaking with Supervisor Natoli and with Michelle, what we will propose is having 6 unfunded positions in APS. And Michelle, do you want to go over the 6 positions?
Briefly.
So if I'm understanding correctly, there are 5 in APS, and that's a family service worker, 2 public health nurses, an office assistant, and then a manager, and then 1 in public guardian, and that is a social worker position.
And if I might add, because Mr. Gill and I talked briefly during the break on this, is that you explained about the public health nurses, that those may not be necessary because of utilization and some other access improvements. I would suggest that if we retained, the total of 5, maybe you keep a couple in IHHS. It sounded like you want some flexibility, 3 in APS and 1 in public guardian conservator, and that still gets to 6, right?
Okay. So 3, 2, and 1.
Yep.
Okay.
And that gives you some flexibility. Yeah, okay.
That's 6 restored compared to the 15.
But no funding. These are unfunded positions as funding
vacancies.
Yeah, vacancy. As funding comes in.
And you'll come back in September and take a look at it, see what we've got in the Care Plus program particularly. Okay.
Okay.
So what category was that? Was that Healthy Partners?
It's APS.
APS.
APS baseline. Thank you, Michelle. Third item that the board wanted to discuss is CalFresh. And Mr. Wagstaff?
Thanks, Mr. Gill. So the question here, members of the board, is really whether or not to backfill the loss of state and federal funding. That was the reason for this reduction. It wasn't a question of the value of these organizations. It was simply that. So when we looked at that question, and in Britt's presentation this morning, we talked about the question of backfilling. You heard that DHA does outreach. You heard that the state does outreach. We've had a large volume of clients come in to respond to that outreach for the SSI new eligibility for food stamps. What we call our penetration rate in CalFresh is 83%.
Participation rate.
It's the same. In other words, of those who could be
Yeah.
in the program, we are at 83%. That's one of the top participation rates in the whole state. There's only 8 counties that exceed 80%. We're one of them.
That's because we have good outreach and good services for our workers.
If I may, okay? So when we considered the priorities here, you would have to redirect funding from somewhere else to cover these contracts. Not an easy decision, not an easy decision for us either. We considered all those things and landed where we did. And so that's what's before you on this.
We can use fund balance.
Yeah, for all the stuff we're discussing, that's where we're going to go, so.
300,000.
But why would we pay for something that the feds and the state are already doing?
Well, they pulled the
And we
money.
could save our money.
They pulled the money, so we had to cancel the contracts. I mean, propose to cancel the contracts.
So what, I believe when we had the earlier discussion, Mr. Wagstaff, I believe you chimed in a bit about the likelihood or not that the state may reconstitute some assistance on this
I don't
front?
think it was in this area, was it? No, I don't, Supervisor, I'm sorry, I don't think it was in this
So
area.
let me rephrase it. So we have no understanding of what the state or the feds would do anytime soon about reconstituting funding for this particular use?
I know of no effort in that one.
They have not indicated that there's any revenue coming back. Of course, we'll keep monitoring it with the state budget and the federal budget, but at this moment, they have not indicated.
Is every, Ann, I see Ann wants to come to the podium. While she's doing that, is every other of the 57 counties in the state grappling with the same thing?
Well, the question of participation rate or penetration rate has been a statewide issue for a long time in California.
No, in terms of facing the contract reductions.
Correct. If they have the same kind of reductions coming, they will be grappling with the same issue.
All counties received a reduction in their CalFresh allocation as a result of declining caseloads. We did receive some one-time funds this year for the SSI cash-out population, and the counties, along with CWDA, is going to be working with the state to see if there's some ongoing way that they continue to add money for this SSI population. If that were the case, there might be some additional funding. It's not likely to happen this year.
So that would happen after June 30th of 20?
Well, it would probably be if it's there, it would be in the governor's January budget or the May revised next year.
You're correct. It'll be July 1, 2020 before the money comes in.
Question. Again, we hit on this amount last year. Again, I don't recall specifically how we got to the number, but any level of outreach, assuming that it would be sustainable funding for those that we'd asked to be our partner in doing that, in light of obviously it means that we're going to have to make some, if we choose to do that, allocate the money to do it. I guess I would just, put out there that if we had $200,000 available to contract for these services for the outreach, and we're having to make that budget allocation. I don't know if 300,000 was a magic number. Obviously, you got 4 providers who have done, I think, been good partners with the county in doing that outreach. And I think in light of the changes, 83% participation or penetration is great. If we could get closer to 100 versus, obviously DHA and folks are going to do, do the ultimate determination of eligibility. But I think his work is very important. So.
That's why I asked the question I did of Ann earlier about whether or not any thought was given to going to 2 providers versus 4 or a fraction equally spread across all 4.
I think the issue that we were grappling with, this is one of those things with when state and federal declines, caseloads go down, we start looking at making similar type reductions. And as you asked Supervisor Turner, that's what the other counties, we all face the same challenge when state and federal don't give us the money. If we put general fund in there, then it changes the equation for us.
Understood.
And I can add, from having worked in 2 other counties in California, that our policy there was similar to what our policy has been here, which is if there's reduction in federal funding, we don't backfill. That's basically a bottomless pit you can get yourself into if you start backfilling reductions in federal funding for what are essentially federal programs like CalFresh. As good as the program and as beneficial it is, it's basically a federal program. We have no share of cost, for example, for the CalFresh at all. We just administer the program. And that I think many counties would be reluctant to start backfilling that.
I totally get the dynamic of that. I understand that. If we don't, if this is left as is unfunded, what kind of commitment can staff give us to maybe explore some innovative ways that don't represent any net county cost to enhance outreach or messaging? And I'm thinking, don't be shy. I think very out of the box, creative. I don't know what it would be, but I think that the principle, regardless of who's doing it, the principle of getting the message out, doing it in multiple languages, everything that I think we all agree has been successful and accounts for the 83%, is something that's important to us. So that in principle it's hard to relinquish that.
No, you have our commitment on that.
I'm going to offer one other suggestion here. We've talked today about bridge funding, and I get it about backfill, but that's still a local choice. It's choices we make, and you don't want to have that as a matter of policy to, continue to backfill because, as you said, that's an endless pit, and I appreciate Britt's comments. It seemed to me here, though, that, with this influx and the fact that what will happen is that in 20 days, basically, that outreach would cease. I guess I would offer a suggestion that, maybe we fund this for 6 months and, get an intensive effort and then recognizing that it wasn't a permanent backfill, but I think it allows us to transition and hopefully, again, working with our staff and with Ann's folks at DHA and with our partners to, I think, ramp it up for the period of time that would get us through the end of the year and hopefully, get the qualification rate up and then, then we'll, at that point in time.
Just one point, I just wanted to clarify, our outreach is not going to stop because of these contracts. So I just want to make that clarification. I know that that's not what you intended, but we're going to continue doing the outreach, be innovative, do what we need to do.
Supervisor Frost.
Don't we have some news on the horizon regarding other federal and state funding that might be coming to us that might augment some of these programs?
I'll have to look at Ann. Ann, is there?
No, not for CalFresh. I mean, the CalFresh allocation is reduced. It was proposed to be reduced the last couple of years, and we successfully advocated with the state to let us continue so that we had time to make adjustments. And this year, they're like,
did we make adjustments? I mean,
well, we did by reducing staff and holding vacancies in order to be prepared for this. Yes.
Yeah, I don't. I'm concerned about backfilling a federal program and setting ourselves up for future, loss of funding. That's my thoughts.
Okay.
Next item that the board had inquired about was code enforcement, and Mr. Penrose, can you discuss that item?
Yes, I can. Let's see, the proposed reduction is 2 code enforcement officers being reduced in this year's budget. To give you some context, we had 30 code enforcement officer positions that would take it down to 28, which is, under one calculation at least, about a 7% decrease in terms of the workforce available for that. And really the impact that we've identified would increase partially the caseloads for the officers and the response time for the zoning enforcement activities, which is one component of what the code folks do. We did spend some time looking at it and see it basically as a program reduction, so there will be some delays as talked about here, but no elimination of any of the programs. So that's it's something we can work with. It's a scalable process, as you know. The board's been scaling that unit up and down over the past few years in terms of trying to be more responsive on various issues. So,
could I maybe, it says I was the one that asked on this, and maybe a suggestion that was similar to what we did in the adult services. You don't want to have too many positions that are unfunded, but this is one of those, again, it has been a bit of a ping pong, and as we've tried to address quality of life issues throughout the county and, charged our code enforcement officers with a whole host of a range of activities in neighborhoods and in communities, it would seem to me that this might be one of those where, depending upon where we land, if we didn't totally delete them, that we have the ability with September look to look to that. I guess I would just offer too that I've understood just in recent days that as it relates to some of the uses that may be of a nuisance nature, that if they establish themselves and we don't take certain types of enforcement action timely, that for consideration of compliance, they may get the, we've been using baseline a lot here today, but that there may be some ability for them to argue that when it comes to environmental review, and so it may require us to be more assertive rather than less, and that concerns me from a standpoint of how we interface with the public, but it also concerns me from a standpoint of how are we going to task folks to do that, and so I only raise that as just being another element that that might be considered here. So I just, Mr. Chair, if we weren't of the mind to restore funding, to maybe retain these positions and allow this board, without having to go through all the gyrations of continue to add or delete, to see what fund might be available in September or later in the year, and see what level of activity we have in some of our neighborhoods and such.
So you're suggesting keep the positions, and if funding comes, bring it back?
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take these one at a time.
Okay.
And then the board, maker of the motion, but continue to keep track, so that we're all working from the same page.
But I don't understand what Don said. Does
Right.
Are you saying put it off till September, or so leave it as is?
Oh, yeah, hold the position, but not delete them. Don't delete the positions.
Like adult protective services.
Yeah, right. Retain the positions.
You want to keep the positions,
but unfunded. Yeah, at this point.
In code enforcement.
In code enforcement. And the reason why, Susan, that we did in September, we can come back. Okay. We're not, because these are vacant positions that have the ability, rather than have to go to restoration.
Oh, I understand that, but we could also come back in September and restore the positions.
We can.
Which is what I think we ought to do, because, we call code enforcement as much as anyone.
Or we can restore them now, right?
Yeah.
Or what?
Or we can restore them now. Could restore them now.
I think part of our issue with that one is we don't know quite the workforce that you've indicated. I think we need some time to figure out how much of that is going to be an added on us. So that is on our list to look at. If we need to augment or do something else, we will be seeking that augmentation from the board.
Okay. Well, I would just say, maybe to what Susan said, that it doesn't have a budgetary impact if we leave them unfunded for now, and maybe in September keep some focus. You can tell us more about where we're at, and obviously we're going to learn more about budget from the standpoint of some of the workload assignments and the issue I
enhancement of the 311 system. That's
right.
All documented on page 9 of 13 of the CEO's letter to the board. In fact, under community livability initiatives. Mm-hmm. So, in light of what's explained here, I think that's a wise way to go.
Okay, let's see. Then we transition to Healthy Partners. Dr. Bielenson is going to come in, give some detail behind it. One of the things that I wanted to just, as the board is deliberating, there's a $500,000 reduction that we have proposed because there's $1 million savings. But I wanted to let the board know, both Dr. Bielenson, Mr. Wagstaff, and myself, and Mr. Ferguson, we watch this very closely. And if the demand starts getting to a point we need augmentation, we will be coming back to the board like we did about 18 months ago when we had some savings. Rather than sweeping the savings, we came back to the board and asked what did the board want to do with that savings, and that's how we did specialty care. So that's part of as you're thinking about it, if I could just leave that with you too, is that this is not, we make a reduction and that's where we're going to be throughout the year. We will monitor this line item pretty closely.
Yeah.
Because of the program is, it's fairly new, and as it's getting more and more publicity and the work that Dr. Bielenson and his department are doing, there is more folks that are coming in. So this number is not it's a number that's going to bounce up and down. So,
Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. So I appreciate the premise that the CEO just mentioned. I get what he's saying. And I'd certainly welcome any opportunity to best understand any fluctuations in demand for services or how many clients we're able to see. I think that dashboard, quite frankly, needs to be expanded to let this board and the public fully comprehend whatever outreach or availability of information we're granting to this target population. Again, regardless of whether there's waiting lists or not, the fact of the matter is when we first established the program, this board voted to do that. We acknowledged, because there was some research done, that the population is about 10 times what we're serving now in the county. So there's no argument that there's unmet demand out there. It's about how we respond to the demand. And then later, of course, we had the conversation, rightly so, about the need for specialty care versus primary care. But I also want to list my own preface here before we hear from Dr. Bielenson, and that is, in light of where I think we all acknowledge that we're going to be next year, the following year, the year after that, in terms of the unique budgetary predicaments that we face. If this goes away this year, it's going to be much easier, I think, to look backwards next year when things are going to be, noticeably even more challenging. And because we have, we're only serving about a tenth of who we need to serve, to me that marks almost a structural means of kind of putting us in a place where we can't move, where we can't even consider revisiting the restoration of these monies. That's why I think it's a very kind of precarious place that we find ourselves with regard to a very important program. So that's the preface that I'd like to offer.
Dr. Bielenson.
Thanks. So let's level set a little bit. As you guys know, you increased the cap to 4,000 from the 3,000. We're now at 3,770 as of today. If things continue the way that they are by October 1st, we should be full at 4,000. You also lifted the cap completely on the age, and actually that's been, interestingly, we look at this by specific ages. There are very few people over 60. Really? It's working class folks. It's overwhelmingly between 30 and 55, but just for information.
So it's right in that sweet spot between what the state's going to cover and what we're already covering.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know if we want to talk about it today about the undocumented coverage, but I'll just throw that out real quickly.
Well, we're not making a budget decision on that today.
No, you're not. It just would relate to the 100 patients. But anyway, so specialty care, we have budgeted $2.26 million. We're not going to spend more than $1.75 million this year. So that's the reason for the $500,000. I would argue that, if I can, that there may be a need for more coming forward for two reasons. One, we're significantly increasing the number of patients in the Healthy Partners program. And two, prior to this, it's been a very clunky system of contracting with specialists. You heard Mr. Rivera come out and talk about the need for specialty care. We now have put in place a much more agile process of contracting with specialty providers, so we have providers available at all times in many more specialties than were the case before. So it is possible that we'll be above the 1.76 next year, and you heard from the county exec what he would consider.
I appreciate it. I think you make the point better than I probably ever could, that all the more reason why I think it's premature to basically act to memorialize structurally a reduction in the appropriation for this program. So again, I'm very wed to the idea of keeping it where it's at. I think we all agreed when we saw the initial success of this that we'd love to see it grow. I'm being realistic and practical in the sense that I understand that that's probably not in the cards right now, but this is really about keeping our funding in place for all the various contingencies that are, or likelihoods, a better way to put it, that Dr. Bielenson just mentioned.
And we'll bring back to the supervisors quarterly the report that's more broad than that you just requested.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item, Supervisor Natoli, you wanted to have a conversation on HOT.
Yes, and I did, and I certainly heard the comments from my colleagues on the board. And yes, the sheriff does deploy the personnel once we authorize the positions, but I guess I came at it a little differently in that recognizing that from a budget standpoint, we're looking to make sure that we didn't lose programs in their totality and trying to maintain certain service levels. And I appreciate that the sheriff worked with us, but I guess I would just say to all that in the event that we restored under the recommended budget, 3 hot team members, I don't think the sheriff's going to object to that, nor do I think it would be something that anyone would find objectionable, in the sense that it would continue to bolster what we are doing out there. And I guess I just, from the perspective of what that's meant to our neighborhoods, throughout the unincorporated area, and I think the work that goes on there, I think it's very, very important. So, I've heard, what I take to be a majority of the board say they're comfortable with letting it ride, but it's another one of those where we put those positions in place. We debated it. The board of supervisors have funded them, and obviously we have the ability to unfund it. But I think the construct that we had, and I think was one that, as we debated for several hours about what we were going to do, is we had 1 in the Parkway and 2 in the neighborhoods and business districts, and I just think we're going to short ourselves a bit. And again, if that's the will of the board, I would be prepared to make a motion, but again, I'm not necessarily to force the issue. I understand what people said, but I do think that 3 of those positions, maintaining them would be very, very important to the cleanup, as well as to the safety, both in our neighborhoods and business districts, but also on the Parkway. And I think that was the essence of why we, put them in place to begin with. I don't know if there's any other comments, but.
Yeah, I would just add to that, as I recall the conversation 2.5 years back about what we saw as the kind of the dynamic out in the Parkway, especially the portions of the Parkway that run through unincorporated areas. I think the concern, which I think we all took to heart, was that without some programming in place, some implementation of assistance from the Sheriff's Department, that we might move folks to the edges of the property of the Parkway and therefore have impacts in the adjoining neighborhoods. Now, of course, we've got new court cases that make that much more difficult. But I do think it is a kind of an integral component part of what we deliberated at length not too long ago. And so if Supervisor Tully's at some point making a motion, I'm willing to second it for restoration of positions.
Before Supervisor Frost, so what we're doing here really is not budgeting or taking away positions. We're following the sheriff's lead on what he says he will take away.
That's correct.
So we do this today. That's no guarantee that we have those 2 hot members.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Well, they're each $200,000 roughly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we had a commitment from the sheriff that he would maintain, he would maintain those. That was the deal with the hot team. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he still has that ultimate authority, but that was when we sat here and debated that, I think, Patrick, that, he agreed and he has maintained that as long as we funded that. Is that correct?
Until we got into the cuts.
Yeah, until we got into cuts. I mean, to the point. But if we restore that position, he's not going to put this back on the arson team if we say we want to keep the hot team in place, right?
I did not have that conversation.
No, you didn't. I mean, but I'm not,
what we talked about was cuts and when he wants to see reducing and how he wants to use his resources. I'm not saying that he won't agree to it. I just said I did not have the conversation.
So is there at least hypothetically, is there a way to, if it's the will of the board to restore some positions, to memorialize that the intent of that motion, directive would be specifically for the hot team, do you put that in some kind of memorandum of understanding between the sheriff and the CEO, or sheriff and the board? How does that work?
Thanks, Surprise. Starting with that one, I'm starting to wade a little bit into county council, is that, as you know, the board allocates amount of money. At that point, it's up to the elected official on that side to take the money. And I don't believe that the board or myself, we can obligate him to put it somewhere. We had an agreement last time, was more of a verbal agreement, that won't happen. I'm not saying that he won't agree, but that's just the nature of this in here. I think what changed this time when we were talking to him was that the magnitude of the cuts we were giving. And I do know, and I think Britt does too, that there's some other funding requests that he had that he would have seen us fund rather than some of the other items that he was putting on the cut list. So I don't know what that conversation will be with him.
So basically, we'd have to take a leap of faith.
That's correct.
And you're saying we'd be funding something that wasn't at the top of his list?
Correct.
Supervisor Frost.
I have the impression that the sheriff had a plan when he suggested the cuts that he did, and he has not asked me to add more hot, or he hasn't asked for any changes to the plan that he submitted. And I also had the impression from you, Nav, that he had a kind of a plan B that Pop would fill in those gaps where the hot team, the lack of thereof might, he had a plan around it, so.
And that's what Captain Borelgi mentioned this morning. As time permits, they will bring in Pop to back up on hot.
Supervisor Natoli.
Well, the sheriff didn't ask for the hot teams to begin with. There was an outgrowth, obviously, conversation with the sheriff and with our, a whole host of departments. And again, working with the sheriff very closely, and so, I don't want to mince words here, but it's, and I know that he has ultimately the authority, but he has maintained his commitment. I didn't get any sense, and I certainly haven't visited with him any time recently, but that, I saw what, the proposed areas for reductions were. I didn't see anything on that list besides what's been discussed here. And so I guess I find it a little bit alarming that if we were to, for something that was on the reduction list, again, not his preference, not necessarily yours, and I get it that there was a plan if we reduced him, but if we didn't reduce it as much, and he had those officers available to do that. And
I think, Supervisor, to tell you what, I want to be I'm not saying that's my preference or not. All I was responding to is that we can restore it. Ultimately, it is his responsibility how he deploys the money that he receives. That's all I'm reacting to. Right. I'm not saying that he won't do it. I'm not saying that I'm for it. I'm just very technically responding to that piece.
Right. But he has honored, as I would expect, and certainly we have funded for the last 2 years, now going to the third year, those hot teams. And now Phil Brownshee was here this morning and responded to it. I didn't get any sense that that wasn't their priority. Again, I didn't see a priority list, but
when you have a department of over $200 million and you choose to surgically go in and cut these two positions, that doesn't indicate to me a strong commitment to the program.
It was 5 positions.
It's five positions.
Five positions.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's 5.
Yeah. We were talking about 2.
So the last item that the board had asked for is weave. And we did not have a report back. I think you all had a pretty good conversation about half year, full year, and basically then given what we're facing next year. So I was just going to turn that over to you, Chair Kennedy, on discussion on that. We're here to answer any questions. I don't know what else we can provide for you on that.
Great, I agree. Are you punched in, Don, or no?
Oh, no, that was
okay.
Your point.
All right. So that's all of them?
That's all of them, sir.
Okay, then I would like to take one at a time. And so we'll start with animal control, and we'll entertain a motion. And I believe that what was discussed was $68,000 for emergency vet contract, $30,000 for the Batmobile, and $110,000 for the cat spay neuter program. That's what was discussed. Is there a motion?
And then the $70,000 that was in there on the chart?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. So for a total of $254,000. Is that correct?
That's correct. He's adding
okay.
these.
Yeah. Supervisor Frost.
Where is the money going to come from on all this?
But what's on this sheet, 182,000, it's coming from two-year extension that we expect from, 2 years.
2 months. 2 years, you can fund a lot with that.
2-month extension we're going to get from them. And the 72 that we had discussion about an hour ago, that's going to come out of our reserve.
And the rest of it, all the rest of the conversation, all these other items, where are they going to come
It's
from?
the same spot. We're going to go to our reserve/fund balance to take it out.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Ms. Peters? And the motion fails.
Okay. APS.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, if I could. Then I would like to offer on that item, if I could, if people are uncomfortable with fund balance, then I would offer up that within the realm of the TOT tax and the competitive process and the discretionary process there's $1 million. I would ask that from the portion, each district would be allocated $100,000 to designate to qualified organizations. I would ask that if you're looking for dollars, that you could take the $100,000 or the $72,000 from the District 5. And you can maintain the competitive process, and I would designate that. And this is important to animal welfare in this community and county, and I feel very strongly about that. So I would offer that. You could take it out. It zeroes out on the budget. I'm completely fine with that.
That's your prerogative anyway, isn't it?
No, it's not. Well, not in the $1 million grants program. It's not my prerogative. I'm not talking about the community monies. I'm talking
sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So in the grants program, you could take $72,000 out of that. You end up with $928,000. Take it out of District 5.
District 5 funds?
Not community monies, though, out of the TOT, the $1 million grant program, and there's $100,000 each district can designate.
That's correct, and as long as people apply in that process, you have the say over whether to award it to who you want. Anyway, I think Supervisor Kennedy is essentially right. You already have that ability to do that out of your $100,000, assuming they apply through the.
But this isn't Apple. This is our county department. I'm just saying,
Are
move it over.
you asking us to dedicate our money
No,
to?
I'm not asking yours at all.
Oh,
I'm
I wasn't sure. I
I spend
understood.
money on DOT all the time. I just write them a memo.
No, I know, but I'm saying I would designate, this is not out of the community monies, out of the $100,000. This would be out of the $1 million pot.
Supervisor Natoli, if I could offer, why don't we do this? We will give you a memo saying that these $72,000 is the restoration for these programs, and would you agree to fund that out of your $100,000? And then you can respond to us, and that becomes our document.
Okay, but be clear, not out of the community monies. We each get a pot of community money. This is out of the $1 million pot.
We understand.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
in the
I'm
$1 million
confused.
pot, there's usually 500 that goes
Right,
for programs
right.
and 500 to the supervisors. Which pot are you talking about?
The supervisor out of that pot, though, yeah. 'cause
So the
it-
100 you get,
You can
72,000.
spend it. Are you
can spend it however you
suggesting
want.
you would
So,
spend it?
Could I maybe just recap how the TOT process goes?
Hold on, hold on. I think I understand what you're asking for is in the TO pot, there's $1 million, 500 is competitive, 500 gets divvied up, 100 each board members.
In addition to neighborhood and community
No,
money.
I get it.
Yeah,
I'm
those are
not-
separate.
Yeah, that's what's mixing
Okay.
me up.
Right.
So the 100 you get out of that 500, you would like to work with us to fund 72,000
Absolutely.
in that,
And
okay?
you can take it out today with my vote. I mean, that way it's clear.
We will work with you, we'll get the paperwork ready, we'll get that done,
Okay.
okay?
So it will be funded then? This will be funded? We
Correct.
hear- So these are restored?
Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Then, if I could, on both APS and code, those are just directing us to add 8 positions back, 6 positions in APS and 2 in code as unfunded, but they're on our books, and
So no motion necessary.
No, we do need, because we
Yeah, I
had
thought
them,
so, yeah.
I have
we
a
had them
question.
slated for delete.
Got
We
it.
need for you to tell us not to delete.
That's what I thought. Okay, Supervisor Frost.
So the conversation, the direction of the conversation is stating that because those are unfunded positions, it doesn't impact us. I would like you to speak to that, Britt.
So
if you
correct.
could,
So
or
what we will
Matt.
do is, we will add 6 positions, no funding behind it. We'll add 2 positions with no funding behind it. So we will,
What does that mean?
Basically what that
Does that
means-
mean you're not going to fill those positions?
we
and it's
won't be
just gonna
able to
on-
fill until we come back to you and show you what revenue we have.
Okay.
So we can't do, we have to come back to you and have that discussion.
And this is for code and APS?
Correct.
So you're looking for a motion for the substance of that, but also, or do you need some direction about, or some clarity about when the board expects you to come back and let us know when there's a...
I don't think, I think we understand the desire. We just need to have the positions back on the book, and then we'll have the discussion.
Okay, then the chair will make the motion to restore 6 unfunded positions in APS and 2 unfunded positions in code enforcement.
Second.
There's
And
motion and
it's
second.
clear those positions in APS were in Public Guardian, IHHS, and... APS.
Correct, that's
Okay.
what we discussed, so.
Okay.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
So, guys, stop for a minute. Healthy Partners,
CalFresh.
oh, CalFresh, yeah, we didn't have a dollar amount when we discussed,
We discussed backfilling.
Yeah. Yeah, there was,
100.
I have 300K here.
That's what
yeah, we had
documented.
discussed that, we kind of, I didn't get an impression what dollar amount, how long were we going. There was a suggestion made to do it for 6 months, then we had a discussion about we're backfilling federal money. So I guess the question of the board is, what would you like to do?
Okay,
Do
is
you want to
there-
backfill, do you want to do 300, half a year? What would you like to do?
I would move that we move restoration of $150,000, and that, you know, whether it was 6 months or for the year, depending upon what the rollout time would be, I would leave that to our DHA staff working with the partners in that regard, but that we'd fund it for $150,000 for the fiscal year, and then they can decide what's the best way to use that over that period of time.
So I'm willing to second that, but I want a clear understanding that there's not going to be any intent or interest in going past the 6 months and getting into regular practice of backfilling the federal funding. I'm hearing that's as important to me as the fact that we're losing this too.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so then I'll second the motion.
Okay, does everybody understand the motion?
6 months funding, $150,000, and we're not...
Not going to get in the practice.
We're
of
not going to get in the
backfilling.
practice
Right.
of funding it
Yeah.
in the future, backfilling funding.
Please vote.
And the motion carries, passes with Supervisor Frost voting no.
Okay, hot,
Healthy
Can I say I
Partners.
had a...
which one?
If you're going alphabetically, it's Healthy Partners.
What did healthy, you're right. I'm off. You threw me off on that one, sorry. Healthy Partners, $500,000.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Peters?
I was on a different issue.
Oh, okay.
So what about Healthy Partners?
So
Where we at?
pretty.
No,
No.
No.
we didn't.
CalFresh.
That was CalFresh.
Your spelling is getting us in trouble.
I feel like this has been, I think we're clear on what's in front of us either way, right? So I would like to make the motion that we preserve the funding for Healthy Partners, that it come from fund balance, and that we include in any, if you want to call it dashboard or assessment of our progress in terms of the quality and quantity of service provided to a growing population, that we also include some detail about how we're doing outreach, how we're letting people know that there may be some changes. There's no age cap anymore. There might be specialty services. The fact that we've reached a limit. I think some adjustment on the dashboard part of it's important as well. So that would be my motion.
Second your motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the motion passes with Supervisor Frost voting no.
We had a discussion on HOP, but there's not a dollar that
And your alphabet is right back on.
I am. There you go. I knew I was back.
Can I say I had a communication with the sheriff while we were talking from him, and he said his reinstatement priority would be for the HOT team, and that's where he would reinstate the funded positions, although it's his intention to keep them there for the foreseeable future. He doesn't want to create the expectation that they be reinstated to HOT in perpetuity, given that he doesn't know what the fiscal future is for his department.
But for this year, he'd
This round, yes, he's
Okay.
in.
That's good enough for me.
Promising a year.
Yep. So I'd move restoration of 3 of the hot team positions.
Second.
All please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, I think then we are to... Weave.
Yes. Mr. Cerna?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for all the reasons I've previously stated, and I think we've heard in better detail than I could provide from the executive director how important this program is, I think with a clear understanding that we may be facing the real prospect of the absence of funding next year, the full funding of 150, which I'm moving, gives Weave at least that year's time to figure out different fundraising strategies and whatnot to make sure that the service goes on uninterrupted. That's my motion.
Chair will second and make the comment that I would have rather have done 75, but there's no question the value of the program and the need of it in the community. And I also am swayed by the conversation that I had with the executive director, in which she made it very clear to me that she is very much in the understanding that with our budgets that are coming in the future, that diversification of her funding is important, and she understands that, so I second the motion. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
So, Chair Kennedy, there's one item we do need to go back, which is in the memo we had given you on animal care.
Mm-hmm.
There's a restoration of $182,000 from Elk Grove revenue. So when we did the motion, it got bundled up with fund balance and that. If I could ask for a vote on the $182,000, if the board is okay with us restoring that piece.
So move.
Second.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, we got all the outliers taken care of. Now, Ms. Peters?
We're not doing IHH, we're going to finish the budget
We're going to
first
finish the
and do
budget.
them later?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Because we have to, that's a different authority.
Okay, just,
We have a slide.
yeah, if you'd pull up the slides for my exclusions.
Okay, let me make sure they got the right one up.
It was 3 pages.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, I would move that we adopt the budget minus the exclusions that are being shown. Several pages. I only see 1 page right now.
Can you please, they're moving it.
Okay. Plus the additions we just voted on.
Second.
Thank you. Need to get the 3rd page up there.
It's 2 of 2.
2 of 2. There's CIP coming next.
There's CIP.
Oh.
Unanimous vote.
Could you show the 3rd page, please?
One more item before we get off the operating budget is to direct Department of Personnel Services to prepare an administrative SRA to reflect the positions approved by fiscal year 1920 recommended budget, including any deletion of positions, with the amendment that we made for the 6 positions.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Now it's CIP. Can you please bring that slide?
That's not the CIP.
They're getting it up. Okay.
I have it here, Flo. There we go.
There we go.
Okay, so I'd move the CIP minus the exclusions on this page.
Second.
Let's vote.
Unanimous vote.
And I will make the motion don't we need to move the remainder of the budget? Yes.
Correct.
The look on my face.
Yeah. I make the motion to approve the remainder of the budget.
As it's been amended.
Mr. Chair, if I could just, so is it clear then, as it relates to the animal care budget, that the 72,000, does that need any board clarification?
We're very clear on that.
Okay, all right, so that's included. Okay, thanks.
And the motion passes with Supervisor Peters recusing.
And I will make the motion to move the CIP, the remainder.
No,
That was
there
the
were
budget.
5 or 6 I excluded.
Does that include
When
ABC too? Does that include ABC?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let me clear this out really quick, please. Okay.
Is there a second?
Second. Okay, yeah.
And the motion passes with Supervisor Peters recusing.
Okay, and I have...
Yeah, one more item is to approve the technology improvement plan.
Oh, okay. You moved the technology improvement plan.
Second.
That was a good presentation Rami did today.
Unanimous vote.
I do have one comment to make for September. One additional comment is you called out under Supervisor Natoli's direction the funds that come, they're a small amount of funds, but funds that come from the electronic billboard. For September, I would like to consider that $55,000 of that, again, small amount compared to everything else we've talked about today, to restore the homeless navigator on the Florin and Mack Road corridors. That has been the most successful navigator in the system, placing approximately 10 people in housing every month, which comes out to less than $450 per person placed in housing, which is phenomenal success. Unfortunately, Sacramento Steps Forward is not going to be funding them anymore. We funded them originally, then Steps Forward took it over. Now I'd like to fill that gap, but that can come September.
Good suggestion.
Thank you.
So there won't be any gap in service? They're not going to fund it. Will you be funded through September? Does it end July 1st?
I'm working on a bridge.
Okay, yeah, because that makes sense. That was
If I may?
geographically directed anyway, so.
The funding for that navigator is in my budget, and it is funded.
It is.
Yes.
They're not aware of that.
We've had conversations with them, but we will talk with them again.
And if you could contact the Mack Road Partnership as well, that would
Okay.
be very helpful.
You'd be their hero.
Amount of letters we're getting.
Okay. It was originally on the list, but then we took it off, so it is funded.
Okay. Thank you, Ann. I'd like to move to give Ann a raise.
She seconded that motion.
55,000, I think I heard you say.
For 6 months?
6 months?
Okay. Now.
I think we're at the IHSS and then final comments.
Yes. IHSS. Thank
Flo,
you for
can
your
read the
patience.
IHSS?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
Public Authority.
Okay, item 1 is you're acting as the in-home supportive services public authority, and this is on the IHSS Public Authority fiscal year 2019 recommended budget.
Hi, my name is John Kazitsa. I'm the Executive Director for the Sacramento County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. Today, I'm here to seek your approval for the fiscal year 1920 Public Authority budget recommended in the amount of $2,025,063. Our operating budget this year is $442,661 lower than last year's 18-19 budget. And it also includes $88,816 use of fund balance, available fund balance. Reductions were needed primarily due to the increases in costs related to the COLAs and benefits for existing staff, as well as reductions in the 91 realignment funding. Fiscal year 1920 budget includes establishing a reserve account, which is comprised of previous year's fund balance and a trust fund transfer into the available fund balance. An evaluation of the best and most appropriate use of this reserve will be conducted between now and September's budget hearings. At this point, I'd like to request that your board adopt the fiscal year 1920 recommended budget as identified on attachment A, and approve the authorizations to enter into the continuing revenue and service agreements needed to meet the public authority mandates. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any questions?
Nope.
We now know how many there are.
Yeah. I would move the item, and thanks, John, for staying with us all day long, so. Yeah.
Not a problem.
You've got the cleanup.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
With that, I want to say thank you to all of you in the audience and for all the hard work that you did, not just for this budget, but the other 364 days a year. We appreciate all of your work. This is a fantastic county, but it's a fantastic county not because of the 5 of us, but because of all of you. So thank you very much, and please take that message back to your employees.
Supervisor Kennedy, if I just could, would like to echo that this has been one of the hardest budgets for us to do. We knew the magnitude that was staring at us. We know there's more coming, but I want to thank all the departments and the dedication that they put in here. When we finally got our arms around what the issue was, the picture was very bleak, and they really worked to mitigate the cuts that you see. I know some of them are still big cuts, but what we started with was pretty horrendous, and I want to thank them for the work they did, particularly Britt and our executive team and the departments. They really put their effort into it. But I also want to thank the board, because we did ask you for a lot of cuts today, and you assisted us in balancing this budget.
Mostly.
Mostly, within $1 million.
Britt was happy until the last 10 minutes.
We'll take care of him when we get back upstairs.
What's an 8, Brett?
But we do know that we have a challenge coming, and we look forward to working with this board in fixing our budgets in the next couple of years.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Nav, for all your hard work.
I have one burning question. What does budget staff do between now and October 1st?
We're going to work on September budget.
Find all the money we just spent. Thank you very much, everybody. I take it there's no comments from the board. We're adjourned.